morning, Ms. Seegers Nube. Good morning, Ms. Kowe. Good morning, Mr. Yes.
Good morning.
Good
Chair.
morning, Mr. Mkize. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Chair, we have General Shabiri returning today for the cross-examination. Chair's already greeted my learned friend, Mr. Mkize SC, who was instructed by Mr. Cassius Loliwe from Loliwe Attorneys. Chair, the witness, I think, still remains under oath. There are a few housekeeping issues that we need to address from last week. There are additional documents, Chair. The first is a further supplementary statement by General Shabiri, which Chair will find it should be in a third divider in the statement file, which is file 1. And it is from page 1 to 6, and then there's an annexure, which is an unsigned statement of Sergeant Ndlela that from page 7 to 11, which General Shabiri referenced last week in his evidence. And then, Chair, there's also a new file, file 4, which is additional exhibits. And that file, Chair, contains additional exhibits CJC 89 to CJC 102, which we will deal with when we deal with cross-examination. General Shabiri and his legal team have had those documents and they have prepared on that basis. Chair, what we propose to do is for General Shabiri to go through his short supplementary statement so that it's part of his evidence in chief before we start with his cross-examination.
Good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you. Will you be leading the
Yes,
General?
Chair, I will.
All right, thank you.
General, in front of you, file 1, which is the statement file, there should be a file divider which has supplementary statement, which is the statement that you submitted. It's the 6th page, I think. Do you have it? Perhaps if someone from the attorneys can just assist.
It's at the beginning.
Towards the end of the file,
Towards the end.
General, towards the end.
Sorry.
Towards the end, there should be 2 separators, and your supplementary statement is the second last separator.
It's fine.
Statement. Councils.
Where's the... It's file 1.
You have it now, General?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can skip the first paragraph. You don't need to reintroduce yourself, but can you just deal with paragraph 2 where you give context to the reason for the supplementary statement?
Thank you very much. It reads as follows. I provide this supplementary witness statement for the limited purpose of clarifying certain aspects of my earlier written statement submitted to the Commission, in particular the contents of paragraph 193 thereof, and to place the Commission additional information that has come to my attention following the emergence of further statements and documentary material. In paragraph 193 of my earlier statement, I referred to sworn statement affidavit deposed by Sergeant Fisondlela, Annexa RS10, which forms part of the evidentiary material before the Commission. It is necessary to clarify the precise meaning of what was conveyed in that paragraph. My statement should not be understood to suggest that Sergeant Matlala expressly disputed the version advanced by witness A. What I intended to convey was that Sergeant Matlala's statement does not contain an allegation that prompted or suggested or insinuated that the investigators should accept bribery or any form of gratification. My observation in paragraph 193 was therefore directed not to a contradiction, but rather at the absence of that allegation in the statement of a witness who was present at the same meeting. Given the seriousness of the allegation that I suggested or insinuated the acceptance of a bribe, I considered it appropriate to draw the Commission's attention to the fact that the witness present during the same engagement does not record the allegation in his sworn statement. Sergeant Matlala personally provided me with signed statement which he deposed on the 7th July 2025. The affidavit bears his signature and reflects that it was executed on the same day. I have now noted that an affidavit attributed to Sergeant Matlala dated 8th July 2025, which did not form part of the original statement disclosed when the investigators' affidavits were first presented to the Commission, has recently been submitted before the Commission and appears to have signed one day after the affidavit of Sergeant Matlala had previously provided to me. The timing of the appearance of this affidavit raises question as to why a statement was signed on the 8th and was not placed before the Commission earlier, together with other statements obtained from members involved in the investigation. The Commission may therefore wish to consider circumstances under which the affidavit dated the 8th July 2025 has now been produced and why it only surfaced at this stage of the proceeding after I have presented my written statement before the Commission. This may have a bearing on the completeness and chronology of the evidentiary record placed before the Commission. In addition to the signed affidavit, Sergeant Matlala had personally handed to me an unsigned document which he explained had been given to him as a prepared statement for signature. That document already contained typed statement in an affidavit form, had eventually been prepared in advance.
General Shabiri, can I just ask you, when you read paragraph 11, if you can scratch out the name of the sergeant that appears there and refer to him as witness C? Please, can you do that now if you have not done it?
May I mark it so that I don't forget?
Yes, please.
C, you said?
Correct, Chair.
Yes. Thank you.
Sergeant Matlala informed me that he had been requested to sign that prepared affidavit and witness C that the content were intended to be similar of the affidavit disposed by witness A. I retained that unsigned prepared statement which is annexed thereto as marked RS12 because it appeared to demonstrate that the statement had been prepared for him prior to any oath being administered. The existence of the prepared and unsigned affidavit together with the later appearance of signed affidavit containing materially similar contents raises a question as to whether statements ultimately placed before the Commission may have been prepared in advance and subsequently executed by the deponent. I place these facts before the Commission so that it may consider whether the circumstances surrounding the preparation and execution of the affidavit have any bearing on the independence and reliability of the statement. I further note that the jurate records that the statement was sworn before Commissioner of Oaths at Diepkloof on the 8th of July 2025 at 1600 hours. However, details appearing beneath the signature of oath reflect that the official's business address record as headquarters 284 Pretoria Street, Pretoria. It therefore appears to indicate that it was sworn in at Diepkloof, while the Commissioner of Oaths details appeared to be documented at headquarters in Pretoria. I do not know under what circumstances the affidavit was commissioned or whether the Commissioner of Oaths was physically present at the location stated in the jurate when the oath was purportedly administered. The apparent discrepancy between the place commissioning and the official address of the Commissioner of Oath raises a question as to whether the affidavit was sworn before the Commissioner of Oath in the manner required by law. In paragraph 254 of my earlier statement, I recorded consent that certain members of the South African police may have been approached and potentially induced with promises of career advancement or promotion in exchange in advance information concerning me.
Sorry, can you just read that properly into the record, General? It is important. It's an important allegation that you make there, that there was promises of career advancement or promotion in exchange for providing.
Promises of career advancements or promotion in exchange for providing adverse information concerning me, in particular from information provided under oath by Sergeant Daniel Mutau, indicated that he had been approached by members sought information regarding my relationship with Lieutenant General Sivia, suggested that career advancement could follow if he cooperated. I have since noted from supplementary witness statements submitted by Witness A that he presently holds the rank of warrant officer. It appears that until as recently as 3 March 2026, Witness A held the rank of sergeant, that he has since been promoted. I wish to state clearly that I do not begrudge any member of South African's police service legitimate career progression. However, in light of the concerns already raised regarding possibility that members may have been approached or encouraged to provide adverse information, the timing and circumstances surrounding such promotion may warrant careful examination. I place these clarifications before the Commission to assist in obtaining complete and accurate factual record. My intention in placing these facts before the Commission is not to cast aspersions upon any individual, but to ensure that the Commission has the benefit of all relevant circumstances when evaluating the evidence before. I remain committed to cooperating fully with the Commission and to assisting it in establishing the truth regarding the matters under the investigation.
Thank you, General. Chair, that is then the evidence in chief, so to speak, of General Shabiri. We will now proceed with the cross-examination portion, and Ms. Poe is going to commence the cross-examination on the aspects of the General's dealings with Mr. Matlala, his chats with Sergeant Mukosi, the Musa Kahula aspect, and then the SAPS Medicare 24 Tshwane district contract. Thereafter, I will commence cross-examination on the other aspects contained in the General's statement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sigels-Nube. Yes, Ms. Poe.
Good morning, Chair. Chair, General, for the purposes of this segment of the cross-examination, I'll be making use of two files. That is file 1 with the general statement, as well as file 3, which contains the WhatsApp chat between General and Sergeant Mukosi. General, do you have those two files in front of you?
File 1.
File 1
and
with
file
your statement, and file 3.
That's correct.
Yes. And then just so that we have a sense of how we'll be dealing with file 3, General, if you can start by going to page 14 of file 3, that is CJC 86.
I'm at
You will see there,
page 14
page 14, yes.
on top.
Yes, the red page 14.
I'm there.
Yes. You'll see there that there appears two numbers. One is a number for Sergeant Mukosi, and the other number is your number. Can you confirm that that is indeed your number?
I confirm.
And which number is this? Is this the SAPS or your personal number?
It's my personal number.
Thank you, General. And then if you can then also go...
Maybe before you do that,
Apologies.
identify which one is Sergeant Nkosi's, because there are 3 numbers here.
Yes. General, you'll see that there are 3 numbers. The first 2 are identical. Can you confirm that those 2 belong to Sergeant Mukosi?
I guess so, I confirm. I
You
don't
guess
know
so?
them by head. Yes, I confirm.
Yes, they do. And then that the last number there that says General Shabiri Head Office OCI, that is your number.
That is correct.
All right. Then, General, if you can, we'll do the same exercise for your second number. If you can go to page 146, you'll see there the second set of chats.
I think the flags make it easier to navigate. Perhaps you should refer to the page number, fine, but also the flag.
My apologies, Chair, because I'm working electronically. Let me find my file.
I am at page 146.
No, if it complicates your life, it's fine. We'll find the pages.
Yes, Chair. If there again, General, there are 3 numbers. The first 2 belong to General Sergeant Mukosi. Can you confirm that?
I confirm that.
And that the last one there is then your number, that's your SAPS number. Do you confirm that?
That is correct.
Thanks, General.
What is OCI?
Organized crime investigations.
Thank you. If we can then go to page 28 of your statement.
I I am at page 28.
General, there you deal with your communications on WhatsApp and Signal. In particular, there was a request from the Commission for you to provide WhatsApps for a period of 1 Jan 2024 to 31 December 2025. And so in this section of your statement, you provide reasons as to why you couldn't provide those WhatsApps. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, General, let's deal with the first number, the 071 number. This is the cell number where you say that the phone was stolen at a soccer match.
That is correct.
I'm referring to paragraph 87 in particular. And your explanation is that your phone was then replaced in March 2025. Do you see that? That's at paragraph 91 of your statement.
On bundle 1.
Yes. So it's the very next page.
Yes.
You see that you say that during March 2025, I purchased a replacement cellular phone.
Yes.
Right. So, General, if you look at the chat, I'm sorry, we'll just be navigating between the two files. If you go to page 63 of the chat.
Of the chats.
Yes.
I'm at page 63.
Yes. You will see there that you had a conversation with Sergeant Mukosi in the morning of the 8th. Can you see that?
Yes.
If you look at chat 1, perhaps, General, let me pause to say, when you're looking at that page, the green blocks would be messages that Sergeant Mukosi is sending. The gray blocks would be messages that you are sending. Where the block has nothing in it, that represents a call. Can you see that on the page? Yeah. So if you look at chat 1, there is a message that comes from Sergeant Mukosi that is sent to you on the 8th in the morning. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
And then you respond and say, is this true? That's at chat 2.
Yes.
And then you'll see that the following message comes from Sergeant Mukosi on the 10th, where he attempts to call, he then sends a hey, and then again tries to call again. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then if you continue on, you'll see that he also tries to call 2 more times. That's on page 64. That's chats 1 and 2. And then you'll see on the 19th, it says empty message. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then on the 20th, you resume communications by sending what appears to be a TikTok link. Can you see that?
Yes.
And General, what this shows is that by the 20th of February, you had a device that was operational and you were already in communications on WhatsApp. Can you see that?
Yes.
So your version that you only got a replacement phone in March is not supported by your WhatsApp exchanges with Sergeant Mukosi. Can you see that?
That's correct.
So would you like to correct that version then about when you got a replacement phone?
Yeah, I would like to, but I won't have a date because I was estimating that from the 8th of February, when my instrument was stolen, it will be in March or end of February where I would purchase the current instrument. So based on this evidence here, I can change to that date.
All right, so from the 20th of February, you were already back on a new device and communicating.
I agree, according to the evidence before me.
Yes, General. And so for at least this number, you could have provided us with the WhatsApp chats requested for at least from the 20th of February until the end of the 31st of December 2025. Can you see that?
Yeah, if I had.
Why didn't you?
As I indicated on my statement, now and then I delete my messages for storage purposes, and sometimes it deletes itself when I forward for a certain period. It is how it is set. And again, as it was indicated when I went to the service provider, my my backup was not activated.
So, General, you are saying that you couldn't give us those WhatsApps because you either deleted everything periodically from that date and you were not backing up. Is that your version?
Yes, and some they deleted themselves.
Some deleted themselves.
Yes,
Is it that your messages do an auto-delete?
yes.
And General, are you aware that even whether you deleted yourself manually or through an auto-delete, it leaves a footprint in your WhatsApps?
Yes.
So if you had provided the WhatsApps, we would have been able to see those instances where you deleted.
Yes.
But you chose not to give us those WhatsApps.
No, I indicated on my statement that I went to Vodacom and they couldn't help me. And I went to our cyber office. Also, they couldn't help me. I indicated even the name of the kennel I spoken to. So not to say I chose not to.
General, remember we're still dealing with your 071 number. We'll get to your 079 number, where
Yes.
you explain that you then go to Vodacom and pursue that avenue.
Yeah,
I'm asking as it relates to your 071 number.
Yeah, even my 071 number, you will remember I also attached even my request to Vodacom, which it happened on the 11th month of 2025, where I was requesting even my atomized billing for the calls I made from that particular phone for the whole duration. I even paid something like 2,800, of which it didn't help me with anything.
Do you accept, General, that Vodacom could only ever help you with itemized billing, which would be your calls and your SMSs? They weren't going to be able to assist you with WhatsApp.
Yeah, I accept now because I know now. I didn't know that time.
Yes, and my second point is that had you given us your device, we would have been able to retrieve this information and perhaps even see all of the areas where you say you deleted or the phone may have automatically deleted the messages.
Yeah, that option was there and nobody asked.
And you didn't offer either, despite our requests for the WhatsApps.
I thought by explaining that I went to length to our cyber and also to Sabric, where I couldn't get help. If you have help, you could have said we can assist you with that, because I didn't know you are having. But I did indicate in the report which I sent that I tried to do 1, 2, 3 in order to get this, and this is where I ended. So
So General, would you, in short, be willing to give us your devices for us to perform that exercise?
I have my devices with me. I can give it to you if you want.
All right, thank you, General. And then let's deal with your 079 number.
Before you do that, General, I don't understand how you would make a mistake. In paragraph 87, you say your device, your 071 number, was stolen in February 2025, and yet the WhatsApp messages indicate that you were communicating in, is it October, on this same number. How do you make that kind of mistake, if it is a mistake? February and October are significantly far apart. Unless I'm, Ms. Power, unless I'm reading this wrong, page 14 of that SMS bundle says time period is 10/15/2019 to 10/8/2025. So that's in October. But you've also considered to Ms. Power that you were speaking to Sergeant Mukosi in August. Now, you say that device, 071, was stolen in February 25. How would you make that kind of mistake? Even if you say, I didn't quite recall when, it's too big a difference for you not to recall that it was not in February, it was in the later part of the year.
No, it was lost in February the 8th. And the date which I was not sure, or which I indicated, he started working in March. I thought I bought the new device in March 2020. It's before the chat in October. So March is 1 month after it was stolen.
Sorry, I don't understand that answer.
Commissioner Baloyi,
Yes.
perhaps let me be of assistance.
Please.
So on page 14, where it says time period, that is our technician's download of the period in Sergeant Nkosi's phone. So if you go to that conversation on the 8th, you'll see that there is a place where it stops communications. You'll see communication from Sergeant Nkosi. You won't see anything from the general. It's only on the 20th where conversations resume. And so that accords with the version that there's some interruption of his usage between the 8th and the 20th
The 8th and 20th of which month?
of February.
Yes.
Yes. So he had his phone and was using it. His version is once it was stolen, he didn't have any of those communications on his side.
Okay.
And when he got the replacement device, he didn't have any backups. So all he had at his disposal would be chats commencing from the 20th when his new device was bought.
Okay, thank you.
General, if you can then look at, let's move to your 079 number. You deal with that at paragraph 92. You say there that the phone overheated and lost functionality, and then you proceeded to go to Vodacom for assistance. What you don't tell us is when exactly was it fixed? Was it fixed that very day?
Yes.
And then as relates to this phone, again, you would have been able to give us the chats from April once
Yeah.
it was fixed.
Yes.
So even with this phone, your version remains that there was no backup. 2, that you periodically deleted messages as well, even on your work number.
Yes, but there is some few messages.
And did you provide us with that some few messages?
No.
Why not?
Maybe I was clouded by that thing that most of my WhatsApp messages were deleted. But they are still here, those who few messages when I checked, I saw them.
So will you be able to provide us with those messages then?
Yes, I can provide even today, yes.
General, you then say at paragraph 94 of your statement that to the best of your recollection, you do not recall receiving or sending WhatsApp messages to Mr. Matlala after the phone was repaired. Now, is this in relation to both phones or just the one phone?
I think it's in relation with my work phone, but on the private phone, I remember I phoned. I didn't send a message. I remember I phoned in January 24th, because there was something I wanted to discuss with, and I think also in January 7, I think I phoned the wrong Vusi. I was not phoning him. I can remember I was in Atlantis in Western Cape when I made the call. And the other one I can't remember, but I've seen there was a call in March, and the other one in May.
General, let me help you. If you go to CJC 86, so that's file 3 at just after the index.
It will be page?
So it starts on page 1.
Page 1.
Yes.
I'm there.
So if we look at that first little table, would you confirm that the number, that 071 number, that's your number?
That's correct.
And the second number there is that of Mr. Matlala?
I will agree.
Okay. Right, General. And then you'll see that these are downloads. These are WhatsApp downloads from Mr. Matlala's phone.
Yes.
And if you scroll to page 2, perhaps
Yes.
even if we start on page 1, you'll see you make a call to Mr. Matlala on the 30th of December.
That's correct.
I'll just for now focus only on the calls.
Yes.
And then if you go to page 2, you'll see you call Mr. Matlala on the 31st of December, my apologies. You then call him again on the 7th of January.
Yes.
He calls you on the 23rd of January. You call him on the 24th of January. He calls you or returns your call on the 24th, and then you call him again on the same day. And then he calls you and you call him.
And all of these are 2025.
Yes, and that's 2025. And then you see in February, he calls you on the 7th of February. You then also call him on the 7th of February. If you go to page 4, on the 14th of March, he calls you. Then you return the call again on the 14th. And then in May, he calls you on the 2nd. And then you call him on the 9th of May. So there was quite a few calls between you and Mr. Matlala on that phone.
Yes.
starting from the 30th of December 2024.
Yes.
And you'll see, General, you don't record that in your statement. All you say is that to the best of your recollection, you do not recall receiving or sending messages to Mr. Matlala.
After the phone was lost.
Yes, remember, now your phone would have been repaired. The first one would have been in February, and the second one was operational, as you said, in April.
Yeah.
So in both instances, after the relevant time, you were in contact with Mr. Matlala.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you to say in my statement I indicated that after I have fixed my phone, I don't recall calling him on my official phone. But this is my private phone. And you have corrected me that by the 20th of February, I bought another phone. I thought by March.
See, General, you wouldn't have to recall if you had provided us, at least had a look at your devices, because the call's data remains. The messages can be deleted, but the call data remains on your WhatsApp. So you would have been able to say to us that you remained in communication with Mr. Matlala after both phones were operational.
I'm not sure how it remains. I still need to be educated on that. I couldn't see them. Hence, I even went to Vodacom to look for the itemized billing. But I am not saying it doesn't remain, it doesn't show. But on my phone, I don't know why does it show.
On your WhatsApp.
And General, I don't think that an itemized billing from Vodacom would have assisted you with the record of your WhatsApp texts.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yes, I agree, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I was tempted to bring my phone so that I can see if ever I can see my calls which were deleted.
General,
Because I never saw them. Not to say it's ignorance, I don't know.
General, it's fine. What we will do, because you have agreed that we can download your devices and the WhatsApps in particular.
Yes.
So we will get our technicians to do so.
All right.
Before we leave page 4, before we leave this, are you prepared to accept that a week before Mr. Matlala's arrest in May 2025, you were calling him and he was calling you, and the last call of 9 May 2025 is from you to him a week before his arrest?
Yes, but as I was saying, I remember on this day, on the 9th, I was somewhere in the farms in Mpumalanga. We were looking for the missing Asarindlov, and we found the bones. And where we were, there was no signal. And I don't see the reason why I could have phoned him. But I remember there was somebody whom we wanted to check with somebody from Mamelodi, but I'm not sure. But I might have phoned him. I'm not sure. It is like the one I was saying on the 7th. I was in Atlantis.
General, don't go to the 7th. Just look at page 4, and do you accept that on the 9th of May 2025?
Yes, yes.
What it shows us is that you called Mr. Matlala.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Ms. Bowe, I may, depending on what, what the statement says, I may or may not have a question. If you could just direct me again to where the general states that he doesn't have recollection of his communication with Mr. Matlala.
As paragraph 94.
Para?
94.
Yes. General, I don't understand how, I mean, Mr. Matlala is quite a prominent person. He has become quite a prominent person in the public space. He's lent you money. I don't understand how you would not recollect that you've actually had frequent communications with him, because the impression, at least that I had gained from your statement originally, was very minimal interaction with him. He lent you money, you paid it back, and then somewhere you say in your statement, he would ask you questions of general legal advice. But to put it as I don't recall that I was in frequent contact with him, I don't recall receiving or sending WhatsApp messages after the phone was repaired. I don't understand it for someone who clearly is prominent generally, but also in your life clearly. How do you explain that?
Yeah. As I testified previously that around January, I got some information that my name was used by him somewhere. And then I phoned him to say, we must only talk about which is work-related. So, and I don't remember myself phoning him unless it was something which I wanted to ask in relation to work, and I can't remember why I made these calls. So I'm saying in that perspective.
You do accept that you were in frequent contact with him, or not infrequent? Your contact with him was not infrequent.
Yeah, we're in contact, but not infrequent.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
General, we are going to deal with the calls in detail, and we'll deal with the call duration as we deal with your relationship with Mr. Matlala. But before we get there, can we then go to your relationship with Sergeant Mukosi? And you deal with that at page 40 of your statement. Are you there, General?
No. I was looking into a paragraph instead of
Oh,
a
my
page.
apologies, it's paragraph 128.
No, I'm sorry, it's me. I went to the paragraph instead of a page. I'm there.
Okay. You'll see when you deal with describing your relationship, in the first part of the paragraph, you characterize it as a primarily work-related relationship. And then in the second part, you then say the relationship developed and he became like a younger brother and a friend. Do you see that?
Yes.
But if regardless had to sort of the next three paragraphs, it seems that you go back into describing the relationship as mainly work-related and operational in nature. If you continue to paragraph 129.
Yes, when we deal with work, we cannot be interacting like brothers, because that will happen outside the work, or when you're coming looking for assistance or for guidance and so forth, or visiting and so forth. But when we are at work, then it will then change to work-related.
If I were to push you now to describe or to characterize your relationship, what would you characterize it as?
Yeah. Here I was trying to explain in full so that I don't leave anything out. that he's my subordinate. He's working with me. We started working for a long time where he was reporting under me. And we developed to be more than colleagues. But still, there is that line when we're at work.
So as matters stand, you have a close relationship with him,
Yes,
but for work purposes, you remain his superior.
that's correct.
All right, General. Then can we have a closer look at the exchanges that you have with Sergeant Mukosi? Because I think that will help characterize that relationship.
Okay,
Is that fine?
yes.
So we are back in file 3. And unfortunately here, because we are working with both chats, I'm going to refer to page numbers. We're going to be jumping between the chats, right?
No problem.
Okay. So the first set of chats seems to be a lot of chats that are personal in nature, where there's personal favors requested. Do you accept that? That in the chats, you do exchange personal favors?
Sometimes it will happen unless I look at it.
All right, we can go there. An example would be on page 22.
Yes,
You'll see there, Sergeant Kosi sends you pictures of what looks like shoes, trainers. And if you continue down to page, goodness,
page 39.
yes, so if you continue down, it's a lot of pictures of different types of shoes. And at one moment, you then revert with the shoe and the size that you want.
Yeah,
That's an example of a personal favor, correct?
yes.
And then if you go to page 58, in particular, if you check chat number 6, are you, just let me know when you're there.
Page 58.
Yes.
Chart number 6.
Yes, it's towards the bottom of the page.
Yes,
You see there, you sometimes check on him and you express concern over his biking.
yeah. Yeah, I can explain why I was worried.
You were at an event together.
Yeah, we went to police day in KZN, in Devon. He came with a bike. I was flying. When I arrived, I phoned the whole night. He's not answering, so I was worried, and he's driving alone. So the answer, I was so worried. Yes,
But you accept that you do check on his person.
I check on a lot of people who I care about.
Precisely that you care about him.
Yes,
Okay. And then if you go to page 157, Jen, I'm just going to use a few examples just to demonstrate some of the personal interactions and personal favors.
157.
Yes, 157.
Yes,
There you had a conversation with him about wanting a dog,
yes.
and then he sent you pictures of what he was breeding.
Not him breeding. A white guy in Pretoria North is breeding.
Yes.
He was looking for a dog for me because I wanted a dog.
All right, so that's an example of a personal favor.
Yes.
All right. And if you go to page 55,
Not a personal favor.
so when you want a dog and he's looking for the dog for you, You don't classify that as a personal favor?
No, I indicated we like brothers. I asked him to assist me with something, so I don't take it as a favor. A favor might be somebody whom you are not related to. According to me, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong with my English.
Okay, a request amongst brothers, as it were.
Yes.
All right. So there's quite a few examples of those kind of requests between you and him that are personal in nature.
Yes, of course.
All right.
I understand those to be favors, asking for favors, General. But anyway, I don't think
I said under
I don't-
correction
I don't-
commission.
I don't think there's anything controversial.
Okay.
Yeah.
I learned it today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a final example I'll make, and I'm going to request that this not be shown. Commissioners, we go to file 4. Page 97. Sorry, General, this is a completely different file. File 4. At page 97. And there you'll see communication between Sergeant Mukosi and General Dlamini, where he is requesting some assistance for one of your family members. Can you see that?
General
Yes.
Dlamini. General Dlamini.
Chair, yes. If you look on the left side, you'll see the name.
Oh, thank you. I think I'm hearing a mention of a General Dlamini for the first time, so that's why I'm confused.
My apologies, Chair. It was dealt with briefly in the evidence of Sergeant Kosi.
Thank you, thank you.
But General, do you see there another instance of a favor or a gesture that Sergeant Kosi was doing?
I see it, but it was to me his favor.
It's not directly to you, but it is to your family member.
Yes.
Yes. General, I'm merely trying to demonstrate from the chats that you have a very close relationship with the sergeant. And that from the chats, it's evident that he does personal favors for you, and in this case, for your family. I don't want to make it controversial.
No, I understand. From my explanation, our relationship, I indicated how is it. And even if you can see there, the favor sought is for my daughter. And he speaks to my daughter and they exchange whatever. Fortunately, my daughter didn't even apply for this particular work. But he was able to assist. And what is written here is not even the truth, because my daughter is working and he was working even that time.
General, do you want to deal with it? I merely wanted to point to the nature of it. I had understood that you were uncomfortable with us dealing with it.
But I wanted to correct the context, and I didn't know how without compromising. I didn't know how, because as it will seem as if there was that application made and submitted and favor was sought in a sort, but it didn't happen like that. But if it was done, it was going to happen like that. I agree with you.
Yes.
But I was not even connected to this. And some of what is written here is indeed incorrect. because it never happened that to my daughter. And she was under employment. When they were talking, she wanted other employment somewhere.
Whatever the outcome, though, General, the point is, at the very least, it was an attempt at doing a favor for you.
Point taken.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, General.
Ms. Bowe, for completeness, if we could just, for the record, say who is this Umashi Dlamini Metro? If General, you are able to answer the question, I can direct it to you. Otherwise, Ms.
Yeah.
Bowe might be helpful.
Commissioner, I don't even know the person. I don't even know the person. The person is known to Sergeant Mukosi, not to me.
Thank you.
Commissioners, it is the Deputy Chief of Police in Tshwane.
Say that was the evidence of?
That's the evidence of Sergeant Mukosi.
Thank you.
If we could then return to your chats. So those were examples of personal favors. You'll also see that there's sort of what I term work-related material that's exchanged between the two of you. If you go to page 33,
Back at bundle 3.
bundle at file 3, yes.
And then,
File 3, page 33.
I'm there.
You will see that Sergeant Kosi sends you what's contained in those MP4 files is CCTV footage. So he sends you about 5 videos, and that's followed by still shots of the car that was involved in that incident, and more videos as well as pictures of the suspect.
Yes.
So that's the kind of information that you also exchange.
Yes, yeah, it was a vehicle stolen, the Prado of Mr. Mandla Mandela in the shopping center. We sent them lookout to go and check and see if they cannot trace the suspects, because there were vehicles which we were suspecting as vehicle of interest, whom were seen following the vehicle when it was getting out. Fortunately, the vehicle was recovered in Limpopo and suspects arrested there. So we do share. We have also a group chat where we share this kind of information so that they can react faster as and when we receive this kind of assistance to say there is this, what have happened, yes.
So in this instance, he's sending this information to you.
Yeah, to say that, if I can explain,
Yes, please, General.
Commissioner, how is Sergeant Mukosi? Sergeant Mukosi is one person. You can ask you, where are you? He will check the picture of the building in front of you and send it to you to show where he is before he can explain anything. So when you send him to do something, when he gets there, whatever he's doing, he'll be sharing with you all the way. Even if you respond or don't respond, you'll be sharing with everybody. He is an arrest or is an whatever he's doing. You can send him to say, they say there is a suspect in this house. He will go there. When he don't find anybody, he will even take the photo of the house and send it to you. That is how he is. So he was sending to us to say, this is what they are following. They checked this kind of people. They seems to be somewhere in Benoni or whatever. And then they are following up for that particular period. Until such time, we received the feedback to say the vehicle was recovered and 3 persons arrested somewhere in Polokwane.
All right, thank you, General. And then you'll also see another example at page 148. You'll see at chat 2 and
148.
yes.
I'm not yet there, so
Oh, my apologies, General.
I'm there now.
You'll see there he is sharing information related to a Messina case.
That's correct.
And in that instance, were you working with him on that case as well?
No. I think I was looking for them for something, and he was indicating they are busy with this Messina case. And I think they made the arrest on this matter before I can even come back to the to head office. I was still at the province. But as typical of him, as I just said, he forwarded me what was he doing and busy with.
He also then, in the next chat, you'll see he sends you more pictures of vehicles and weapons.
Yes.
So again, is this part of just him sharing what he's doing?
Yes, as I said, sometimes if it is new arrest, we will share in our chat, which we are having as members of his team, and myself, I will be there. And sometimes we will send direct to myself, like as I said, when I asked where was he, when he was busy somewhere, working on this matter, he will send me what he's doing, and then to show that this is what he's busy with.
When I thought you said when he was sending this, he was not even part of your team. You were in province.
No. By this time, I was part of their team.
Okay.
I remember, Commissioner, I came back to head office to head the organized crime component on the 18th of December 2023. And when he was sending this was in April 2024. Yes.
General, just some clarity on that aspect of when did he stop reporting to you. If you have regard to paragraph 129 of your statement, you say there that Sergeant Mukosi formed part of a team that reported to you operationally during that period, and he frequently attended at your office and would seek advice and guidance. You also indicate that there were morning reporting sessions and briefings. And then you say that this reporting structure remained in place until October 2019,
Yes.
when you were promoted to rank of brigadier in Gauteng.
Yes.
And then if you go to the next paragraph, you say that you rejoined organized crime in December 2018, and that Sergeant Mukosi was still attached to organized crime, specifically in anti-gang investigations, and that during that period, he was working closely with Brigadier Ramangwa.
Yeah. And
Just to clarify, in the paragraph there, it seems to suggest that that reporting structure stopped in October 2019. But in your response to Commissioner Balo, you indicated that in 2023 he was reporting to you.
yeah. I think even on the first day when I was testifying, I tried to correct that date, that 2023, not 2018. And on the other version, I don't know if my legal team have also submitted the corrected version. I even indicated, because I wrote on it. Remember, even with the witness A, there were duplication and so forth and whatever. But I tried to correct that one. It was 2023, to be precise.
All
Because
right.
I left 2019 1st of October and came back 2023, December 18.
So in 2023, Sergeant Mukosi was reporting to you from 2023.
Yeah, I said the component. Under the strength, he was under the component, but operationally, he was under Brigadier Ramangwa special team, which was reporting under the DNC. However, I could also use them because we have got limited staff, and I will be tasked now and then. For example, there will be some killings in Port St. John's. I must get a team and go there. I will get the team wherever I can get and go. There was intervention I need to do in Eqeberha regarding gang violence and extortion. I have to. There was in Nelson, at Nelson, not Nelson Mandela, at it's Mthatha. I forgot the name of the district now. What is called? There was cash in transit. I have to take a team and go there, and then because you are tasked now and then as there is problem to go there, but you are not having enough resources. So I can use any person who is there in within, as long as they are not busy, as long as I sought permission from the immediate commander, because General Brigadier Ramangwa was retired and then given contract of 2 years, and he was not having a section within organized crime, but he was from within organized crime. Then he reported, they formed a team called Special Operations and Investigation under the DNC's office, and then he was working with them. So I had access also to use them.
So General, he reported to you on special operations where you needed extra capacity.
Yes.
But in the ordinary course, his reporting lines would have been Brigadier Ramangwa and
Yes.
then General Sibia.
Yes.
And then your reporting line would be to General Sentumulo and then General Sibia.
Yes.
All right. And then, General, just back to the chats, right? There, if you go to page 192, are you there, General?
Yeah.
192.
I was the 193.
If you look at chat 5, there you asked him to send your claim form to Tabang at Finance.
Yes.
And how do you characterize this request?
Yeah, it is subsistence and travel allowance.
No. I mean the request to Sergeant Mukosi.
Yeah. I went to China on the 6th of September and came back on the 12th. So on the 16 and 17, I was supposed to be on leave because I was going to Limpopo. And I couldn't go because I have to go to Kimberley to be a panel member for post of a brigadier. So I handed over my claim for those traveling allowance, because when you go, they give you standing advance money, which you must utilize going there. When you come back, you must claim it back to be paid, or else, if a certain duration passes, 7 days, then they create a debt and take from your money. Tawani is working at our finance in our office. She's the one who's capturing that. So I gave to him to go and hand it over to him. So I was reminding him, because I know If he forgot, then it will be problems. It will be taken from my salary. That is all about.
Yes, General. I was just asking, how do you categorize the nature of that request? We understand your evidence that you wanted this form submitted before a certain time period lapses.
Yes.
So can I characterize this as sort of a work-related favor?
Yes, it's work-related.
All right.
It's work-related.
And then let's go to a different category of instructions or requests. If you go to page 158, and if you look at chat 5 in particular,
158.
158, yes. Are you there, General?
Yes.
There you seem to be reminding him about an invitation that he must forward to stakeholders.
A meeting invitation.
At the bottom of the page, chat 5?
Oh, chat 5.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. When I'm not working from the office and there is urgent document, they will send him to bring for me to sign. So the NOX is National Organized Crime Secretariat, which I'm chairing on quarterly basis. So because the meeting was forthcoming, they were supposed to, I signed, he was supposed to give to Brigadier Sant to forward it to the stakeholders in time so that they can read the previous minutes before the date. So it was work related.
Okay, and does that constitute an instruction? Would you say you were instructing him to do that?
Yes.
All right. Then if you go to page 170. Maybe, sorry, don't show this. Just because I'm not sure. Thank you. If you go to page 170, you'll see at chat 3, 4, and 5, you were talking to him about an informant and for him to go talk to that person. Can you see that?
Chat 5.
Chat 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
So was that a project again that you were working with him on?
Yes, there was an informant who came to me, and then I referred the informant to him so that he can follow up information. Somewhere in Limpopo, they were supposed to get the search warrants to search for illicit cigarettes somewhere.
All right. And this was an instruction?
Yes.
Thank you, General. And just for completeness, if you go to page 182, if you look at chat 1, Sergeant Mukosi tells you that he's going to meet the informer and that he'll update you tomorrow. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And then if you go to page...
Can I just ask, General, at this stage, is he your direct report when he sends you a message like this?
Yeah, it is like sometimes they are irritant. If they phone you, for example, they phoned me as the general, they expect fast attention or imminent attention, and you send a person, I would like to hear if he met or not, because now and then the message will be coming back to me to say, we still seeing what and whatsoever. So, and then he must organize people and go with them. But in this one, he was just giving feedback to say, hey, I met with him, but there is some stories which I'll explain to you tomorrow, based on that particular information you went to listen to.
What I'm trying to make sure I get right, looking at the date, this is July 2024. Is he at your direct report at this stage? Or he's reporting to Brigadier Ramanga at this stage?
He's still reporting there. As I have indicated, I've got access to all of them, that if I don't get this one, I can send this one.
So you had sent him. This was a special
I
project.
have sent him to go and follow up. If you see, even if you go back, it is long.
Yes.
And it was, I think it was two of them, other one in Gauteng, other one in,
All right.
but they were team. They were team of them dealing with it, but the person who was speaking to me, it was him.
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of us officers, we like sending him because he's punctual, and mostly he does what you're sending him to do.
Thank you, General.
All right. So, General, in sum, what the chats are able to demonstrate is that you had a close relationship, you had access to him for both personal and work-related matter, and you gave him instructions and he would respond to you.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you, General. So in paragraph 131, you deal with the type of information that you would exchange. In particular, you say that the communications generally consisted of discussions concerning matter already in the public domain, including commentary on current affairs circulated through social media, observations relating to crime trends reported publicly, updates on arrests or operational successes already known within policing environments, at times expressing professional frustrations or commentary concerning negative public perceptions of the SAPS. General, I just want to deal with the current affairs and media that you would exchange between yourself and Sergeant Mukosi. But before doing so, can I ask, were you aware of some of the tensions between the generals in the head office?
Yes.
Okay. This will require a bit of navigation, but let's start.
I'm sorry, you're asking what the general was aware of? What did you say that is?
The tensions between
Tensions.
generals in the
Thank you,
national
thank you.
office. General, let's start with, if you go to page 42. Yes, 42.
I'm there.
If you look there, you were sharing with Sergeant Mukosi an article related to General Khan. Can you see that?
Yes.
It was related to his disciplinary proceedings. He had
Yes.
taken the department to the labor court.
Yes.
And still on the topic of General Khan, if you go then to page 60, my
60.
apologies, 59.
Yes.
You will see there that Sergeant Kosi sends you what looks like a breaking news statement that deals with General Khan's disciplinary.
Yes.
And in particular, it makes allegations related to Generals Mkhwanazi and Khumalo and the witnesses that were meant to testify therein.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
And then on the next page, you'll see your response there too.
Yes.
You say, Ish, this thing is turning ugly and dragging through the integrity of SAPS into disrepute. Can you see that?
Yes.
So that's one of the examples of publicly available information you're sharing.
Yes. As you said, about divisions are about people sending messages in social media and so forth, and like this one where we knew there was a departmental, and then now there was this thing coming out that other people are used for this and that and that. And yeah, that was my comment to say this thing is becoming ugly and tarnishing the image of the whole SAPS because of something which was supposed to be dealt with quietly, so it's departmental. It happens in all workplaces where there is conflict or where there is people need to be disciplined and whatsoever. So that is why I commented like that. So, but it was shared, not, I guess you got it from somewhere also. So it was there along SAPS members sharing and whatsoever.
And are you aware that he had also exchanged this very article with General Sibia? Were you aware that Sergeant Kosi and General Sibia were also sharing this very article?
No, I was not aware, but I'm aware that Sergeant Kosi is, some of the information which you shared to me, I believe you got them from most senior officers because he's close to lots of them. And in some time I even asked him, are you an agent or who are you? Because you can access anything from all these senior officers. So yeah, hence it was handy for me that I will know also what is happening, who's doing what to whom and whatsoever, so that I know my lane, that I don't put myself in the mix of anything. So that possibility was there, that you might be talking to him, you must be talking to whoever, I know.
And if you have regard to this one in particular, it was speaking or making very serious allegations against Generals Mkhwanazi and Khumalo.
Yes, but you have seen my response.
Yes, no, I'm merely asking you to note the contents.
Yeah, I noted. Hence
Yes.
I said my input was the whole thing is dragging the name because I know some of those things that some might have no truth in it. Because you asked me if I know there were groupings or, let me not use that other word, there were groupings of officers within the SAPS, then I said yes, I know there were those. So not necessarily whatever is written there, it might be true or not true.
No, General, I'm not testing the truthfulness of it. I'm merely noting the nature of the article or the contents of the article, that you can see what it says.
Yeah, no, I have seen, and I'm used for seeing them.
All right. Now, if you go to page 60.
Can I just check, Ms. Boyd? Are you going to be coming back to deal with this, or you're done with? And I just want to make the example at page 42. Are you still going to come and engage with it, or? And here's me trying to understand whether this is where we let you lay set things out and then you'll still come back to them?
I'm trying to think of how to answer.
Answer truthfully.
So, Commissioners, what I'm trying to demonstrate and what will be evident from the body of what is shared is that in the main, what is shared is only negative and disparaging articles about specific people within the SAPS,
So you'll come
not
back to it.
generalized.
You'll come
Yes.
back to it.
And at this point, let's adjourn and resume at 11:15. I'm sure you now have an answer to the issue raised by Commissioner Baloyi.
Aye. Chair, I answered truthfully.
All right, thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Bowen.
General, can I direct you to another article?
Yes, Commissioner.
So if you can please go to page 60. So it's immediately after the one we were dealing with.
60.
Yes, 60.
I'm at it.
You're there.
Yes.
So if you look at the second one, chat 2,
Yes.
there it's a you sent to Sergeant Mukosi breaking news related to an investigation into General Masamula and Lieutenant General Kumalo. Can you see that?
Yes.
And you then follow this up with a call. So if you
Yes.
look at chat 3,
Yes.
can I ask why were you sharing this as, again, part of just general information you share with Sergeant Gosi?
Yeah, as I indicated, it is things which were said before it could be published or all over. And as we were discussing related matters from chats, from the other chats where he was sending the same day. So I just forwarded him another one which was adverse towards the subs, which was also reported as a developing story from I don't know if it was from News 24 or wherever where I took it.
My apologies. So you sent this the following day, not the same day.
No, I think it was the same day.
If you look at there's a date at the bottom, 2, 3, so it's the 3rd of February 2025.
Yeah.
Can you see that? Just on the same page, just at the bottom, next to your name, that would be the date.
Yeah, I see it was on the 2nd of February, after my response to the initial message sent from him on the 28th. So I sent it after that.
You send it the following day. Can you see the date, the conversation you had in relation to the
is
previous one?
Oh, is
was,
the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. No, I see. My apologies.
All right. And then we can stay on that page. You'll see that he, in turn, this is now the following day, so on the 4th, that's chat 4 and 5, 4, 5 to until page 62. He sends you screenshots. Can you see those? They're very small. So in order to see them, please go to page 116. And there you'll see, this is a story related to General Musikili and allegations related to the arrest or a court case involving a 10,000 rand
Yeah.
The story is long, but it relates to General Musikili and alleged corrupt activity related to 10,000 rand in the purchase of appliances.
Yes.
Yes. So all of those from page 116 all the way to
Yeah.
126 is basically that article related to General Musigidi.
Yeah, I see it. You see, that is why I didn't even respond on it because it was not the first time coming out. So I saw it before in another, I think it was at TikTok, I think. Not this one. This one is from the News 24. So it was recurring, this one. Yes.
Okay. And then let's move to the next one, which is at page 63. And you'll see there, it's another breaking news article. And that one deals with Generals Masemola and Kumalo.
Yes, I've seen it. This was the first time I saw it. That is why I asked, is it true?
Yes, you respond and ask if it's true. This was the morning when your cell phone was stolen. Okay. And then, if you go to page 66. Are you there, General?
Yes.
You'll see there you sent an article related to Mr. Matlala's tender.
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll keep going. If you go to page 67. Are you there, General?
Yes.
At chat 3. You'll see there Sergeant Gossi sends you an article related to Minister Mklunu dismissing the crime intelligence boss. So that would be General Kumalo.
Yes,
And
I
you
responded. I saw it on Google.
Yes, General. Thank you. Then if we go to page 68. At chat 1, you'll see there Sergeant Kosi sends you an article related to Mr. Matlala's tender.
That's correct.
And there they also talk about him being linked to the Tembisa hospitals scandal and the death of Babita Diokara. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then also on the same page, if you go down to chat number 5, Sergeant Gossi sends you a media inquiry related to the tender and cancellation of the tender, as well as an internal audit that was done by SAPS. So if you look at chat 5 on page 68 and then chat 1 and 2, 1, 2, and 3 on page 69.
I see, except the 3 is blurry. Chat 3
Chat 3 is blurry. Okay,
on 69, yeah.
let
But I
me,
can see the rest.
yes. I'll show you. If you go to
Is the one at 127?
yes, 127, chat 410.
Okay.
So that's a picture of the recommendation page of a preliminary audit report conducted by SAPS.
I see.
Yes. And then, if you go to page 76,
And there?
you'll see there a very long piece on Mr. Matlala and various allegations that have been made against him or incidents that were linked to him stemming as far back as 2005. Can you see that?
Yes.
Sergeant Mukosi sends this to you. Okay?
Yes.
And then on that same page, my apologies, on page 209 is the next article. And you'll see there is an article related to the PKTT and the implication of police officers in the killing of Sindiso Makar.
Yes.
There too, there are some allegations made up against General Kumalo.
There is?
There are allegations against General Kumalo.
Yes.
Okay?
Not only General Kumalo, but the PKTT, or is that what you refer to as allegations?
Yes,
against?
it refers both to the PKTT, General Kumalo. And if you look at the sort of the last half of it, is mainly related to General Kumalo and appointment of family members and things like that. Can you see that?
Yeah, but it's not only about that.
Yes, it
Yeah, it starts
relates
with
to
firearms used to kill
firearm.
Matlala from the crime intelligence and police informants used.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you go to page 210, so just the next page. That is at chat 3.
Yeah.
You'll see there you send to Sergeant Mukosi a link about Musa Kahula.
Yes.
That's when he was arrested.
Yes.
And then still related to Musa Kahula, if I'll take you back to page 38.
I'm at 38.
You'll see at chat 1, you send him, Surgeon Mukosi, an article related to a businessman seeking a warrant of arrest for Musa Kahula. You'll
Yes.
see that. And then after that, that's immediately followed by a call. That's at chat 2.
Yes.
Okay. In general, what I did is to go through both sets of your chats. So both your work number and your personal number, and looked at all media articles in particular. And the media articles that I found related to, one is the issue of General Khan and his disciplinary. 2, General Kumalo, and to a lesser extent, General Masamula. 3, Mr. Matlala and his contract. 4, they related to the arrest or warrant against Musa Kahula. Those are the 4 themes of articles that you share. So not as general as you put it. They have a particular theme. It's those 4 themes. The only other thing that I could find that I could say media-ish related is like warnings of heat and snakes potentially going into somebody's house. So it's a warning for the weather, people to be aware of snakes coming into the house because of hot weather. And another one was related to scams. Beware of these numbers because they will scam you. But in the main, these are the only 4 topics of articles that you exchange with Sergeant Mukosi.
Yes.
Is there a reason for this?
Right. I will start with the police ones, the first 2. The first 3.
When you say the police ones, which ones do you mean?
Remember you mentioned the one of General Masimula and General Kuman.
Yes,
And then you mentioned the one of General Musigidi.
yes.
And then
It's General Khan's disciplinary.
General Khan's disciplinary.
Yes,
Yeah, as I indicated on my statement, we will talk about adverse news which are out there about the police. And others will be those which we know, they have been talked in the corridors or whatever, and they've been there circulating on the X and whatsoever as it comes out. So anyhow, there's nothing we can do about it other than sharing it, and the others I can comment, as I commented, to say this is not doing good for our good name as the South African Police Service. So there was nothing into those. And then coming to the one of Musa Kahula, as I've indicated in my statement, I have heard when evidence leaders were leading here, I also complained about it to say, why is there effort or I said I resent implications or that I phoned Mr. Kahula or spoken to Mr. Kahula in any way. I don't know him, I don't have his phone, I never spoken to him. But
General, not to cut you on that, we'll deal with the substance of what happens with Musa Kahula. I would just like to know, in particular, because the 2 articles that are shared in relation to Musa Kahula are shared by you to Sergeant Mukosi.
3.
Yes.
3, not 2. 3 starting with that one which I received from Matlala.
But remember, that's not,
Okay.
that you explain as,
Okay.
we'll get to it, where you ask him to assist Mr. Matlala. I'm just saying the 2 articles that you share relate to Musa Kahula.
Okay, let me be soft in understanding then. I sent 2. One, showing that there's this very same character whom I sent you a complaint about is on the news again. And then the second one was the same character is being arrested and he was not given bail. So there was nothing into it. I was just relaying because initially I did forward him a complaint when there was an allegation of extortion. So that is why I sent those two. And then regarding Mr. Matlala, as I indicated, I know Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Matlala is known to Sergeant Mukosi, and they seem to be friends. There is sometimes where we did discuss, more especially when coming to January 2025 coming down, that it can be that there is a lot of writing about this person without anything happening. So we need to be careful around him, because when you ask him, you indicate that it's just jealous people, there's nothing against me and so forth. Even though, yes, in other cases, like the one of Babita, I was in Gauteng, I knew that suspects were arrested, and then the burning of the hospital, I was involved in the investigation and people were arrested. And the others, I don't know, it will remain a suspect until somebody's arrested or there is evidence to prove that, but we did talk to that now and then. And also, as I said, Mukosi is somebody who, when he sees something, he will send to me to say this person. And also, when discussing issues relating to him without him as Mr. Matlala. I think I can stop there. I don't know if ever I forgot one or I have covered all.
General, you've covered all of them, but for General Khan.
Yeah, also issue of the General Khan. Remember, it was also something which was discussed. You asked me a question, was there a division? It's part of those division, the charging and whatsoever, how it was dealt with became part of that. And it was discussed in the corridors and we knew about it. So, and when stories coming out that there are people who are made to make statements to suit this and that, and the court cases to say you cannot use this regulation, use this one, not expeditious and whatsoever. It was playing itself outside there for everybody to see. So we were just sharing something which is happening. So nothing to write home about it.
General, is it then coincidental that if regarders had, let's deal with the SAPS articles, if regarders had to the people who are spoken about in those articles, it appears to be a particular side of generals or grouping of generals that are mainly spoken of in these articles?
No, it is all. It is all. As far as I know, I don't know General Musigidi falling under any class or whatsoever. We go along well with others, but was appearing. Also, our communication has got a slot, or they send on to all email users all articles, good or bad, about SAPS. They print them on daily basis. So
Yes,
it's
General.
not something which is happening between members only. It is there. If I can open my phone, I can also show it will be there. It exists on daily basis. It is there.
General, I don't dispute that there would be articles about generals or even the SAPS in the media every day. It's the fact that in your chats with Sergeant Mukosi, the ones that appear are predominantly, and there's only one about General Musigidi, but they're predominantly about Generals Khumalo, Mkhwanazi, and Masemola.
I think General Masimula, it was once.
Twice.
No, I saw once when he sent to me. And then General Khumalo, it was when he was with General Masimula, and the other one when he was alone with the murder of a police officer on Magako's case whatsoever and so forth. So I'm not sure if it was 3 times.
General, General, if regard is had, right, and I don't want to go through the articles again, but there are at least 5 media articles that speak to General Khumalo, 2 of which include General Masemula. Secondly, there's 2 that speak to General Khan. The second one in particular makes allegations against General Khumalo and General Mkwanazi.
Yeah.
And so in the sea of all the articles about all the generals, these are the generals that appear predominantly in your chats with Sergeant Mukosi. It's not all the articles that you receive, it's these articles that are shared.
Yeah, maybe because others we talk telephonically or when we see each other, but there's nothing special about it. It's only what is happening in the subs and so forth. For example, General Khumalo, I think is the most quietest person like the National Commission, and only focus on the work and discuss work only. I'm talking for my engagement. So it's not somebody who will be too much on whatever. So whatever it was written by him not saying anything or whatsoever, including General Masemula. And I found them to be people who, yeah, I respect a lot. And yeah, but the others, they themselves, they are there outside in the social media. So it's not, there's no any adverse on them reporting, because sometimes when you go out, you are allowing yourself to be exposed out there. But discussing what is being discussed, I don't see it as anything. For me, there was nothing, and I know of the division, and I try to stay on my lane and do my work and not be involved in anyone's corner.
General, do you accept that it can't be coincidental that it's only these articles that are shared when you accept that you get news about SAPS daily?
Yeah,
Right.
I got them from one person. Other persons also forwarded to me.
Then
So
we-
maybe
we
when
are
you are
dealing
looking
with the chats that you have
between me and
with you
Nkosi.
and Sergeant
Yeah.
Nkosi, that that's a pattern that has emerged from the articles that you both share with each other.
I disagree. Nkosi
You
sent-
disagree?
yeah,
It happens to be coincidental.
I disagree with the pattern issue. Nkosi sent me what he wanted to send me, and also in a reciprocation, then I sent something similar to that, in line with that. So to say, whatever you send, now this is the development and here is whatsoever. So I don't see a pattern, or we are having something which we are discussing about a person. It's written by somebody, and we are just forwarding it for somebody to see. So I don't see any pattern, unless if ever we're writing it.
General, it can't be that just because it was written about somebody else, it just means you're just sharing it without more. You knew who you were sharing it with. And of course, you knew who Sergeant Nkosi is close to. You are aware of the divisions within, you said tensions. I call them tensions. You say groupings, whatever you choose to call it. You know where Sergeant Nkosi stands. You know who you are sharing these articles with, and you continue to share it with them. And they don't relate to everything. Even on your part, they don't relate to any story about SAPS. they relate to these particular generals.
Yeah, but I have responded on the article of General Khan to say actually this thing is eroding the name of the police. I did respond, but sending it is not saying I promote what is happening or it must escalate or whatsoever. As I have said, including our communication, they are publishing the same thing, negative or positive, for us to see, and then in a way of ensuring that we deal with that, if it may, internal. But if ever it's a sin for me to send to somebody I know what I have seen, then I apologize.
But General, you could not have been sharing with Sergeant Mukosi so that we can deal with it internally, to use your word. He is far junior in the organization, so that could not have been the reason that you share with him these bad stories, what you identify as being bad for the reputation of the subs that's playing out in the public. There has to be another reason why you're sharing with this junior employee.
I understand what the commissioner is saying. As I have indicated before, that Sergeant Mukosi is close to lots of senior officers, and whatever information is getting, he will share with me. And if you check most of this sharing, it comes from his side, not from my side. So, yes, he's junior. The only one where I have seen something which I think as a junior, I was also worried to say, where does it come from? It's only that one page of the audit, because it was confidential, to say where do you get this, and it in future can get you into problems. Whoever send you, if it's a senior officer, don't send it to anybody, because this can put you into a problem. But the others, I didn't see any reason to say is non-consumption for juniors or is consumption for seniors. News is news.
Well, what I was doing was testing your immediate response to Ms. Bowe, that you were sharing these to say these are the things we need to deal with. So when I say, but he's a junior employee with absolutely no power to deal with anything. Yes, so you could not have been exchanging these with him on that basis. It may have been gossip at its most innocent, sharing, look what's happening with these people, or at its worst, and maybe let me put it to you as a possible explanation, that you, like Sergeant Mukosi, you were part of a particular grouping within the subs, and I'm putting it just for your comment, because I thought that's the point of what is being engaged with you about, that you've described groupings, you have said you were aware of tensions amongst the generals. We have had enough evidence here in the commission to know, or to have come to understand, that within subs senior management, it seems indeed there are sides. And if it is suggested to you that looking at the people that you are sharing about, you and Sergeant Mukosi, knowing Sergeant Mukosi's proximity to General Sibia, which I'm sure you will admit you know about, looking at all of that, it may suggest that you are sharing about the National Commissioner, about General Kumalo, because the PKTT, because you are part of the other faction with Sergeant Mukosi and his close superior, the Deputy National Commissioner, and others. What do you say to that if that is put to you as a proposition?
Yeah. Commissioner, I hear you. Sergeant Mukosi, I don't think he's got a faction. He's in all the factions. Because whatever I will get, whatever is talking to General Mkwanazi, I will know. He will come and tell me. That is why I always wish here. When he's talking to General Sintumule or General Sibia, he will come and tell me. So, me saying I don't fall under any faction, that is true. But I was placed in a faction because people perceive me as Sibia's person for no reason, because as I indicated before, when he goes somewhere for work, he will like me to be there. And when he tasks in terms of work need to be done, he will task me. It also goes to General Sintumula. I even complained to say, my bosses, you sometimes task me one thing and you are not talking. And the only thing which was saving me is when the protocol dictates, and when I write a information note reporting back on what I was tasked, even by the DNC, it must go through the office of the DIFCOM to sign, so she will see what I'm reporting and whatsoever. So that happened. So I will know to say, this said this where, and this is what is said about me, and that is why I have him close to me, because I said I can know everything. Even though I indicated here, I even once, are you an agent for which side or for what? Because you happen to speak to everybody and knows everything. And it seems somewhere you are told to go and say these things so that the other group can hear. But for me, sharing news, which is everywhere, even if I didn't send, you can see, I didn't see it as a problem, except that one which I mentioned, to say I saw it as a problem. And I talked to him to say, hey, the person who's sending you this, I may just make sure you don't send it to anybody, because it might put you into problem because it is classified. Knowing that maybe he might not be aware about how the minimum information security standard works and so forth. So that is my answer to that.
So your answer is it would be incorrect to put you to be part of a faction, of any one of the factions?
Definitely. Factions put me where they want me, but I'm not part of anybody.
Thank you.
And then, General, is there a reason why in none of the chats or in response to any of the articles you don't convey to your displeasure at only being sent these types of articles?
Come again?
Is there a reason why you don't communicate your displeasure when Sergeant Mukosi sends you only these articles?
I did on one.
Yes, you indicated that that is not a good look for SAPS.
I did in one, and the rest were there. I have already seen them, or I will say I have already seen this one. And some of them you'll see after the chat, I will phone him and talk to him to say, as I said about this other one, to say, hey, be careful of these other things if you send it to other people, and then it might be used against you. But the rest, all SAPS members, they've seen it. And it was sent to everybody. So my comment, it will be where I advise. You will see sometimes I will advise in a form of quotes from some philosophers indicating something and then sending it to say that those who know, they say this and that and that.
General, the quotes to philosophers.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Poe. We understand that Mr. Shaskalson wants to interpose an application, but perhaps, but only if it's an application for a postponement. But we would like for him to do that at a time when it's convenient for you in terms of your questions.
It will just, to wrap up this news topic, just 2 more questions on my side.
2 more questions.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Depending on the General's answers.
Thank you.
General, the other noteworthy thing to say, you'll see there isn't a single positive article that Mukosi shares with you about these individuals. Neither do you, for that matter. Do you care to comment on that?
I don't know, maybe he likes their articles or dislikes them. I don't know. I can't speak on his behalf. I don't know.
General, I'm certainly not asking you to speak on his behalf, but what I can put to you is that he knew, you know why he's sending it to you, and you know which section and grouping he's part of. And hence, even on your end, there is no positive article that you send regarding these individuals. So even assuming, like you said on your version, that you see positive things and media this and media that, you could have sent positive things. You don't either. You send on the same on the same individuals, negative articles, you send them to Mukosi, Mukosi sends them to you. And you would have heard in other evidence that the same articles are then also circulating between Sergeant Mukosi and General Sibiya. And so I put you that there is a reason for that. And one of the plausible explanations for this is because you are in that faction with Sergeant Mukosi. There's a brother in arms sharing the same articles with you. Do you care to comment on that?
Yeah, for the 38 years I had in the police, I never belonged to any faction. And I will never belong to a faction now because I'm about to exit. And yeah, I sent one positive one to say a person who seemed to be a menace is arrested. I think it is positive. But the others, I didn't have anything to send about them to say, unless if ever, they are senior managers, or all of them. And whatever happens, which is done, which they are on TV for, it's just relaying what SAPS is going to do and what SAPS have done and which is done by members. So I don't know which one must I say, but I don't belong to anybody. I belong to Shibiri and the SAPS.
General, the one article that you do correctly note where you sent something positive about what you call it, a menace being arrested, it was in relation to Musa Kahula.
Yes.
And if regard is had to your evidence and other evidence laid here, that stems from a discussion, an exchange you had with Mr. Matlala.
Exactly. Mr. Matlala was a victim, and everybody who is a victim must be helped by the South African police. So irrespective of his standing in the community, if you are a victim, you are a victim. I'm a police officer, I assist everybody.
But General, what distinguishes Mr. Matlala, and I think it's a topic on its own, is he's your friend. He's your friend, he's loaned you money. You take a particular interest in him and whatever you do, we know how this story ends. It ends with Mr. Kahula being arrested by Mr. Mukosi, and I think your immediate subordinate, Brigadier Ramangwa, yes. So forget the Matlala messages because I think in themselves they are a topic for discussion, but the picture that comes out of your engagement with Sergeant Mukosi relating to Mr. Matlala, including the document that you say you told him he should not have sent it because it will get him into trouble. It has its own particular significance. He's your friend, you get a benefit from him, you call it a loan, You say you repaid it, you continue to engage with him over a period, and it suggests you have a particular interest in his contract. That's why you're sharing the interest in the sense of the fact that he's got a contract with the SAPS, it is getting cancelled. It suggests you have an interest in that story, other than simple police obligation to assist citizens. Mr. Matlala is a special case. Can you see how that picture emerges?
Yeah, although I have a different view, I see it, but if you connect all of it, my involvement when Matlala sought sort of advice what to do if this kind of a situation, I advised to open a case, and then I advised Mukosi to assist. But however, he chose to go it legally, not opening a case. Something else happened relating to the same person, and case was opened and was arrested. And I was not aware of that particular investigation, and I was never involved. So that is the difference.
Maybe let me stop it here so that I don't disrupt Ms. Bowe's, what do you call it, tempo and how she plans to go about it. We'll come back to it.
And then, General, you said interestingly in response to one of the questions that people perceived you to be part of General Sibiya's people. And I mean, from this conduct, and just if you look at the pattern that emerges, how else were they supposed to perceive you? You see, because this looks like you are playing into those conversations when you yourself also share those articles on that tone.
I don't see anything to perceive me with General Sibiya because where he invited me to go, it was work-related. So most of the time, the minister will be there, the national commissioner will be there, the deputy, the DIFCOM will be there. And then when we come back, I implement what is supposed to be implemented. So I must be perceived as a good worker other than belonging to somebody.
General, we'll get into the issue of Musa Kahula and the Mr. Matlala's contract in detail. I'll leave it there for now. Okay. But I do think you must bear in mind that this has painted a particular picture, and I'll show you when we get to those two topics that it only gets worse. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bowe. Mr. Shaskelson.
Chair, I'm not sure if I direct to...
For a microphone, perhaps. And don't you need your laptop? Or not at this stage.
Chair, I'd arranged to do a short postponement of a witness who had been called to appear today. That witness has a pending in-camera application, which we're hoping to deal with on Friday. So can we refer to the witness now as witness G until that application is dealt with? I had initially arranged 11:30, thinking that that's when getting the tea break wrong. I'm not sure if the witness is available at this point. I'm not sure the witness needs to be available at this point. If we can simply excuse the witness to a date to be determined by the evidence leaders, because we will re-subpoena the witness after the in-camera application has been disposed of, and the witness is not going to be coming back in a couple of days. There's more than enough time to issue a subpoena again.
It is so directed. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
and apologies for the interruption.
Thank you. No problem at all. Witness G, on screen, it looks like you are here. Witness G, can you hear us? Hello? You are muted, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, and apologies for the interruption. Thank you. No problem.
Can you hear us? You are muted, witness G. Unmute yourself, please.
Witness G on screen. It looks
This
like
meeting is being recorded.
Let's just leave it. There are complications. They have directed as you requested. Thank you, Mr.
We'll get
Justice.
the message to the witness.
Yes. May we adjourn for a short while? We'll come back when it's indicated when we should do so. Let's adjourn. Ms. Bowen?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to move to the next topic. And just to note before we move to the next topic that General, in this section that we just dealt with, dealing with Sergeant Mukosi, from paragraph 133, you deal with the Musa Kahula issue. So I'm not going to deal with that now. I think it makes more sense for us to look first at your relationship with Mr. Matlala, and then we'll turn to dealing with that issue after. So if we can go to page 44, so paragraph 140 of your statement. General, you'll let me know when you're there. And also don't forget your mics. Your microphones. Microphone.
Sorry, they are on now.
Thank you, General. So, General, you explained to us that you met Mr. Matlala in 2016.
That's correct.
And you met him through a Mr. Mbilini, who
That's
was
correct.
also a police officer at the time.
That's correct.
Now, when you meet Mr. Matlala through Mr. Mbilini, what does he tell you about Mr. Matlala?
He indicated his friend, and also he did business for him.
Excuse me, he did business for him.
Yes.
Was this during the time he was a police officer or?
No, he was no longer a police officer. He was doing this acid-proofing construction. It's sort of a cement which they put for corrosion.
Okay, and when Mr. Mbilini tells you that Mr. Matlala is his friend, did you inquire any further into who Mr. Matlala is at that point?
No,
Okay, you just left it at he's a friend.
no, yes.
All right, then you say that you then occasionally met with Mr. Matlala, either because he would join you or because you would find him with Mr. Mbilini.
Yes.
Do you recall the frequency within which you met Mr. Matlala?
Mostly on Fridays, if I was not out of the province, because that time I was at the head office, I was still a colonel, and most of my job was going out to do an inspection. So Fridays when Mbilini is this other side, we will go to that restaurant before we go home back at West Rand. So maybe once, twice a month, I can estimate.
So once or twice a month is fine. Do you have a sense of when you first met him in 2016? Because you say that after Mr. Mbilini passes away in
Yeah.
November 2016, you stopped meeting with him. So
Yeah,
do you recall when?
Because I had one photo with Mbilini and we were wearing warm. I think it might be around winter time.
May, June?
Maybe June, July, somewhere there.
And then at the point where there's, you start to see Mr. Matlala more often, and this I mean that you now starting to find him there, or he comes and joins you. Did you think about looking into who he was for your own purpose or your own benefit?
No.
Okay, and in these discussions where Mr. Matlala joins you or you find them there, what were the discussions about?
They will talk about their work, and then also in general about life, sports, but most of the time the talk was between themselves.
Oh, so in these encounters, you would listen to them talk about their work, and sometimes there'd be general talk about other things.
Yes.
And then you say that you didn't look into him when you are now seeing him a lot more after you've met him. Is there a reason why?
Yeah, in my lifetime I meet lots of people, I don't look at them unless I have a reason.
I guess my question is, at this point you're seeing him once, twice a month.
Yes.
So you just didn't see a need to?
No.
All right. And during these encounters in the early days, what did you make of Mr. Matlala?
One, he doesn't drink. Two, he doesn't talk too much. He likes laughing, commenting there and there, but he's not somebody who's talkative.
So he's not somebody who's talkative. Okay. Then you say you lost. So during this in 2016, you never exchanged contact details with Mr. Matlala?
I think we did, but we never phoned each other. I don't think we phoned each other in 2016 until we met again. We exchanged numbers, and then I think then we phoned each other.
When you say you didn't phone each other, does this mean that you also didn't communicate on any other platform?
No.
All right. And then you say that in 2016, after Mr. Mbelini's passing, you lost communication. Was that because in 2016, Mr. Matlala was in fact Mr. Mbelini's friend and not yours?
Yeah, and I stopped going there. I stopped passing by there and so forth.
All right. You then say that you regained contact with Mr. Matlala in 2019. In 2019, you say you accompanied Brigadier Modise to Mr. Matlala's premises for work-related purposes. When you say you accompanied Brigadier Modise, were you part of this investigation, or were you just accompanying him?
Yeah, it was investigation. He requested me to go with him there.
I'm asking if you were part of that investigation.
I has been part of it because I was the one who drafted the investigation plan because of those people who were involved, and I was asked from head office to be part of the province to assist with that grouping.
All right, so you are part of the investigation, and you say that the purpose of the visit was to talk about a person of interest in that very investigation, and you say that the information available was that Mr. Matlala was providing VIP security services for that particular individual. When you say from information that was available, what information was available on Mr. Matlala?
Information available on Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
Was that he was providing security to the person of interest whom were we looking for?
And was there any other information you're looking at, or because the subject matter was the person who he was protecting, you weren't
we're
necessarily
looking for
looking
that
into
person.
him?
We're looking for that person. And he indicated that he knows the person, and if he sees him, he will assist us. We exchange the numbers again. Fortunately, the person handed himself.
All right, so let's deal with your interactions then at that time with Mr. Matlala. You say you exchanged contact information. Who initiated this? The exchange of contact information?
It's us, me and the brigadier.
You and the brigadier?
Yes.
And the purpose was for him to assist you with
Yes.
locating this individual?
Yes.
And
Can
then
I
this,
just-
oh my
What is a person of interest, maybe in the context of your paragraph? Is it somebody who's a suspect in a case, in a criminal case? What do you mean when you say person of interest?
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. I chose to use that word for protection because the person is now serving some years and maybe might know. He was a suspect.
Yeah, I don't want the name. I just need to
Yeah.
know that when you say person of interest,
Yeah,
it's
you
a
wa-
suspect in a criminal case.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
You then say you exchanged information for purposes, so that you can ask him about locating this person. You then, of course, start to communicate with Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
Now, once you've done with the person of interest who handed them in, how did your communications with Mr. Matlala develop?
Telephonically, you will seek advice with something. I will also call to ask about certain information which I need on the line of my work.
When you say information in line with your work, what does that mean?
I'm an investigating officer responsible for organized crime. There is a lot happening, and he's in that industry whereby he's in the space of knowing lots of people. So I was hoping it won't go deeper than that for security reasons. Then as we work with security people, then you will ask, you will know of people who he might be knowing, more especially some incidents which are related in certain space. As I've indicated, I outlined a lot of things which I'm doing in line of my investigation. So dealing with organized crime, it needs a lot of penetration and infiltration of people and some good people, some bad people, in order to get information. It's not something which you can go randomly and get information which can lead you in being successful in doing what you are doing. So I didn't even want to go to that length.
Okay, General, when you say that, I understand that in the line of your employ, you have to, as you said, infiltrate and talk to people in various different lines of business, and you said good or bad. At this stage, what was Mr. Matlala?
That time was good for me. He was, in front of me, he was a good person. I didn't have anything against him. I didn't hear anything bad about him. And I have seen the business. I've been in his office. In first glance, the setup, office setup, you will see this serious business. I didn't have anything against him.
So, General,
In 2019, what business was this?
It was the same CAT VIP security service.
Thank you.
General, you say that he looked like a good person. This impression you derived from just how his business looked, that it looked like a serious operation?
Yes.
Did it occur to you to do even a preliminary check on him?
No.
Why not?
As I've indicated earlier, you should have a reason to start profiling somebody, meaning I must have a suspicion of some sort, or certain thing which was said, which I heard, or suspecting that he might be doing something wrong. Other than that, I will be profiling everybody I'm meeting, so I don't do that. Unless I have a reason. I can meet you, see you driving a certain vehicle, and your business and what you're driving and what you're wearing doesn't correlate. Then it can raise some eyebrows to say, hey, let me look at this one.
General, you said when you went to see Mr. Matlala in 2019, you went to his business premises to inquire about a criminal suspect that he was providing VIP services for. Was that not good enough reason that he's providing security to this criminal suspect who's later convicted and serving a long sentence? I mean, wouldn't you want to check on a person like that, firstly, to see if they are reliable, they are not associated with this criminal suspect, and the information they provide to you is not reliable? Won't those things, I mean, you say you are involved in investigation of organized crime. Organized crime is not one person, it's a group of people.
It's a group of people, yes.
So at that stage, why were you not interested in checking whether he's not involved with the very people that you are investigating?
Yeah, his cooperation and how he assisted us, it seems to be a clean person. It depends what you looking for this person for, even though what we are looking that person for was very, very dangerous.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yes, was very, very dangerous, and was also a serious business person who was involved. Mostly the businesses will be those business people. But it was one incident, and we didn't think of maybe he might be involved with those particular persons.
General, but just a little earlier you said you continued talking to him because he could provide that kind of information.
Yes.
I'm assuming it's because you think he may know where persons of interest may be.
Yeah, he's well known, and he knows lots of people whom maybe myself and yourself won't get near to them.
Yes, to the answer that you gave to Commissioner Khumalo. So it wasn't one incident. Do you believe that he could give you information about others? Isn't that more reason to do a check on him, particularly because you are going to be seeking information from him?
Yeah, it's correct. If you see something linking to that particular person, then you check on person. And
General, is he not linked then
no.
to a criminal? Because you were saying he's providing security services to that individual.
Growing from a certain point and a place, knowing lots of persons, it does not necessarily mean you are a criminal. You might know lots of people by sight or by other people whom you met, and a lot of incidents which happens in particular places. There are those people who are in the know and who can inform you, unless such time you feel they might be recruiting these people themselves. Well, if I can give an example, I had a person who was giving me information of a group who was robbing garages and shops. And later on, I have noticed that, no, I profiled the guy, I found that, because I've seen certain behavior, and I found that he's got a warrant of arrest. But still, I didn't arrest him until I finished the whole group. Then I arrested him because we're gonna start another group. So, but that time, with him, it didn't yet reach that stage that I was so suspicious of him or seeing something which I can start profiling in order to check if ever he's not involved.
So, General, the fact that on your version he gave protection to somebody who was a subject or a suspect in a serious investigation, and you seem to intimate that he knows people and knows various incidents, it just didn't occur to you to even do a preliminary check?
No, providing security, it was his business.
I understand that, General. I'm saying looking at everything holistically. You say after that person, you continue to talk to him because he knows people, he knows places, he knows events, all of that.
Yes, and it was going to be of assistance of me to getting closer to him to get information as and when I want. But it didn't come to me that I must profile him that time.
At that time? Or at any time, really? It didn't occur to you that you needed to profile him at that time?
Yes.
Or any other time, for that matter?
Yeah, I thought we were talking when I met him and when I was engaging with him until certain period.
But we know, General, from your statement that you had never profiled him or run any kind of check on him.
No, I had seen his profile this 2025 late when all these things was coming out.
By then, General, that was when everything had come to head and he was getting arrested.
Exactly.
I just mean between 2019 and basically 2025. And no matter how frequently you chatted, no matter what kind of information he gave you, it simply never dawned on you between 2019 and 2025 to do a check on him.
Yes.
Thank you, General. You then say that the interactions were limited and informal. Do you have a sense of how many of those interactions took place?
Interaction telephonically?
Yes.
I can't say because you will phone as there is a need, I will phone as there is a need. Meeting physically, for example, 2024, we met once.
2024, you met once at
the party.
At the party,
yes.
Okay. And the calls, both the calls or the meetings, who would initiate? Who would initiate? Was it you who called him most of the time, or he called you most of the time?
No, we didn't have many meetings. As I said, it will be telephone calls. And then when we meet, like this one of 2024, I didn't know he will come. We met because I was invited, and not knowing he's also invited to the party. And then we met at the party. And then the other one, 2023, it happened, I was still at the head office. I attended a meeting until late, and we happened to speak on the phone. I passed his office.
All right, thank you, General. And in terms of call, who called who more? Did you call him more, or was he calling you more?
I can't tell.
You can't recall? Okay. Just the sample is quite small because of the limited cell phone information we have from what the Commission has been given. But if you go to CJC 86, which is at the beginning of file 3, where the chats are.
I am there.
You'll note from the calls that in relation to this phone and over, it's just a short period. It's a 5-month period. You called Mr. Matlala more than he called you. Right? And if you also go to...
How do we see that, Ms. Bowe?
My apologies, Commissioners. If you look at the, I want to say white, but perhaps gray, those would be the calls from General Shibiri to Mr. Matlala.
Is that page 1 to 4?
Page 1.
2 to 4?
4, yes. And then the green, where it says audio video call, those would be the ones that come from Mr. Matlala going to General.
I think it is actually white, not gray.
I yield.
And the green is probably lime.
Oh,
See, I'm one up on you. It's a lie to say women know colors. Yes, Ms.
Chair, I
Bowe.
was not trying to be technical because I didn't want to lose you, but I appreciate now that you're on it. General, if you also have regard to, I'm going to go to file 4 briefly. Page 6 of file 4. You will see there, it's a table. It's a summary of mobile data, record analysis. Can you see that?
Yes.
And just for orientation purposes, there is a column called call type. It will either say MOC or MTC.
Yes.
MOC is where General Shibiri would have initiated the call, and MTC is where Mr. Matlala would have initiated the call. You'll also see CF, which is call forwarding.
And where?
CF.
If you on that same page, the third one on the first, you say CF, call forwarding. Yes. And General, if regard is also had to this sample, again, I do appreciate that the sample is small, but if you look at the earlier WhatsApp conversations we given, it's evident there that most of your communications or the calls were on WhatsApp. So this represents the calls we could pick up from call data. And in that small sample as well, what you'll see is that you call him more than he calls you.
Maybe Ms. Bowe, for the record, you should say out of how many calls, so much is initiated by the General and that much by Mr. Matlala.
I did a quick count, pages 1 to 4, and I see there are 10 by the General and 7 by Sergeant Mukosi. Do you want to check that, General?
I'm on page 6.
Oh, I said, Oh,
Page
I'm
62.
very sorry, Mr. Matlala, Mr. Matlala. I know I took you back to 1 to 4, which is when Ms. Powe started.
I think it ends at page 8, where it says Mr. Matlala.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll leave what I was drawing your attention to. Please continue with your response.
So I counted 8 calls for me, 8 calls for Matlala, and there is 1 CF.
On our count, General, MOC, we count 9, and MTC, we count 8. My apologies.
I still count 8.
Yes, we included 1 that wasn't.
I still count 8.
Yes. Yeah. So bearing in mind that it looks like the primary platform for your communication being WhatsApp, so looks like you call him more than he calls you.
Yeah, somewhere there will be a reason.
Okay, so
Sometimes
Those
you
calls were
call a person, you don't find him, you call again, or the person calls you, you don't find you, you call again. And like the one of the WhatsApp, I called on the 31st, and twice, because I was looking for an account. And he responded and he sent the account on WhatsApp. And on the following day, I called to find out if ever he received the money, and also WhatsApped the proof of payment. So it will depend. What are you looking for? For sometimes he'll phone you, asking something, you go and inquire, and phone back.
Okay, General, since you want to go there, let's go to page 87 of file 4.
87 of 4.
So what this table is, it shows the call durations of those WhatsApp calls between yourself and Mr. Matlala.
I'm lost now.
Oh, my apologies. I'm going to ask somebody to help you. File 4.
File 4?
Yeah, the one that had the...
I'm having it. It was only the page.
Oh, 87. My apologies.
87. I have 87.
You don't have 87?
Oh, it's here, yes.
See, General, you just said that sometimes he would call, ask you this, and then he'll go back and check, and you'd call back. If you have regard to the first call on the 30th,
Yes,
that was a 15-minute call
yes.
between yourself and Mr. Matlala. Correct?
Yes.
And then, so you say there you'd be calling. I suppose my question is, you seem to minimize how significant the calls were. But if you look at the first one, that was a 15-minute call. So it was a detailed conversation that you were having with Mr. Matlala. Do you recall what it was about?
Yeah, it was on the 30th. It
Yes.
was about the account.
For 15 minutes.
Yes, he was in a meeting and then made me to hold.
He was in a meeting and he made you hold for 15
Yes, he was
minutes.
coming back to me. Yes, he made me to hold.
General, that sounds improbable. And I'm assuming that you have quite the workload to be waiting for 15 minutes on a call, as opposed to just saying, call me back when the meeting is over.
Yeah, I don't know why didn't it come that I drop and whatsoever, but I waited and then he came back, but not exactly after 15 minutes. But we took a long time waiting for him to come back to me.
And General, you can see the time of the court was in the middle of the day. It was at 1.
Yes.
So I genuinely find that implausible.
But that is what happened.
That's your version. Then you go to the second call, which is on the 31st of December.
Ms. Bo, can I suggest that you give the year? We have it in front of us,
Oh.
but when we read the transcript in 2 months' time, we might struggle.
My apologies, Commissioners. This is in 2024. So this, on the 31st of December 2024, at 9:42, there's a 5-minute call. And you said earlier it was to check if Mr. Matlala received the money. Again, that's a 5-minute call. Sorry,
Yes.
General, when you shrug your shoulders,
Yes, I'm saying I don't run time. I can't remember what happened. Was he opening to check the WhatsApp and what? I don't run time, but that is what happened.
so you think what happened was you called him to check if he received the money, and
Yes,
he was
and-
opening his WhatsApp.
And thank him, yes. No, I'm not saying he was opening. I don't know. I can't remember.
General, I guess if the call was really, did you get the money, it doesn't explain why the call is 5 minutes.
I don't know. People greet each other. You don't just call and say you received the money and whatsoever. So I don't know. We greet each other, then we talk. You received the money. I just deposited and whatsoever, and they check. But hence I was saying, I can't tell what happened. But for me, the 5 minutes between people who knows each other is reasonable.
So the suggestion is because you know each other, people who know each other take long to greet each other. Bearing in mind you just spoke the previous day. It's not like it's like, haven't seen you in a long time, how are things, how are the kids?
Mina Mtsonga. Yeah, I greet the way I grew up, and he talks how he talks. So I don't know. I can't say what happened. But what I can say is I greeted, and then he greeted. I indicated what I wanted to indicate. I thanked him, and then our call ended.
All right, General. And just in relation to both calls, bearing in mind the call duration, and I refer to the one of the 30th as well, could Mr. Matlala have talked to you about the operation that was conducted at his place on the 6th? Because we know from evidence laid before the Commission that on the 6th, Mr. Matlala was visited by members of GCI Ops.
Funny enough, he never told me I had it from somebody.
So on both occasions, this issue never came up?
Which, the occasion of the 6th,
The calls, the 2 calls.
the 2 calls, on the 30th and
Yes.
no.
But by then you knew that the operation had taken place. When these calls were happening, you knew that on the 6th of December 2024, there was an operation at Mr. Matlala's house.
Yes, I was told that there was an operation. But remember, on the 6th, I was sick.
You know, I accept that.
Yeah, and then I think around 16, 17, that is when I became aware.
I want to ask you a follow-up question. You said earlier one of the reasons you were calling Mr. Matlala was because he had dropped your name to some people.
Yes.
He had told some people that he knew you, and that upset you. Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct, Commissioner.
I'm assuming these people are policemen. That's why it upset you. Because if he mentioned your name to a random person, you would have no reason to be upset.
Yeah, even to random, to say what he said, like his person or whatever, it will upset me. But that one I was told in January.
Why would it upset you that Mr. Matlala knows you and he tells another person that he knows you? Why would that upset you?
Yeah, if you say it in a good way, to say, I know Shibir.
Yes.
I know the general. For example, he met with Mukosi and said, no, I know the general, phone him, and then he speak to me. But when you go around, you say, I have my person, as if I'm like doing something. If you do something wrong, I can be of your assistant. That is what annoyed me.
And that's really where I'm getting at. That
Yes.
The reason you were upset with him was because he had told other policemen that you are his person, and that upset you.
Yeah, I was told by a policeman.
Exactly, that's
Yes,
my point.
in January, not in December.
Yes. But a policeman had told you that Matlala told them that you are Matlala's person.
No, told others, not him.
Who told who? I'm getting confused now. You said you heard this from a policeman.
Yes.
Who told that policeman that Matlala said you are his person?
No, I didn't ask who told him. But he said when they were interviewing him, he said you are his person. And then that is when I phoned and said, why did you say what you said?
When they interviewed him on the 6th of December.
I'm not sure when. I was told on the 24th of January, I think.
Yes, because the other time I think the police have an interaction with Mr. Matlala is in May 2025. So the interaction you are referring to can only be the interaction of the 6th of December 2024.
I'm not in disagreement, Commissioner, but it came to my attention in January.
I mean, if he says, and I don't know whether you're quoting verbatim what he's supposed to have said, if he says you are his person, I don't see why you would be upset, because as a matter of fact, you are buddies with him. You lend each other money. You have these many calls with him. You have told us earlier in your statement that you used to give him advice, including on personal legal matters. So it seems to me that he's not wrong if he tells people that you are his person. Is it in the language that he used? Is it something more specific that would upset you? Because you get upset as if I would understand being upset if you had nothing to do with him, but you actually do have a close relationship with him. Why would you be upset that he tells somebody that you are his person?
I have close relationship with lots of people.
Mr. Matlala too.
Yeah.
We are discussing Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
I expect in your work.
Okay, I have.
Let me finish, General, so that certain things don't become an issue in your answer. Take it or accept that you have close relationships with other people, including Sergeant Mukosi and other people in your social circle. So that's not the debate now or the conversation. My question is, this one person that you have a close relationship with, or more than, if it makes you more comfortable, you have more than an arm's length relationship. He's not a casual acquaintance of yours. He's given you money. You are speaking to him on a regular basis. You've given him advice. What would upset you that he tells people that you are his person?
Yeah. It angers me when he told the people that I'm his person, meaning I can protect him from any wrongdoing. That is what makes me angry, because that could never happen. And the issue of he gives me money, it's not like he gives me money when he sees me or whatsoever. He loaned me money which I paid back. And yes, he's a friend, but it's not a friend whereby we're going out together every weekend or going to parties together and so forth. So my anger was based on that, what was said, of which he denied. But I didn't take it. I said, but you cannot say, I'm your person, I can protect you from any wrongdoing. It can't. It can't be like that, because I will never protect anybody from any wrongdoing. If somebody commits a crime, is a friend of no friend, then I will arrest such person. And most of those people who knows me, they can't even start doubting or asking such questions to me because they know me.
Maybe you are that person that you would arrest him if he did wrong, but you surely cannot blame him given the nature of your relationship, how close it is. And I do want to underline, there is a financial relationship. It may be a once-off activity, if it is a once-off activity. It may be a loan, if indeed it was a loan, but you surely cannot blame him to form the impression, even if you didn't say anything to him, to form the impression that he knows the head of organized crime, who has this close relationship with him in the way that you've described it, for him to think that, because remember you've also advised him, including about personal matters and other legal matters, to form the impression or to hold the impression that you would come to his assistance if there were problems. We know what happened with Kahula. You forwarded to Mukosi to do something about it. So if Mr. Matlala were to come here and say, you know, my relationship with General Shibiri is such that I had the impression that he would assist me if I run into trouble with the police, you cannot blame him for that impression. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, if it were me, I won't do that. People are different. But the inference to Kahula is different, whereby he's a victim. And it's my job to deal with crime. But I was referring to the instance where he's on the wrong, and then he expects me to assist him or to make sure that he cannot be arrested. You can assist anybody who is related to you, legally so. For example, getting him a lawyer, if it's necessary and whatsoever. We all have friends, we all have family members who sometimes can be in conflict with the law and need our assistance. And as human beings, we will assist each other. But my reasoning was, and what makes me angry, what I was trying to explain, is what was said to those people. So that is what made me uncomfortable to say, you can't say this and say, nothing will happen to me, I've got Shibiri. No, it can't be. I'm not his attorney, or I'm not somebody who can condone something illegally to happen and come and say to assist him. So I wanted to draw the distinction.
Can I put this to you for your comment? That you have the kind of relationship, and again I want to underline, because at least where I'm sitting, it is very important that there's been this money exchange between you and him. A fact that we can't do much about, we can't delete it. Are you prepared to accept, you may not have thought about it at the time, but are you prepared to accept that the fact that there's been a money exchange from him to you may well create anxiety about your neutrality when it comes to matters dealing with Mr. Matlala? I mean, you've been a beneficiary financially from him. Even if you repaid him, you were in a bind at some point, according to you, and he assisted you. So there is a benefit that you got. So you've been a beneficiary of his generosity. Do you accept sitting there, General? You may not have thought about it then. Sitting there, do you accept that it is a cause for concern to, or it would be a cause of concern to anyone who has a complaint against Mr. Matlala to come to you and say, help me? They don't know you. I'm a citizen. I don't know anything about you. All I come to know is you're friends with Mr. Matlala and he gave you money when you had a problem. Are you able to accept that it would be reasonable for me to be concerned that I have an issue, I cannot go to General Shibiri about a complaint against Mr. Matlala because they are friends and he's given him financial assistance?
Yeah. I hear you, and yes, other people can take it like that and say, no, we can't go to him if we have something against Matlala because Matlala once assisted him. But if it was saying, I assisted Matlala for exchange of something, it will make it worse. It will make it genuine for those people to think like that. But anyhow, I can't think, everybody will think the way they want to think. But yes, I agree with what you are saying. It put perception to other people.
Can I
Thank you, General.
just give you context? On the date of the raid on Mr. Matlala's house on the 6th of December 2024, you owed Mr. Matlala on your version 50,000 rand.
Yes.
Because you had only paid him 20 of the 70,000 that you owed him.
Yes.
Now, there is a suspicion that either you or Captain Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi, tipped off Mr. Matlala on the 6th of December 2024 when there was a raid at his house. And when you say you were upset that he mentioned to those people, or later, not even on the day, but later, but certainly before January, that he mentioned to those people that they can't touch him because you are his person. That is the context. That's why it is a source of concern that head of organized crime owed Mr. Matlala money at the same time that Mr. Matlala was the subject of a criminal investigation. I hope you get the context and why it is concerning to all of us.
Commissioner, I know I won't go anywhere with this one because it is there. In context or not in context, I borrowed the money not knowing he's been investigated or whatever. But the way it is been pushed, so it won't end. So let me end it there. But I was not happy for the reason I mentioned. And when I borrowed the money, I didn't know it was a subject of investigation. And I borrowed it from, like any other person whom you know you could have borrowed money. So, yeah, I know it won't go anywhere. We can debate until tomorrow, but that is my stand.
Let us, are you finished, General?
I'm finished.
Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume at 2:10.
Ayo, nna ke bona re boa ka sane mo.
Ms. Bowe,
Thank you, Chair. General, just before the lunch adjournment, you were dealing with when you were informed, my apologies. You were dealing with when you were informed by someone that Mr. Matlala had mentioned your name during one of the operations. Do you recall that? That's where we were.
Yes.
Are you able to tell the commission who informed you?
No.
No, why not?
For his personal security.
Would you be willing to tell the commission confidentially?
Yes.
General, can I request, because depending on your answer, can I request that you write it down? And then you can show it to the commissioners and then we can have sight of it. Thank you, General. And you indicated that this person told you you indicated that this person told you sometime in January.
That's correct.
You also indicated before the break that Mr. Matlala didn't discuss his troubles with you in December with those two calls,
No.
right? And I think and if I'm not mistaken, you indicated that you then talked to Mr. Matlala about this on the 24th of Jan, 2024.
Yes.
Right. Now, General, the operations that were conducted at Mr. Matlala's house or premises, the first happened on the 6th of December. The second happened on the 18th of December at his premises.
Yes.
And by the 17th of December, he was suing organized crime and had launched an urgent application for what he says were missing things from one of the operations. I can give you a reference for that. It can be found in item 85 of file 3. And that is witness C's statement. Are you
Sorry, page?
page 351?
351.
Yes.
Which bundle?
File 3, item 85, page 351.
The big bundle, General,
Is that
the big one.
the big one?
Yeah. Sorry, General. So on page 351, you'll see that witness C talks about the operation that was initially scheduled to take place on the 18th of December 2024. It was a firearms inspection, and then it was ultimately done on the 19th of December. That's paragraph 72 and 73.
Yes.
And then, in relation to the litigation, if you can go to page 353. You'll see there that Mr. Matlala initiated an urgent application on the 17th of December, 2024, in the High Court. And the
Yeah.
purpose of it is described there in paragraph 80. So it was in relation to a number of items he says went missing or ought to be returned to him.
Yes.
And then at paragraph 82, you'll see there that General Musa Kahula deposed to an answering affidavit in response to Mr. Matlala's urgent application.
Correct.
See that? So basically, in December, Mr. Matlala had a lot going on in relation to him and the SAPS. And we know from your evidence that Mr. Matlala approached you often with personal legal issues.
Yes.
And so it's inconceivable that he would be going through all of this, particularly by a component that you head, but not talk to you about this. What's your comment?
But I don't see the component which I had here.
Remember, this was a operation where the PKTT was assisting, but it was organized crime.
Yeah. But even the respondent is not from organized crime who responded here.
Even assuming that the respondent is not from organized crime, the point is Mr. Matlala, who approaches you on your version on his legal issues and even comes to you on a small issue like criminality related to Musa Kahula. It's
Okay.
inconceivable that he wouldn't approach you over something like this.
So I know the expectation is I was supposed to be consulted because you are saying it's inconceivable. But I indicated I underwent operation on the 5th and I started working on the 18th.
General, I accept. Oh, my apologies.
And I didn't receive any call for that matter. And as it was being testified here, his phones were taken and he requested our phone numbers from Sergeant Mukosi, I don't know what date. So I don't know if that time he didn't phone me because he didn't have my number or he didn't have a phone or whatsoever. So I don't know what I've been asked to comment on, but I was never phoned.
So you were never phoned by Mr. Matlala? I'm saying that you were phoned by Mr. Matlala in late December. That much you know and you have confirmed. And you have also testified that he approaches you on his personal legal issues. including the issue of Musa Kahula. And we know that there are a number of calls, although we don't have a complete set of information of calls between you and Mr. Matlala. Furthermore, we know that you had a call with witness A on the 7th of December and again on the 16th of December, where you were discussing in part the operations that witness A, B, and C and the whole team were undertaking. So just because you were gone and had an operation from the 6th and you returned on the 18th, it doesn't mean you didn't know. You had those two calls in that time period.
Yeah, I have a problem with the perceptions which I need to respond to, not factual things which I need to respond to. Yes, on the 7th, I phoned after I received a call when I was off sick because I was phoned by General Sibia. On the 16th, I was about to go back to work on the 18th. Hence I phoned, that is what I said, I phoned witness A. Then I'm saying I never received a call from Mr. Matlala during that duration. The phone call we had, it was on the 30th. And with Mr. Kahula, it was in September when Mr. Matlala phoned me. I also had the commissioner indicating that it is alleged here that me or Mukosi have tipped him off on the 6th. But the witness C said Mukosi never mentioned me to have tipped him off. So I'm answering in what I know and what happened to me. So what you conceive and what you perceive to be, it becomes difficult for me to say yes or no because it didn't happen to me. Unless you are saying, you showed me, I was shown, Commissioner, calls, which I agreed to. And now I must agree to a call which I cannot say for a fact it happened or it didn't happen, but I didn't receive such a call.
General, before we lose each other, because I may have lost you along the way, I'm not suggesting that Mr. Matlala called you between the 6th and the 18th. We don't have that information before us. I am saying to you that, one, you had knowledge of the operations because you spoke to witness A on 2 occasions prior to the 18th of December. 2, you call Mr. Matlala on the 30th and the 31st. And you have a conversation where you say you never discussed Mr. Matlala's issues. I'm saying in the context of him calling you with matters such as what you described as personal legal issues, like Mr. Kahula's criminality issue, that you are saying to us that he approaches you with that type of information. I'm saying that it's inconceivable that on the 30th or the 31st, when he calls you, he didn't speak about these issues. Not when there were basically 2 operations that had taken place at his premises and he was in the process of suing SAPS.
Commissioner, I knew about the operation on the 6th, not from Matlala. And on the 30th, I didn't know about the 18th, even though I have spoken to witness A. And when I spoken to Mr. Matlala, he never told me of any operation happened to him. I don't know for what reason. So that is my answer. I don't know for what reason, but he didn't tell me.
Okay.
And even this one where I said the member gave the name he told me about, it was not even relating to this, it was relating to other investigation.
General, when do you say you heard about the operation of the 6th?
Yes,
When did you hear about it?
on the 7th.
So you heard about it immediately after it happened?
Yeah, on the 7th, I was phoned to inquire about the detention of Mr. Molefe. Remember, I testified about it on my initial testimony. That is when I phoned witness A. And then on the 16th, it was a follow-up of
No,
that.
I'm sorry. Unless I misunderstand your answer, my question is the first operation on Mr. Matlala, when they raided his home at the beginning of December. Is that what you say you heard about it for the first time on the 7th?
I didn't even hear about it. I heard about the Molefe one on the 7th, actually.
When did you first hear that there was a SAPS operation on Mr. Matlala on the 6th of December, if you ever heard about it? When did you first hear?
Yeah, I heard about it when the testimony was given here.
Before that, you didn't hear about it?
No, before that, I didn't hear about it.
And then the operation of the 18th and the 19th?
On the 18th, and I heard about it.
Before the commission, you heard about
Before
it
the
at the
commission, yes. I heard about it before the commission.
When did you hear about that?
Yeah. I can't remember, but I heard there were a court something about that thing of the court. That is when I heard about it. After the court, there was something. It was also on the news.
Okay, so you heard it from the news in the public space?
Yeah, from the news and from the police speaking in the offices.
Okay, you see, if you look at your WhatsApp exchanges with Sergeant Mukosi, the operation against Mr. Matlala, the first one, if you look at page 42 of that big file, page 42. Are you at page 42?
That's correct.
Yes. You have a call, chat 5. You have a call with Sergeant Mukosi on the 7th. You have another call on the 7th. You have another call on the 7th. Can you see where I'm reading?
You said page 42, Commissioner.
Yes, of file 3. As I understand these WhatsApp exchanges, and correct me if I'm wrong to say you had a call. So at page 42,
Yes.
chat number 5, if you look at that middle of the page, chat number 5 is a WhatsApp call from Sergeant Mukosi
Yes.
on the 7th, right? So this is the day after the operation. You have another call on the chat number 6 on the same day. There's another call on the same day, number 7, at 10 p.m. And then there's another call on the 8th of December. And there's another...
These last two being from you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And you have another
Yes.
call on page 43 from Sergeant Mukosi. In fact, the first one is from you. And then the second one on the 8th is from Sergeant Mukosi. And then chat number 3 is you to Sergeant Mukosi. Chat number 4, it's you to Sergeant Mukosi. Number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, that whole page. You're talking to Sergeant Mukosi on the 8th. It ends on the 13th in that page. And then you go on to page 44. You're making calls again. Chat number 1 on the 13th. Chat number 2, it's you on the 13th. Chat number 3, it's Sergeant Mukosi to you on the 13th. Chat number 4, a picture is shared. Ms. Boyle will tell us what that picture is if it is relevant. But I'm looking at the calls. You have chat number 5. It's a call from Sergeant Nkosi. Chat number 5, it's Nkosi. Number 6, it's Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi. There's all on the 13th. There's another communication on the 13th between the two of you. And then you have on the 18th, the day of the operation itself. There's another communication there from him and then from you on the 18th. The one is at 11:17, the other one is at 1:18. I don't recall what time the operation was, but if you go to the next page, on the 20th, the day after the 19th, the second operation, Sergeant Nkosi calls you, and then again, Sergeant Nkosi calls you, again, Sergeant Nkosi calls you, and again, he calls you. So we stop there. That is all in December up to the 20th. Now, we know from your own evidence, going through the WhatsApp exchanges, that you and Sergeant Nkosi do have conversations about Mr. Matlala. We know that, even if it's later on. But we know that he's a subject of conversations, his businesses or his affairs are a subject of business, of discussion between the two of you. It's improbable that you did not discuss these operations. It cannot be. You have many calls between the two of you. You both are interested and in fact have relationships with Mr. Matlala, but you do discuss him as well, including your WhatsApp exchanges about the matters that are in the media. So it's not just unlikely, it's improbable that you did not discuss this operation. So it's improbable that you didn't find out about it on these dates that I have listed here. Do you want to comment to that?
Yeah.
General, before you comment, Commissioner Baloyi, just because it is relevant, the attachment there at page 44, if you turn to page 111, you will see there it's Sergeant Nkosi sending CAT's contact information to the General.
So to say that again, Ms. Boy?
If you go to page
111,
you'll
yes.
see it's Sergeant Nkosi sending the General Mr. Matlala's contact information.
Yes. So on the 13th of December, back to page 44, on the 13th, Sergeant Nkosi sends you something.
The 18th.
On the 18th, rather, I beg your pardon. He sends you some. Sorry, Miss Bowe. Okay, you say the 18th.
So if you look at it's the date at the bottom, just after the little icon.
Oh, yes, thank you. So at page 111, Sergeant Nkosi sends you contact details on the 18th, you say?
Yes.
Yes. So General, it is difficult to accept and believe you that you did not become aware about this. It didn't arise between you and Sergeant Nkosi and whoever else, and that you become aware of these things only at the commission or publicly available information. It cannot be.
Yeah, Commissioners, my response is from page 42.
42, yes. What about 42?
Yeah, from page 42.
Yes.
Myself and Nkosi were chatting, and also he was phoning me.
Yes.
Checking on me, starting by on the 4th, sending that thing of General Khan. And then when you go to page 43, you'll see he sent me even a name and a name of the shop.
Yes.
Where I was supposed to go for a drip,
Yes.
for vitamin, for the drip, and where he sent me the telephone number you are saying of Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
On the 18th.
Yes.
On the 18th.
And that's the day when they're doing there's a SEPS operation at his business. And
Yes.
Mr. Nkosi sends you Mr. Matlala's contact details on
Yes,
that
he
day.
sent me the phone number of Mr. Matlala because he said Mr. Matlala is no longer using the other now, his number. He doesn't have his phones. He said I must give him the number.
But General, he would have told you that there is an operation going on.
No.
He would have.
No, we didn't even talk about that. We didn't even talk about that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that with these many calls, starting the day after the first operation of the 6th, ending on the 20th of December, a day after the last operation, you've got this mass of exchanges, of telephone calls, in fact, between the two of you, including the exchange of Mr. Matlala's new contact details, because he doesn't have a phone, that in all of that, you and Sergeant Nkosi would not have discussed this operation. It's simply unbelievable. And I think I will, in fairness to you, so that you comment, I think you're not being truthful about it.
I did comment, Commissioner, that on those days from the 5th until we were talking about my health and also suggesting to say which shop must I go, where they've booked for me, where if I get a driver, then will be taking me there for the drips to be installed on me and the person whom I must look for. On the 18th, that is when he forwarded me the phone number of Mr. Matlala, indicating that he is no longer having his phone. He said he must give me this phone.
That's your answer, General?
Yes.
Did he tell you what happened to Mr. Matlala's old phone? Why would you suddenly have a discussion about Mr. Matlala's new phone without context? Because it must mean you wanted to contact Mr. Matlala and you could not reach him. And
No,
he then gave you the phone number.
No, I remember now, is the day where he said he asked him to give my phone number to him because he doesn't have my phone since his phone was confiscated.
So then it means you knew that his phone had been
Yes.
confiscated by the
Yes.
police.
Yes.
You did not find that out in this commission here.
Yes, I remember now.
No, but
Because-
why did you say you only found out in this commission?
Yeah,
that-
because I didn't see this and I didn't remember. The only way I can remember was that.
General, Chair has warned witnesses in this commission many times that when they are asked things that should be within their knowledge, first they deny them, they claim not to know, until they are shown documents, and only then do they suddenly remember. You've known for a couple of months now that you'll be coming to this commission to testify about your relationship with Mr. Matlala. It cannot be that you don't remember these facts until you are confronted with documents. I mean, even this bundle, you've had a weekend. You were supposed to continue your testimony on Friday last week. You've had a weekend to go through this bundle. It's now Wednesday today. You must have gone through the bundle and it must have jogged your memory. I find it unacceptable that you can say, until 5 minutes ago you did not remember, and then when you are shown this, suddenly you remember that this discussion took place. That is difficult to accept.
Now, I just want to add why it cannot be that you're remembering now. Mr. Matlala is your friend. It is of big moment that there's a raid on his property, at his home on the 6th and later on. It is of big moment that is happening. And it's of big moment to you when you find out eventually, because he's your friend and you have dealings with him. But it is also of big moment to Sergeant Mukosi because he's quite close with him. There is just simply no scenario where you could not remember it independently. That Mukosi, whether you heard it from Mukosi or from Sergeant or from Mr. Matlala himself, but I'm prepared to accept that you heard it from Mr. Mukosi because all these exchanges are between you and Sergeant Mukosi. But the quarrel now is that it cannot be that you just remembered 5 minutes ago as you're sitting there. It's of sufficient importance to you as head of organized crime, one, two, as someone who's received monies from someone who's now being raided by the SAPS. It is of moment. There is no way you only remember now.
Yeah. I hear the commissioner. The big issue here is because he borrowed me money. And secondly, as a friend, I indicated what type of a friend is that, when we meet, when we don't meet, and how long, and how do we phone each other. And already it was indicated here that I didn't have my WhatsApps and whatsoever. And we received these WhatsApps, I think it was on the, we're supposed to report back on the 12th or the 3rd, I can't remember, but we received that Thursday, which by Friday we're supposed to report. And we requested until Monday. And some of them, you can see, we couldn't know if ever there is something missing or whatsoever. But yes, this kind of documents are here to remind us also as people. So I'm telling the truth that our discussion with Mukosi was about medical treatment, which I can get somewhere to advance my ill health and whatsoever. And on the 18th, yes, he gave me the number to say, here's the new number of the man and so forth. So the reason why we didn't discuss about the search at his premises and whatsoever, I don't know and I can't remember. So it does not mean I lie if ever I didn't remember something, or it was convenient for me to say so because it is not here, or because I didn't see it here. I might have seen a lot of things which I don't even remember what it's all about, or also here, which is in here.
Maybe lastly from me, because you're talking about numbers that he has given you, if you look at page 43, you are the one actually that's providing information to him. At page 43, you say at chat number 5, you say he must look for that name. And then the next chat, you give the name of the shop and a telephone number. So you're the one that's actually giving him information. The rest of it is telephone calls.
Yes. We're supposed to go to that Mediterranean in for that particular injection.
Thank you, General.
We usually go together, even if we do colons cleaning, we go together. You can see, or maybe some they will show here. Usually we go together on these things.
General, don't understand me to be disputing that you had these other health issues and health discussions. I'm not disputing that. We're speaking about the improbability of you and Sergeant Mukosi not discussing the raid on Mr. Matlala when you speak on the 7th, a day after that operation. And then when you speak again, well, you have all of those charts, and then you speak on the 20th. But in between, he's given you Mr. Matlala's contact details, and as Commissioner Khumalo says, that he knows you to have his contact details. He can't just give it to you in a vacuum. He would have said something to you. And you've just admitted, well, yeah, he did say to me that his phones were seized. The simple point is that it's improbable that you heard from the public for the first time and in the commission.
I have acceded to that.
All right, thank you.
And then, General, just to finish up on one of the points here, if you go to file 4, page 88, so that's where we have that schedule that gives you the duration of the calls. Page 88 on file 4.
File 4.
Yes. The big one. The mini flags. page 88. You'll recall that earlier you said that you had the conversation with Mr. Matlala on the 24th of January 2025. Now, when you look at the calls that you had with Mr. Matlala on the 24th, you will see that the first call, which was at 10:06, was 45 seconds. The second call at 10:28 was 34 seconds. Then there's a call at 10:44, which was 50 seconds. And then at 11:07, it's a 14-second call. And then at 1 o'clock, it's a 38-second call. Right. So there again, given your earlier explanation about how long it takes you to talk to Mr. Matlala, particularly about simple things. For example, you said on the 31st of December, the 5-minute call was just so that he can check if he received the money. And on the 30th, you said the 15-minute call was just so that you can get an account number. So again, it just seems implausible that you would discuss something as important as him name-dropping you for that shorter duration.
Yes. I phoned somebody, I'm angry, I'm telling him about what he has done. He's telling me he's going to phone me back. He's going to phone those people. And then he doesn't phone, I phone again. He said, no, he didn't yet get hold of them. Those people who told those police that he said what he said. So it's not something where you will understand when you are angry. You will go straight to the point and tell the person. But you can see also he's avoiding discussing the issue until he's saying he's phoning the people. I phone, he not yet found the people and so forth and so forth. But that is what happened. But yes, I was conveying that. And if you can check from there, it took long for us even to speak again, because I was expecting him to call me back and tell me really he sorted this thing, is not true, and so forth.
General, how do you propose he sort it out? Because it seems to me that he has told somebody that you know them. Were you expecting him to retract?
No. I was told by the person I wrote the name, who was told by somebody, not by him, to say this is what he's saying.
General, you just said that the calls were because he was trying to get a hold of someone to check.
Yeah, to that particular person who told the person who told me.
So the back and forth was because he was trying to get a hold of the person that told the person
Yes.
to tell.
And I never got any answer until I think the 7th, but he denied the thing.
All right, let's go then to, you say you didn't get an answer until the 7th.
Also on the 7th, I think it's me who phoned. I don't know if he answered or he didn't answer, because I remember I was in Cape Town with the Imbizo, with the deputy minister that time.
And there you'll see on the 7th, there's a call at 11:45 where there was no answer. And he was calling you, and then you call him back and you proceed to have a 3-minute discussion. You see that, General?
Yeah, I see the call The first one, there was no response, and then the response was later on the day.
Yes, he calls, you call him.
He called me.
He called you, and then you call him.
Are we in February now?
Yes. General, if you look at the 7th of February at 11:45, he calls you, and there's no answer.
Yes.
And then at 13:31, you call him, and you proceed to have a conversation.
Yes.
So is your version that this is when you then resolved the issue of him having told someone?
Not resolved as such, where he indicated the person denies what it was told to me, but I left it like that.
General, when I have regard to the length of the calls and the nature of the subject matter, it's more likely that you had a substantive discussion with Mr. Matlala on those two occasions, being the 12th and, sorry, my apologies, the 30th and the 31st of December. Because that follows, again,
Are those the 15 minutes and the 5
the
minutes?
15 minutes and the 5 minutes. That's the conversation is more likely to have happened then than it having happened in February, or even on the 24th of Jan, as you suggest. Do you care to comment?
I already commented, as I was angry, fighting, and then it's not like the other one where you greet and then you thank somebody, or you can chat about anything because you are cordial there, you are not fighting.
Thank you, General. Now, General, let's then deal with your knowledge of Mr. Matlala's dealings, right? You testified earlier that you didn't know, nor did you do a check of Mr. Matlala between 2019 and 2025. And in the testimony, your testimony last week, you said you also didn't know of any investigations against Mr. Matlala. Do you recall that?
Perhaps before that, may I ask this? General, sorry,
Commissioner?
would you borrow money from a criminal or someone who is alleged to be a criminal?
No.
Thank you. You may continue.
All right. So for purposes of this, I'm going to ask that we not display, but if we can go to page 92.
Of 4.
My apologies, of file 4. I'm not sure if it's legible when it's printed. I suspect it may not.
Yeah. Please. I can't see. Mine is faint.
Perhaps please deal with it tomorrow. And
Chair, my proposal
Yes.
is to ask one of our attorneys to just sit with the general to show him. And I also propose to borrow the commissioner's my machine to have regard to it.
Also right.
General, if it will require to zoom in and out in order to be able to see. Unfortunately, the infographic was not created by us. So unfortunately, we couldn't manipulate it.
Ms. Poe, we, we do realize that you've structured your questioning in a particular way. Is it not practical to have this printed on an A3 size paper and for you to then give us copy tomorrow morning?
Yes, Chair, we can
This-
do so. I suppose without,
And by us, I mean the general as
Yes.
well. And of course your colleagues.
yes, we can do so. Chair, although I do want to touch on it, and suppose the simple point I want to demonstrate is the number of cases where Mr. Matlala was being investigated as a suspect. The general can, I don't know if he can quibble with whether or not they existed. We've provided him with the schedule and he has seen it. Perhaps maybe I must confirm with the general that he has had regard to it. General,
Yes, all yours.
have you had regard to that infographic?
Yes.
And what the infographic shows is that Mr. Matlala
Yes.
has been either a person of interest or a suspect in a number of cases from the year 2000
Yes.
all the way to 2024. So you'll see on the infographic that there are 3 cases in 2000, 3 cases in 2006. There's a case in 2001 where he was found guilty and imprisoned for 4 years. There was a case in 2011, a case in 2012, a case in 2015, a case in 2016, case in 2018. There's also cases of attempted murder in 2022, 23, and 24. So my point, General, is when you said yesterday that you weren't aware of any investigations, a search or even a preliminary search would have shown you that Mr. Matlala is either being investigated or that he has a criminal record.
Correct.
And you didn't do any of those searches.
No.
And you weren't aware of any of these investigations,
No.
despite the fact that in some instances you testified that as part of your role, you were quite close to various investigators across the province.
Correct.
All right. So this is just the cases where he was under investigation, a suspect, or where he was found guilty. You'll also recall that in 2021, 2022, this is not in the infographic, this is what was in the public domain, was he was implicated in that Tembisa scandal. Remember that?
Yes.
So by 2021, 2022, it was publicly known that Mr. Matlala was implicated in the Tembisa Hospital's tender fraud. Recall that?
No, I didn't see it in 2022. But I want to put something in perspective here.
Yes, General.
Mr. Matlala was an accused person in all these cases you have indicated. The only 3 which he was arrested now, which is going court, and then the only one which he was found guilty. So, if you were arrested and cases were withdrawn by court or found not guilty, do we hold that against you? The guilty one, yes. But even these ones which he was not found guilty, if I have checked, it would have given me an idea what kind of a person he is. And then I could have a certain perspective on him. I have already testified, commissioners, that that time I didn't have any reason to go and profile him. And I hear about the issue of Tembisa scandal 2022-2023. Those things, I saw them last year when they start coming up, and then into 2024, to be honest. The other one which I've seen, which was there on the Kahula thing, talking about Decoran, talking about Tembisa, and also the Tembisa fraud, which is under investigation by the IDEC. So, for these people, the investigators who have come out with this chart, analysis chart, it's the people who had interest who were investigating him. I was working in Gauteng, and as a crime investigation component head, all the 144 police stations, they were reporting to me. I couldn't know, we are arresting more than 1,000 of people per day. And I will know only of prominent cases which are reported to us, and those which ones are of high-profile people or serious murders and whatsoever. You won't know something like theft of motor vehicle. In a day, more than 500 vehicles are stolen in Gauteng, and more than 20 people are arrested. It's not something which they write and send to us. Unless you are attending a meeting, zooming in to say, here is the problem of theft of motor vehicle in Tshwane region, and then which type of vehicles are stolen and where are they going and so forth, so that for me, as an organized crime person, to identify the targets, identify where these are going, so that I can start to zoom in and deal with real targets. So it's not an issue of, you know, a person, and then there is a scandal, then you go and profile a person. We are having lots of friends, lots of family members and whatsoever. There is a lot of people who are written in the newspapers, nothing happened. And some, they are written there wrongfully and so. So to say I should have known, or if I see such, I must start profiling is something else. But my testimony is I didn't profile. And if I did profile, I could have seen, my perception could have been changed. And I'm telling you that he was convicted of the case of 2001, and the rest, 2 were not guilty and the rest were withdrawn. Unless if we can say now, after checking these ones which are withdrawn, there is wrongdoing. They were withdrawn not on merit, because somebody has put a hand into it. Then we can discuss something. But I have already, commissioners, answered that I didn't profile the guy. Maybe that is one of my mistakes if I didn't profile when I see this thing in the newspaper and so forth. But it's not how it's happening. In the provinces, as I said, we are having what we call National Organized Crime Secretariat, which I chair. Crime intelligence, number one, what we do, we do the crime stats of each and every province.
General, I'm very sorry to do this. I'm not trying to be impatient with you. I think you are now adding a lot of information to make it seem like it would be insignificant. Remember, I took you back to your testimony, which was, I was not aware that there were any investigations. I am showing you that there were plenty of investigations between 2000 and 2024.
So when
And
were they
perhaps,
withdrawn?
perhaps, General, I'm sorry, Ms. Bowe. Let us focus on what the evidence leader referred to last, which is the Tembisa contract, which was in excess of 2 billion rand, and which, if I'm correct, had been awarded fraudulently, and it even resulted in the death of Ms. Papita Dekoran. So all of this was out there in the news. You were aware of that at the time the news broke, were you not? Both with regard to the fraudulently awarded Tembisa Hospital contract and also with regard to the death of Ms. Papita Dekoran. You must have been aware of that at the time the news broke about both matters but which were of course related, correct?
Yes, I've already also, Commissioner, you are correct. I testified to that, to say
I just
knew.
want to be sure where we are exactly, because when you gave the long answer, I got confused. I just want us to focus our discussion. So you say you were aware, and you say also that you were aware of this at the time. Part of what was reported is that Mr. Matlala was implicated and that he had, I should not say received, but he had gotten the benefit, even if it's just contractual without having actually received payment. He had received the benefit of 5 million rand. It was connected to the same story which you've already said you were aware of. So you must have been aware of that as well. It would be very strange for you to say that somehow you are going to extricate that 5 million and Mr. Matlala's involvement and say, no, that part I wasn't aware of. Yes, I was aware of the rest, which I've already admitted to. So you were aware also of Mr. Matlala's involvement and the 5 million rand benefit, were you not?
No, I indicated I was aware of the matter.
Of the what?
Of the matter.
I'm asking you about the 5 million, please,
the 5
General.
million.
Yes, and Mr. Matlala in that regard.
And Mr. Matlala, I have seen it somewhere on the news.
You
Yes,
saw it.
yeah.
You saw it, and you must have seen it at the time as well, correct?
Yeah, I don't know when the commissioner said at the time.
Around about the time the news broke, General.
Yeah, because I indicated, Commissioner, even during the issue of the matter, I even also seconded my members to go and assist DPCI. And
General, can we be more direct, please? I'm going to get confused. I want to know if you became aware of Mr. Matlala's involvement in the Tembisa Hospital fraudulent or allegedly fraudulent award of a contract.
Yes.
And his involvement relating to 5 million rand. So you say, yes, you were aware.
I was aware.
Yes. So my question was, and you were aware at the time the news broke?
Yes.
Yes. Perhaps let me leave it there so long. So there are acts of criminality around this. There's even the death of, and you were aware that the allegation, in fact, there have been convictions or not yet. No. And you were aware also that the death of Ms. Papita Dekoran was said to have related to her having uncovered the improperly awarded contract. In fact, fraudulently awarded contract. You must have been aware of that because you said you were aware of the death of Ms. Babita Dekoran.
Yeah.
So you must have been aware why she had been killed.
Yeah.
Correct?
I don't know how to respond now,
Yes.
because I already responded to that one.
No. I did not ask you about the why. I did
Yeah.
not. I'm asking you about the why now.
Yeah. On my WhatsApp,
Yes.
the particular one of the 5 million, it is there. That is the time I became aware. And the one of the murder, I even testified, I was still in Gauteng. Suspects were arrested and he was not part of those or linked in that particular time. So that is why,
Which matter are you referring to?
of Ms. Dekoran.
Yes.
So that is why I'm saying now I'm not sure how to respond, because I responded before.
Okay.
I responded.
Yes. May I be sure what exactly you say about the matter?
I indicated when that WhatsApp was read, that WhatsApp, it seems to be from Mr. Kahula, which indicated that there was involvement of the 5 million, is also involved in the murder, is involved in the burning of the hospital and whatsoever. I indicated that I knew for sure that we arrested the suspect of the murder. And I knew that the Tembisa Hospital matter is being probed by DPCI and IDEC. And I said the issue of the burning of the hospital, I was personally involved. And then we arrested the suspect and he was not part. So I was aware that time. And that time, I think it was after I think I received that thing on the 17th of September, 2024. And already the issue of the dealing, but I know it's not about the dealing, it's about me not profiling the suspect to know him better, so that I mustn't have dealings with somebody who's having a criminal record.
You see, my difficulty is that yes, this is 17 September 2024.
Yes.
And the story about the Tembisa Hospital allegedly fraudulent contract was way before that. Likewise, the matter of Ms. Babita Dekoran was way before that.
Yes.
So I'm not sure I follow your reference to the events of September 2024. Remember, you've already said that you became aware of the allegedly fraudulently awarded contract, the murder of Ms. Babita Dekoran, the alleged involvement of Mr. Matlala. You said you became aware of all these when the news first broke. And as I say to you, all of those happened way before September 2024. So you confuse me when you refer to September 2024. What point are you trying to make?
Yeah, during the murder and the 200 million tender and whatsoever, I didn't see the name of Matlala. That is what I'm trying to say. And I know the suspects were arrested for the murder, not for the tender. But I became aware of the 5 million you were referring to in September 2024, where Matlala's name was mentioned. So that is what I'm trying to explain.
I find that difficult to believe, General, and my reason is this. Your affidavit or statement before us now is replete with references to your interest in current affairs. And at least twice, I think it's paragraph 108 and it's also 160 paragraph. Yeah, at least twice in your statement, you specifically refer, for example, to news that you picked up from News 24. And then there is reference to a whole lot of other news items, not necessarily from News 24. And look at that in the light of you saying you have a particular interest in current affairs, and that you would even share current affairs with people close to you. Now, for you to say that, yes, I did become aware of the allegedly fraudulently awarded contract at the time the news broke. Yes, I did become aware of the death of Ms. Babita Dekoran at the time that happened, and also the reason why it happened. But you suddenly do not know anything about news that in that same context implicated Mr. Matlala with regard to that same contract about which the news had broken. I find it difficult to believe what you say. Do you wish to comment? Especially regarding to the fact that you say that you had a particular interest in current affairs. Do you wish to comment on that?
No. Commissioner, I already commented that on when the news of the murder of Ms. Dekoran happened, I was in Gauteng, I had full report. And then I was part of assisting the Hawks. We formed a multidisciplinary team to trace the suspects, right? But that time, it was indicated that the murder is about the maybe 200 million Tembisa tender and so forth. But I wasn't aware at that time that there was the name of Matlala.
Did any of the things you mentioned make you stop following current affairs, as appears to have been the norm with you? Did you, because you were in Gauteng doing ABCD, did you suddenly stop following current affairs?
Commissioner, when I was in Gauteng, I indicated that the reason why I came to head office, it was because of the enormous task I was having and not having a rest, going home every time after 10, waking every day. So there was less of current affairs. It was more of meetings, more of engagement with the community, more of boots on the ground. That is what was happening. And because of my ill health, I decided when they requested me to come back, I testified like that. That is why I came back to head office.
And when exactly did you go to Gauteng?
18 December 2023.
Isn't that the date when you returned to head office?
Yeah, when I returned.
You returned to head office
Yeah,
in
to
December
Gauteng, I
23.
went on the 1st of October 2019.
2019.
Yes.
And I just want to check my facts here. Just bear with me, General. Or Ms. Bowe, or even colleagues, you can quickly help me with when the story about, or the news about the allegedly fraudulently awarded Tembisa hospital contract was awarded. I have it somewhere here. I may be mistaken, but My note here refers to the articles were published 15 February 2023, 31 May 2023. So are you saying that from 2018, did you say? You had no interest whatsoever in current news? You did not follow current news or current affairs?
Not to say I didn't follow, Commissioner, but not often as like now when you are no longer having too much on your plate.
But you still got to know about the award of the news about the fraud around the contract. You still got to know about the death of Ms. Babita Dekorang.
Yes.
The only thing you just did not get to know about was the alleged participation or involvement of Mr. Matlala in that context.
That's correct.
And the 5 million rand benefit.
That's correct. The 5 million, I saw it
I
in 2024.
will suggest to you, General, that it's quite convenient that you should be saying so. What's your response?
I apologize that you feel like that, but I've seen it in 2024, as I said, in September.
Thank you.
Can I just take up one thing with you, General? On page 37 of file 3.
File 3.
Yes. Ms. Poe, I'm going to need your assistance with file 3, page 37. I'm going to need assistance with that article on chart 7, the bigger one. General, if you look at chart 7 on page 37 of file 3, do you see that?
Page 37.
Just pause there a moment.
Sorry, General. My co-commissioner has just drawn my attention that the allegation of fraud and the alleged involvement of Mr. Matlala was actually as far back as 2021. It's just a matter for the record. I referred you to 2023.
Do you want to comment before we move on, General? You heard Chair's clarification of the date. Do you want to comment?
On the 2021.
Yes, that the allegation relating to the fraud and the murder was in the public domain in 2021.
Sorry, just to clarify that Matlala was linked
Linked, yes.
in 2021.
In 2021.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. No comment, because as I indicated, as I was at CIS, and a lot of things which were happening regarding that was at DPCI. Ours was to assist them with the investigation and giving people. So it might have slipped me not seeing that, but I saw it on 2024.
Now, your version, let's go to page 37. Looking at chart 7 on that page, is the 13th of September 2024. So, do you see that the date there is 13 September 2024 at 1:35 p.m., chart 7?
Yes.
Yes. And remember,
It's 13, yeah.
yes. Remember you said by this point you had not seen Mr. Matlala for over a year. Remember that was your evidence?
Yes.
Yes. And then what happens in that chat is you and Sergeant Mukosi, I keep thinking Captain, you and Sergeant Mukosi are sharing an article about Mr. Matlala. Do you see that photo on the right in chat 7?
Page 37.
Yes.
I see chart which ends with chart 8.
Yes. I'm saying in chat 7 on the right, do you not see that there's a photo there and something is being shared?
Yes, photo of me and my wife.
Of?
Me and my wife.
Is that you and your wife?
Yes.
I thought it was Mr. Matlala.
No, it's me and my...
That's why I needed a bigger one.
No,
it may be that you look alike.
I
And you
forward-
say,
I forwarded Mukosi. There
Yes.
is somebody who's doing portrait.
Yes.
So he said this one is started. He was
Yes.
doing portrait of me and my wife and my kids.
But you say it was around that time that you first became aware of the allegations concerning Mr. Matlala.
Yeah, on the 17th.
On the 17th.
If you go forward, you'll
Yes.
see it on the 17th.
And it was because he had called you to tell you that he's been blackmailed.
Yes, and he sent that thing.
He sent that thing.
That is where I saw the 5 million.
Yes. And the subject matter of the blackmail was exactly what Chair was talking about, that
Yes.
he's accused of having benefited from the scandal
Yes,
and the murder issue.
yes.
That's really what Mr. Kahula had written about, correct?
That's correct. That is where I'm saying I saw it first there.
So we can agree then that the following day, on the 18th, when you ask him for a loan, you know that he's being accused of murder and fraud and corruption and all those things.
When he deposited the money on the 18th, remember the loan was made on the 14th.
No. You said in your statement on the 14th, you met with him, or you met him at General Sipia's party, and you mentioned to him that your son had been in an accident, and where you left things off was, if you don't come all right, let him know. And then he next contacted you on the 17th. So he couldn't have offered you a
Yeah.
loan before then, because the loan offer could only have come after the 17th.
Yes, he offered, but I didn't take.
Yes.
Yes. I
My
took it
simple
on-
point
yes.
is this, General. On the 18th or on the 17th, when you take a loan from him or when he offers it for the second time, you know that he's accused of all these things. So even if you didn't know, as Chair says, about these things in 2021, on the day when you take a loan or you accept a loan from him, you are aware of all these things because you have been made aware of them the day before, or at least on the same day. That's the simple point.
No, but it was 2 days after,
What is 2 days after?
21st.
What is the 21st?
Where is this thing of Kahula? I'm looking at something.
The text you're looking for is at page 191, and it was the 17th of September.
No, you're correct, Commissioner.
General, let me take you to
You are
your
correct.
statement, because the text you would not have had them. Look at page 50 of your statement,
Yes.
paragraph 161. And just so that this makes sense for you, if you start at 149 on page 47, in paragraph 149, you talk about the General Sibia's son's engagement party on the 14th. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
And then look at paragraph 151, where you say 4 days later on the 18th, Matlala contacted me to inquire whether I have managed to raise the required funds. Do you see that?
Yes,
So that's the 18th.
yes.
But when he told you about Kahula and the allegations, that's on
7,
the 17th, and you see that on page 50, paragraph 161.
yes.
So Chair's point stands that when you took a loan, when you accepted a loan from Mr. Matlala, you knew about the allegations against him of being involved in fraud and possibly murder and various other things. On your own version, as it appears in your own statement, that is the case.
Yeah, even if the chair didn't say that we were talking about profiling, I take it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Chair's point stands that when you accepted a loan from Mr. Matlala, remember, Chair asked one question and he didn't follow it up. And the simple question was, would you accept a loan from somebody who's accused of a crime?
Yes, I was. the
And you
point
said
stands.
you wouldn't.
Yes,
You did.
yes.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Bowe, apologies to you for interrupting your questioning. I have another suggestion to make to you, General. You say that this was not only a loan, but that indeed you repaid the money. Now, the money that you say you paid first, which was 20,000 rand, you said you paid in cash, correct?
That's correct.
And you say you paid it in November.
Yes.
Yes. In December, that's the 31st, there's payment of 50,000 rand to complete the amount of 70,000 rand. And at least there's a record of that because the 50,000 rand was paid into a bank account. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, this payment of 50,000 rand is made after there have been 2 raids of Mr. Matlala's premises. That is on the 6th of December 2024 and on the 18th of December 2024. And then on the 31st of December 2024, you pay the 50,000 rand. Correct?
Yes.
I want to suggest to you, and I know you'll say I'm wrong, but I just want to say this as a suggestion of inferential reasoning. I suggest to you that once there were these raids, you saw that the police were catching on to Mr. Matlala, and you decided that money that had been paid to you, not as a loan, I suggest, you should now suddenly pay back to Mr. Matlala so as to make it look like a loan. What do you say to that?
I'm saying it's incorrect. You know, if I wanted Matlala to give me money, which is not a loan, I could have preferred that he give me in cash, so that there won't be any trade.
But yes,
yeah,
continue. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
I think I've been in the police for so long, and I've arrested a lot of police officers in that regard. So our arrangement was month-end December because I get my bonus that time. And that is how we agreed. To say, when I get money that time, I get my bonus, I will pay you the whole 70,000. And the reason I paid the 20,000 is because I managed to sell some of my stock because now and then they get stolen. And then I said, no, let me now reduce the debt from him. So, hence, I paid him back in December. If ever it was otherwise, I could have paid it before December. So that is that is what it was arrangement. And if I needed the money for something else other than what I needed, those bank statements I gave, showing also the payments, maybe if it was the money which went in and came out to me, I could agree with the commissioner's inference. But it's very much unfortunate I'm in a corner with your inferences. But the truth is what I'm saying, so I got nothing further more to say on that one. So I will die with that.
You say that if you wanted the money and it was given to you for improper reasons, you would have asked for cash.
Yeah, that is what people do.
Yes, you've said that. I will say to you that it happens relatively frequently that because of a sense of impunity, people may be quite careless, which is why, for example, we are finding so much in these WhatsApp texts. So it may well have been as a result of a sense of impunity that you did not ask for cash.
It's unfortunate the commissioner feels like that, but there's nothing I can say except what I said.
And it may also be something quite convenient to say that 20,000 rand had been paid before the 31st of December 2024, had been paid in cash. Obviously, there will then be no record of the cash payment. Your comment?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I can try to find out the people who bought the homeland and then get their statement. But yes, as friends, we usually pay cash or account. It depends when you have money, how did you get it and so forth. So yes, you got that right to think like that, but it's not what happened. I paid him.
Please remind me, your statement probably covers it. I remember, I think you said you sold a cow here, another cow there, and so on.
Yeah.
And did you pay Mr. Matlala as and when you received each payment in respect of each cow?
No,
You
remember
paid
when-
him 20,000 rand at the same time?
Yeah, I paid at the same time.
At the same time?
Yes.
Where was he when you paid him?
Where was
Where
he?
did you find him when you paid him?
At his offices.
At his offices?
Yes.
And you had sold the cows back home in Limpopo?
Yes, they sold on my behalf, yes, and I fetched the money.
They were sold on your behalf?
Yes.
Then you drove to Limpopo to pick up the money and bring it down?
No. My sister's daughter stays in Tembisa. She came with the money.
She came from Limpopo to... huge risk, I would say. Why was the money not deposited in Limpopo? Instead of having a...
Commissioner, we still do that. Even now, I send money
I would understand 500 rand
Yeah.
or 1,000 rand, but 20,000 rand
yeah.
from Limpopo, your niece having to pick it up.
Yeah, I hear you, but we still do that.
Can you tell me why it was not deposited into an account?
Why didn't they deposit to my
Why
account?
was it not deposited? Yes.
I don't have any reason, because they are not used to that. They are not used to such money. They just gave the one who was coming to bring it with it.
Who is not used to what?
My sister is not working. She's staying in her home there alone.
All right. Thank you.
General, maybe just on that point where you say to the chair that you could have asked for the money to be given to you in cash if it was an improper transaction. It's quite, maybe let me ask a question first. When you testified last week, you said this vehicle belongs to your son. I assume your son works.
Yes,
He does work.
yes.
All right. So you are the one that takes a loan with Mr. Matlala when your son, you have an adult son who's employed, who has his own car, whose insurance you say repudiated. It's
Yes.
you that asks for a loan from Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
Okay. When you say you could have asked for this money in cash, I think it is not notable for me that this money was in fact not paid to you. It was paid directly to your son. So, on the face of it, in response to you saying I could have asked for it in cash, it may be easy to say, well, you redirected it somewhere else where it wouldn't be found. It wouldn't be traced to you because it goes to your son's bank account. What do you say about that? As a way of hiding the source of this money?
No, your account will always show where you deposited the money, and the surname will show. He's Shibiri, I'm Shibiri, so there's no way to conceal it.
Yes, well, you would have to know that Matlala paid money to Shibiri's son to go and look there. But if we are just looking at your account, if investigators just look at your account, all they would see is you paying Mr. Matlala money and then ask the question, what was this all about? And then you say, well, I was refunding him a loan. So there's no obvious link to you when the money is paid to your son's account. Do you accept, let me put the proposition to you this way. Let me put this to you. Do you accept that until you told us in your statement that you had a loan from Mr. Matlala, until you said that, if we had looked at your bank statement, we would not have seen the money come in, we would just see it go out to Mr. Matlala. That's all we would see. And we would have no reason to go and look at your son's bank account until you tell us that, well, I took a loan, that's why I was paying him, and that loan was paid to my son. Do you accept that factually?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay, explain how we would know that you got a loan from Mr. Matlala if we didn't see the repayment.
You see, if you investigate a relation, there will be investigation to my relation with him to check if he gave me money or not. And then you do the family tree and checks, and you also go to check if I have trust and so forth. That is how the investigation goes. So there's no way you could miss that.
I accept that.
Yes.
But that's not the inquiry. That's not what we are doing here. Here, what we do is we have your bank statement, and then we say, you have this money that is paid to Mr. Matlala. We don't see why you're paying Mr. Matlala. Explain. You had to say to us, well, he gave me a loan and he paid it into my son's account. That's the proposition I'm making to you, that until you tell us that you got a loan from him that explains that 50,000 rands, we had no way of identifying money flowing from Mr. Matlala to your son.
So
we couldn't have known
Commissioner is saying my faithfulness means nothing here, the Commission.
Sorry, I'm saying what?
My faithfulness in telling you, as you are saying the Commission, if it was not told, I told the Commission, showing that I'm faithful, that is not enough.
That's why I say, if you had not told us, let's look at what the documents tell us before you give us your explanation. The documents tell us you paid Mr. Matlala 50,000 rands. Then, and that's all we know from your bank account. Then the question is asked, the question has to be asked, why did you pay Mr. Matlala? Because there's no explanation from your bank account. We don't see money from Mr. Matlala coming to you. We see money flowing from you to him. So the question was asked of you, why did you pay Mr. Matlala 50,000 rands? Your response was, he gave me a loan. So for the first time, we find out that he gave you a loan, and then now we say, where did the loan go? And then you point us to your son, which we would not have known if the question had not been asked, where is this loan paid?
I wish to consult, because I don't know how to respond, because I think I responded to the Commission the way the Commission wanted to know everything, and it's supposed to suffice that I'm truthful and I explained. And also the documents from Matlala to my son's bank account and from myself, it shows. So I don't know now how to respond.
Okay.
I'm defeated now.
Maybe let me suggest directly to you that the suggestion really in this scenario that I'm trying to put to you is the payment into your son's account was to hide that Mr. Matlala gave money to you. That's the suggestion, that you were hiding by directing the money to your son.
Yeah. In my language, they say, so That is what I can say. If you want to see something, you will see it. That is how I see it myself.
I'm saying to you that's how it looks. That's all I'm saying to you, that it looks like you were hiding money, the
No, I
source
was
of the money.
I was
to
not
yourself.
hiding anything.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to draw your attention to the payments, because even your payment, it's not a direct payment to Mr. Matlala. It is a payment to one of his companies. You don't pay to his bank account, you pay to a bank account of his company. And the reference you use is not even Matlala, you simply say Shibiri. So that if the commission had not done its investigations, it would not have seen the link between you directly and Mr. Matlala directly. What it would have seen is, it would have seen a company paying money to your son's bank account, and you in December paying money to a company's bank account, but not to Mr. Matlala directly. Do you accept that that's what the bank statements show?
I don't, Commissioner.
Yes.
I don't, and I resent that, because if you check the WhatsApp, it is clear. I requested an account, and I'm given account by Matlala, and that is the account I paid in. And the reference there is me, to show to him is coming from me. That is why I wrote Shibiri. But the account was given to me by Matlala, and that I can only pay to what the person I'm paying gave me. So I don't know how could that be held on me.
Here's my point. Your bank statement, because remember, this is now your bank statement, your reference also shows Shibiri. It doesn't show Matlala. That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
And if you go to page 55, you will see that, 55 of file 4. This is your bank statement of December 2024.
That might be a mistake because I've done it from my phone. But if you go to the account will give the account holder. Who is the account holder? There's nothing to conceal in that one. I don't know. So I don't know, but I deposited to the account which I was given. My mistake is to make the reference myself instead of saying Matlala. I was making sure that he will see that side is mine. So that was my mistake, and it's an honest mistake.
Yeah. But you accept that your reference, not his reference. If you go to page 55, it says intermediate or immediate digital payment, Shibiri.
Yes.
On your statement.
Yes, but for me it's immaterial. I paid the account, the account which he gave to me, and it's Matlala's account.
Yes. No, it's the company's account. It's Black Ark Trading.
It's what it belongs to him. It's what he gave me.
Yes.
I didn't have any other account except that he gave me.
At last, Ms. Bowe.
Now that the commissioners have nudged me, not even thrown me into the loan, let's go deeper into this loan situation. General, if you have regard, you testified that at the party, when you had a conversation with Mr. Matlala about this, you indicated to him that you had a need for the money. That's correct?
Yes.
And he had indicated that if you don't come right, he will advance you that money.
That's correct.
Now, let's go to your bank statements. File 4, let's start at page 43. Page 43.
File 4.
File 4, yes. General, and I understand did I understand your evidence correctly that you were in need?
I am.
That you were in need at the time? You needed the cash advance because you were in need?
I don't understand what you actually mean.
You needed the money,
Yes, I needed the money.
so you were in need. Then if we go to page 43, you'll see this section has a series of your bank accounts between June to December. And in particular, if you go to the date on which Mr. Matlala paid you, or paid the amount to your son. If you have regard to the balance in your account at that
43
time.
43 here by me is something.
43 is the beginning of the statement. Are you in file 4?
44.
File 4.
Yes, 43, there you put something from Vodacom. And then it's 42, then a Vodacom thing, and then 44.
Not,
It's file 2.
Yes.
File 2 has your annexures, so file 4.
4. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. So you'll see page 43, that's the beginning of your statement.
Yes,
And that one covers the period 6 September 2024 to 5 October 2024. You see that? And then it gives a net balance for that month. Can you see that?
yes,
It's a positive balance of 60,000. And then it also indicates your overdraft limit. Can you see that?
yes.
Now, if you go to the next page, all right, on page 44, this is now around the 17, 18, when Mr. Matlala advances you the money. You had a positive balance of 50,000. Can you see that?
From the 18 years.
Yes. And even if you look just what happens at the end of the month is by the time you get your salary, you have a positive balance of 42,000. Can you see that? Yes. Now, if you continue to the following month, 6 October, so it starts at page 46.
Yes,
There again, you see your net balance there, it's 66,000. And even if you go through all of the transactions and reach the end of the month,
Yeah,
you'll see
it's
that yet
going
again,
up and up, yeah.
it goes up and up. And so at all material times when you needed to assist your son, you did indeed have the money.
yes.
So you didn't require the loan.
No, I did acquire the loan because I
No,
wanted to,
not acquire, require.
I required it.
Yes.
I required it because by that time I wanted to build the wall here at my house and the wall also at home, and of which I ended up doing that in March 2025.
But can you see that between that period when the loan was taken up until December when the loan was paid back, there was no need? You may have had an intention, but certainly in your account what it shows is that you had the money to assist your son without a loan from Mr.
I
Matlala.
decide how I want to use my money. It's not about what you have there. I decided to say I wanted to make the wall, and then I can get another money to do that, and then I will pay it back because I know in December I'll be getting more than 100,000 for my bonus. So that is what I thought like that time.
So you thought it would be better, on your version, to get a loan from somebody where you know, one, is being alleged to have killed and fraud, that you find out the day before. Two, you also found out in September that he was a SAPS contractor. That's also your version. So if you have regard to if you go to page 47 of your statement at paragraph 151, And then if you read that with paragraph 250, you'll see, I'll start with 250. You say, I became aware of the contract between SAPS and Medicare 24 during September 2024 when Mr. Matlala asked telephonically where I was traveling to, and I became amazed at how he knew. Mr. Matlala then indicated that he had a contract with SAPS. Now, when you go to paragraph 151, you will see that conversation when you told Mr. Matlala you're traveling to Limpopo happens on the 18th of September.
Yes.
So, again, you thought it was acceptable to take the loan, one, in the instance where you found out that Mr. Matlala is implicated in very serious allegations. Two, on the 18th, you also find out that he's a SAPS contractor. So even if you had used for the money for building a wall, you are now faced in that moment knowing these two facts about Mr. Matlala, and you chose to take the money from Mr. Matlala as opposed to defer your plans to build the wall.
Yeah, I did take the money from Mr. Matlala, knowing he's got a contract. I've got nothing to deal with the contract. I don't deal with the contracts, and I think even if it comes to the integrity, it deals with those who are in supply chain and so forth. So for me,
General, is your suggestion that there would be nothing wrong with taking money from a contractor as a general within SAPS because you're not in supply chain?
yes, I'm not in contract with him, and that contract is not directly linked to me.
And General, are you then aware of the, I think I'll have to go there, the employment regulations that require disclosures of loans and benefits, particularly where there's a relationship between the service and this person?
I think Regulation 18 of 20.
Yes, precisely.
Yes.
And despite, and you know that is precisely because where there's a relationship between you and a contractor, even if it's not direct, you may be able to gain some benefit from a contractor. Remember also, Mr. Matlala was doing health risk management, which affects most departments within SAPS, because that's where recruitment takes place, sick leaves takes place, all of that. And in fact, Brigadier Macheng testified that Mr. Matlala would often want to make links with other generals across the province because that is how work was generated in that area. So you didn't have to be in supply chain management to be able to assist Mr. Matlala.
No, our sick leave is not dealt with by them. We go direct to the private GPs. And those from the province he was referring to, is referring to the provinces responsible for LCRC or forensics, not ours.
General, even in an instance where it refers to others, you have to accept you're an influential person within SAPS. This is a contractor within SAPS, and there's something inherently wrong with you taking loan from him. Particularly, maybe I should ask, did you disclose this loan?
No, we disclose gifts, not loans.
General, the requirements, it deals with both disclosures of loans and benefits. So even if it's not a loan, it certainly was a benefit. Do you accept that?
I can't benefit something which I pay back.
General, you got an interest-free loan. How about that? If you had gone to the bank, you would have had to pay interest on it. So at the very least, your benefit here is that you got a loan. If it is a loan, you get a loan that has no interest implications for you, so you saved what you would otherwise have had to pay to a bank. Do you accept as a benefit in that way?
Yeah, I got a benefit from a friend, yes.
Yeah, okay. You do accept it's a benefit, thank you.
Yeah.
And now you accept, General, that he is your friend.
It was said the whole day here.
No, you've just said it.
No, it was said here the whole day.
So, General, just in regards to this, I for one find it implausible that in a phase where you had money to assist your son, you chose this option. That in a time where it places you in a precarious position because you know he's a criminal and you know he's a contractor. On either score, you would have been in trouble. And you
Yeah.
failed to disclose it.
To know that he's a criminal, I didn't know. He's arrested now as a criminal now. And there were allegations, yes, I agree to that. And again, I said I knew him with not being charged of anything or being a criminal. And if I took that 55,000, I was supposed to be left with zero, whereas I needed to do something. So I had to make decision of which I see fit for myself, which maybe the commission doesn't see it fit.
General, you say at the time he was not a criminal, and you say yes, he is charged now. Remember, I asked you one question, as Commissioner Kumalo reminded us earlier before the lengthy engagement between you and me. I asked you one question, and I did so deliberately. I asked you, would you ask for a loan from a criminal or an alleged criminal? And you said you would never do so. Do you remember that?
I remember.
Now you've just said that he was not a criminal, he's only charged now, but you say there were allegations against him.
Yeah. He's charged for his...
and the allegations you are referring to were allegations of criminality, correct?
Correct, and he's not yet charged for that.
No. My question earlier was not about being charged or anything. It was about allegations of criminality. A criminal or somebody against whom there are allegations of criminality. And you said you would never ask for a loan from such a person.
Correct.
Now you admit that there were allegations of criminality against Mr. Matlala. Fine, not charged at that stage, but allegations of criminality, and yet you still took a loan from him. How does that square up with the answer you gave to me earlier?
Yeah. I hear you, Commissioner. Even though he's not yet charged on those things.
No. My question was not about a criminal charge or anything like that. It was allegations of criminality, and you said you would never. So my question stands: how does that, what you say now, square up with your answer to my earlier question?
Yeah. Commissioner, you always corner me. You always corner me because even that allegation was not police allegation. It was allegation from the newspapers, and of which even today is not yet charged for it. But I will agree. I agree.
Thank you.
Even though I'm cornered.
Thank you, General.
Can I just raise an issue from a different perspective about this payment to you? You get paid on the 18th, or the money is paid to your son's account.
Yes.
I think it's on the 18th, if I'm not mistaken. And the messages about Mr. Kahula, they come in, it comes to you on the 17th, and then on the 18th you receive payment. And you instruct General, I think I understood you to say you then forwarded this message. We see that it goes to Sergeant Mukosi, and Sergeant Mukosi is supposed to do something about it. Do you not see the problem, at least from a perception point of view? Earlier in your testimony, you said, I would not, when you were angry about him saying you are his person, you said something to the effect, that you wouldn't want anyone to say because they've given you money or they know you, you do things for them. I think that's what you were saying, because they know you, you do things for them. Did you not see the potential problem that it creates, even if it's just a perception, that your friend forwards you this message about Mr. Kahula, you forward it to Sergeant Mukosi, obviously not for the fun of it, to do something about it, and I think that's what you said. And then the next day he pays you, gives you money. That looks like he's paying you to do his bidding, to assist him in things, that the proximity of the payments, there's no distance in terms of time. The one happens immediately after the other. Do you see the potential impression, the impression that it creates actually, that Matlala pays you, you are prepared to do things for him?
Yeah, because of that interpretation of the WhatsApp, actually it's not Kahula who was extorting money. Somebody who there purporting to be speaking to Kahula is the one who was extorting money, whom he told me, he says he's a journalist. If you can check, Kahula have already posted, it's out there. So he's saying he sent to him to say he must publish. In order for him not to publish, he must give him something so that he can also give to Kahula. So I asked him, why is this thing? He said, no, it's people wanting to extort me money. I've got nothing to do with these things. But the only two things I knew there on what was written is what I testified about, to say the people who burned the hospital were arrested, the people who murdered were arrested. The only thing was that one of the 5 million on top there, that he might be involved on it. But irrespective of that, that person who wanting money is committing a crime. I cannot say because there's an allegation against this one, we cannot help because somebody is extorting money. That is why, commissioners, you heard me, I was no much very happy of the evidence leaders who purported or indicated that I'm the one who said, show me to Kahula, you must not do what. So that is why I was saying that. But how it is understood is, it is like the case was about to be about Kahula. It was about the person who claims to be a journalist acting on behalf of himself and Kahula, who wanted money from Matlala to be paid.
Yeah, General, just in case I wasn't clear in what I'm putting to you, what I'm putting to you is, you, for your comment, is on the 17th, you get this from Mr. Matlala. Obviously, he wants you to do something about it. You're a general in the subs. He's not sharing for the sake of it. So he sends you this on the 17th. On the very next day, he gives you money. And I'm saying, what I'm proposing to you is, did you not see the impression that it creates? In fact, I want to put to you that if you were minded to act ethically and cautiously, you would not have accepted the money from him because it just looks bad. You may have discussed it earlier. As you say, you discussed it on the 14th for the first time, and then he follows up without any probing from you or any request from you. He follows up on you on the 18th, let it be what it is. But on the 17th itself, he sends you a message. And on the 18th, he follows it up with payment to you. And what I'm putting to you is, but if you were minded to act, to avoid appearances of impropriety, you would not have accepted that law when it came, even if you had accepted it in advance, but you would not have taken the money because it has appearances of being paid by someone that is asking you, and you actually do act on it to do things for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is how life goes with human beings. You make mistakes.
Okay.
So I can't reverse that. I couldn't think about that time. I knew I spoken to him on the 14th. He's a friend. I didn't foresee what you are looking at now, and even if it was somebody, it could have happened. Yes, with the head you are having, you have to think all the avenues. But sometimes, as a human being, it happens to you because you are there, you are alone. You're thinking in what you wanted to do. So, yeah, that is what I can say.
Yeah. I guess the sum of what you're saying is you saw nothing wrong with it at the time.
Yes.
When this sequence of events, you saw nothing wrong with
No.
it. Okay. Thank you.
General, how much did it cost to fix the car? Do you know? Do you know?
I know. It was about 55 when it started. It ended up to 87.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want us to do the math tomorrow?
The math.
Are you sure it was 87?
Yes, because you see the other things you see there, whereby it will say 5,000 whatsoever. You go to job back in the inner city, you buy to disperse. They don't have the machine. You do the EFT. I was also angry saying you are giving girls money, whereas I borrowed money for fixing the car. So yes, I'm sure. Because it even took longer than we expected, because yeah, these mechanics, sometimes other money get chowed, you have to go and buy again, yes.
General, I did the math because I used the annexure you gave us where you indicated and highlighted the transactions that were related to the repair of your son's car. If you go to page 42 of file 2, which would be your annexures.
42.
Yes, RS 8.
You said bundle?
2.
2. Hey, I'm no longer here. Bundle 2, page 40.
Just for completeness, point out that 70,000 payment. Remember, I had mentioned that it did not come directly from Mr. Matlala. So can you just complete that picture?
Is it page?
At page 42.
42. Yes. It's here.
Are you there, General?
Yes.
You'll see the transaction that Commissioner Kumalo is asking me to point out is on the 18th of September. There's a slight highlight or shade. You'll see it was paid from CAT VIP protection. Can you see that?
Yes.
And that's the 70,000.
Yes.
Now, if you look, the next payment that you highlighted for us is a payment of 2,800 for headlights. Then you highlighted for us to 25,000 for a tow truck. Then you highlighted for us the 8,530. You've also provided a slip for that lists the components of the things bought.
Yeah.
And then there's another statement that you should have regard to that's on page 37. My apologies, let's start at page 35. The highlights are clearer there. You'll see just before the 8,530, there's the 790.
At page 35.
Yes. 35.
Before there,
On the 25th of September, there are two payments. Can you see that? One is for 790 and the one is for 8,530.
yes,
And then if you go to page 37, because those are the last two things you've highlighted for us. That would be on the 10th of October, there are two payments for 5,000 each. Can you see that?
yes.
Once you add all of these figures that you say are the repairs, you get 47,120.
The one of the 25th on page 35, you calculated it,
35 of
25 September.
which amount?
There is 500 gold wagen on top of it, or it's not marked, and then 790, and then 8,850. When you go down, it says make tape the rental all road 8,875. You said
Oh, so you're saying that that 8,000
yeah,
is also to be included in the calculation?
yeah, and there is McGrill which was bought for 14,000 after, not in the same month, because that is why I said it took longer. So, but the boy can make a list of whatever and try to get all the slips, because that is all the money was used for that car.
Okay, just on the ones that you highlighted for us, that was the total. We'll take into account the 8,875. But if you also have regard to when these payments were made, you'll see that in September, the total amount covered for the repairs was 37,000, was approximately 37,000.
Yes.
And then in October, this is October. Yes, even the 8,000 would be in October. It would then be the 18,875. So even split across the months, based on what also you had in your account, you would have been able to cover these costs.
In October.
Yes.
Yeah, as I was saying, remember, in October you ended there by the rims, right? The rims where you highlighted the two.
General, don't say I ended there by the rims. Those are the transactions you highlighted, and in your statement you say, here is the statement highlighting the transactions that were related to the repairs.
I mean the 10th of October.
The 10th of October, yes, we did speak about that.
About that one. And then I saw
It's okay, General, you can
I can
give us a complete breakdown,
I
but
can
just
give
on what you have.
yes. Because some of the things, they cannot be done at the same time because you are waiting for the car to be painted. Also, there were some what do you call, a bag which were out, which you have to go and buy, the cut and put and whatsoever. It is not done in the same time. So the car took longer there for more than 3 months being in there. So it was a major damage, that is why.
General, that is not the point. The point is you're coming to the commission in March 2026, and you want to show the commission that in September 2024, a year and a half earlier, you needed a loan of 70,000 because your son needed to fix his vehicle. So when you show us these things, you must show us that I needed 70,000 for my son's vehicle, and he spent 70,000 fixing his vehicle. It doesn't assist 18 months later to say to us, these things take 3 months, but you are not able to show us that the money you took from CAT VIP services was used for that purpose.
My apologies. May the Commissioner be given time to go, and then my son to write everything which was done and to show where was it done and so forth, because maybe what clouded me was that the money went there and you can see to start to finish what was it used for. And then even though you wanted blow by blow, I didn't anticipate that one. I apologize for that.
Ms. Poe's point is that in the annexures, it's you who highlighted the expenses. It's not her, so this is your annexures. And the purpose of highlighting them was to try to show us that you used the 70,000 to repair the vehicle, but the numbers don't add up. That's the simple point.
I apologize once more. It's my son who highlighted for me when I wanted accountability that time. So since I kept this one, so I should have bettered it before I brought it here, because that I wanted to see where the money went, so step by step, so that it's not used for something or whatever.
General, maybe in case it helps this discussion, look at page 38. And maybe explain what this is in relation to these highlighted numbers, whether there's a relationship or not. And what in fact is at page 38.
38.
Yeah, you have a quotation, you've provided a quotation there. So what I'm asking you is, you're discussing with Ms. Bowe line items in a statement, but we also have been given an estimated quotation.
Yeah.
Yes, and the date of it is the 19th/09/24. So
Yes.
I just want whether you are able to say to explain to us what is the relationship between the two, and whether it would clear any of
This
what
was
is
the
being discussed.
quotation given by, estimated quotation by the panel beat who was going to fix this JBI. And the 25,000 was for labor, which was paid to him. So I then advised to say, no, if you give this person the whole money, we've got a history of these people not fixing the car. Go and buy the parts yourself. And then as and when they are fixing, then you bring them the parts there. You can go to Goldwagen, he charges you something, you find it there, it is cheaper. And then so that you can have control of it. And that is what happened. Then the 25,000 of labor was given. And other parts which you are supposed to start with, then he went and buy. And as he finishes the others and others are needed, then he goes and buy and buy. So the only thing which was outstanding, which cost 14, was the sump and the grill, and also the airbag at the side, on the roof.
Thank you, General. I'm not sure that it's clearing what I was hoping it would clear, but that's where I leave it.
Chair, I'm going to move away from the loan. There are two topics. I hope they won't be long, so that the General can proceed with Ms. Siegel's move tomorrow.
Are you able to give an estimate, Ms. Bowen?
I want to say I don't.
I know that's quite difficult.
I don't see us taking more than 20 minutes.
But,
It is the issue of Musa Kahula, which we've already canvassed, and then lastly, the interest in the Medicare contract.
Let's take a short adjournment and come back at 16:35. Let's adjourn. Just one quick question, General. How many quotations did your son get for the repairs to the car? Quotations.
I know of this one.
Only this one.
I know of this one.
Oh, only this one. Okay. So, was it the quotation that gave you an idea of how much it would cost to repair the car, or did anything else give you
No, it was.
an idea of the cost?
Yeah, Commissioner, the car was at the pound of the insurance. When they repudiated, he needed to take it somewhere. And then, so he knew these people because sometimes they were penal beating for his friend. And then
What I want to get an idea of, you say you are aware of only this quotation.
Yes.
So I want to get an idea of, besides this quotation, is there anything else that gave you an idea of what the cost would be?
no, sir.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Bowen?
Thank you, Chair. General, just before I forget this point, earlier you testified that when you were repaying the loan, you went to see Mr. Matlala for the 20,000 at his offices.
Yes.
And when would this have been?
When I do it,
When would this have been that you go and see him?
let me refer to my statement because I forgot the date. I don't know if it was the 4th or the 24th.
Are you saying 24 November?
Yes, let me check on my statement, please.
In your statement, you say in November. You just say in November.
Yeah, meaning I couldn't remember the date, but
Okay. General, you recall that in an interaction we had earlier about the frequencies of your interactions with Mr. Matlala, you indicated to me that in 2023 you met once, and then in 2024 you met once, and that was at the son's engagement. Remember that?
yes, I remember that.
So now you're saying that the repayment was done in person at his offices, so that would be another meeting.
Yeah, I forgot that too.
Are there other meetings that you're forgetting? Are there other meetings that you are forgetting?
No. For 2024, no, it's that one.
All right, General, just on that timeline, let's also see what happens in November. If we can go to file 4 at page 39. General, let me know when you're there.
39.
Yes.
Is the bank statement?
General, file 4.
3.
Oh, my apologies. I said 3. My apologies. 4. File 4. The exhibit file. My apologies.
Yeah, General is asking if it's a bank statement at page 39.
No, it's not a bank statement. It's the WhatsApp chats.
That's file 3, not 4. 4 is a bank statement.
I had effectively confused myself. Yes, we are in file 3. We are at the WhatsApp chats at page 39.
39.
And in particular, if you can have regard to chats 4, 5, and 6. Can you see that? So this interaction happens on the
Yes, I can.
25th of November.
Yes.
So Sergeant Gosi sends you 3 pictures. In order
Yes.
to see the pictures, the first one is at page 107 of the same file.
Yes.
General, can you tell us what that is?
I think it's the invoice for payments for Medicare 24.
Okay. And then the next one is at page 108. Can you tell us what that is?
I think it's the same thing. The same invoices,
Okay.
which are in page 39.
Which are being paid to Netcare, Medicare 24.
Yes.
And then on page 109,
It seems to be going with 107.
okay. Now we can go back to the chats, knowing what this is. If we then go to page 40. So Sergeant Gosi sends to you a message that says, maybe it will reflect tomorrow. Seems to be a forwarded message. And then another one that says, yes, it is paid on 24 November 2024, but deposited into account will probably be tomorrow, but I will monitor. You see that?
Yes.
And you then respond, and your response is, what is the amount paid?
Yes.
And then, if you look, you then call Sergeant Mukosi twice. Can you see that? At 2:42 and 2:44.
Yes.
When I guess you don't get a response about what is the amount paid. General, let's start here. Why was Sergeant Gosi sending you this information?
Yeah, I also asked him because Matlala, I think the previous day, phoned asking if I could assist because the subs always shows they paid him and they are not paying. The money is not reflecting in the bank. And I indicated to him that, no, hey, that is beyond me. I can't interfere in that field. So you will have to wait, or it will reflect the following day. But I was surprised to see Nkosi is also sending the same thing. But he never sent anything to me. He asked by mouth to say it is reflecting now and then. Always they are giving him problem and say they are paid, they show him invoice, but the money doesn't reflect in the account. Can I assist in that regard? And I said, no, I won't be able to.
So just in context, General, was this before or after you were at his office to repay him the 20,000?
No, it was after, because I said I went there early.
Okay, so
early
this
in
was
the
after.
month, yeah.
Okay. And then just in your response to that, you say, Mr. Matlala called you to request assistance in relation to the contract. Now, if you go to your statement where you deal with the contract, that is at page 76.
I'm at page 76.
You'll see you deal with the contract at paragraphs 249 and 250. And all you say to us is that, one, you had no involvement in the initiation, procurement, adjudication, approval, negotiation, and administration of the contract. And then two, you say to us that you became aware of the contract in September 2024, and you didn't know the name of Mr. Matlala's company until you received the screenshots in November. But curiously, you don't note that you had a call with Mr. Matlala the day before the screenshots were sent, wherein he was asking you a favor related to the payment of those very invoices. Is there a reason for this?
This message, it says 19 May.
General, I may have lost you. What is it that you're referring to?
76.
76
What date is it?
pages.
No, General, page 76 of your statement, paragraph 250.
Oh.
So go to your statement, your witness statement, page 76, paragraph 250.
Are you there, General? That's file 1 at page 76. Maybe it will, if it will help, General, it's also displayed on the screens. In your statement, where you deal with the contract, you do so at those two paragraphs.
Yes.
Do you remember my question, General?
Yes.
Yes. What's your answer?
Maybe just repeat it.
General, I asked that if you have regard to the two paragraphs, you tell us that you are not involved in the procurement, adjudication, approval, negotiation, and administration of the contract. And then you say that you first found out about the contract in September 2024, and then you didn't even know the name of the company. You found out the name of the company when you were sent these screenshots.
Yes.
Now, just a few minutes earlier, when we were dealing with the very screenshots, you noted that they follow after a call the day before when Mr. Matlala was telling you about non-payments, and that you then indicated to him that you can't assist, you have nothing to do with that. Yet in your statement, when asked about the contract, you don't tell us this.
In my statement, 249, this is what I'm stating, that I knew he's got a contract, but I didn't know the name of the contract. I knew the name after I have seen this. So that is what I'm saying. So I'm not sure what is the contradiction.
General, there's no contradiction. It's that you weren't completely forthcoming. You say to us in those two paragraphs, you are not involved in adjudication, we accept. You then say you didn't even know the name until you get these screenshots. When asked about the screenshots, you say that they followed after a conversation you had the day before with Mr. Matlala, where he was asking for assistance for the payment of these screenshots, these invoices. But you don't say this anyway in your statement.
Oh, I hear you now.
And your comment or explanation?
My explanation is maybe it's because we received the what is this? The chats later, already statement made.
General, the question is, why did you not mention in your statement that the day before Mukosi sent you the screenshots, Matlala had called you asking for assistance in relation to the payment of his invoices? That's the question. Why did you not mention that Matlala called you asking for your assistance?
Yeah, as I'm saying, I remember now because I saw these messages. I didn't remember that time.
No, but in your statement you mentioned the screenshots. The question is, why do you not mention the call? Because you are already dealing with the screenshots in your statement. So you can't say you're only seeing them now. You are dealing with them in your statement, which means you were aware of them. You even give the November date. So the simple question is, why did you not mention the call from Mr. Matlala?
Yeah, the statement was rectified many a times. I'm not sure what happened, to be honest. We were rectified many a time. I drafted, it was edited, and then we have to redraft. And you have seen also that there were many duplications and so forth, and because of not having a typist.
Yes, General, but even when you were taken through the statement and you had a chance to amplify, this is not one of the aspects you sought to amplify.
I was reading.
Yes, but you could amplify after each section. Nevertheless, General, maybe let me move on to my next question. You say that on that day before, you indicated to Mr. Matlala that you wouldn't be able to assist, right?
Yes, yes.
But now when you look at the screenshots and the message you sent to Sergeant Mukosi, look at page 40, chat 3. Your response is, what is the amount paid?
Yes.
Why would that be your response?
No, because he indicated a certain amount, I just wanted to verify. Because here on the screenshots he said I can't see the amount.
But what would you need to verify when your position is you can't assist?
No, he said he will monitor, and I indicated it will show maybe tomorrow. Or he indicated it will show tomorrow because it shows it is paid.
But General, do you accept that you can't on the one hand say you are not involved and you don't know and you can't assist, and on the other, when you are sent the very same screenshots you've already indicated you can't help with. Your response is not, I can't help with this, I've already said so. Your response instead is, what is the amount paid?
I'm not speaking to Matlala, I'm speaking to Mukosi.
Yes, I accept
Yes.
that. However, your position is you can't help with the contract. So that position wouldn't change because you're now dealing with Sergeant Mukosi.
Yes,
Or does it?
out of curiosity I asked, that's all.
No, General, it can't be out of curiosity. You even go so far as to ask, what is the amount? So you're not just curious. You want to give Mr. Matlala a response. He's called you, he said, assist me, and you did something about it. You forwarded this to Sergeant Mukosi, and Sergeant Mukosi gives you feedback. It's not a question of curiosity. If it was curiosity, you would not have sent this to Sergeant Mukosi in the first place to do anything about it. So he comes back, he shows you the screenshots, he reports, maybe it will reflect tomorrow. That is consistent with Mr. Matlala having asked you to assist him about payments. And then he says yes, so he says maybe it will reflect tomorrow. And then he says, yes, it is paid on that day, but deposited into account will probably be tomorrow, but I will monitor. And then you say, what is the amount? There's nothing curiosity about all of this. It is a man who has gone to check and is now giving you feedback. And that is consistent, or a consistent response to what you say happened the day before, which is Mr. Matlala said, help me. Find out, at the very least, help me find out what's happening. That's at its most innocent.
Commissioner, firstly, I never sent anything to Mukosi. Kosi sent these things to me.
Why didn't you say to him, why are you sending this to me? When he sends you the screenshot, the natural reaction of someone who has absolutely no knowledge about why they are receiving something so specific, it's not to say what is the amount paid. It is to say, why have you sent me the screenshots? Why are you telling me maybe it will reflect tomorrow, and where does it reflect? I mean, it doesn't even tell you anything. The screenshots just say Medicare, and then it gives you that list. He says maybe it will reflect tomorrow. You don't say where, what are you talking about? Quite clearly, because you know what he's talking about.
Commissioner, he's sending and responding to himself at the same time. As I said, I asked out of the curiosity to say, how much are you talking about? How much is supposed to be paid? Because he's sending and responding in the same time to say, it will reflect tomorrow. It was paid when, and I will monitor. So out of curiosity, I just asked how much, because there was nothing for me to say, and already I have already spoken to the man a day before. So I didn't send anything to him. He sent these screenshots and even sent the response for the same screenshots. So out of curiosity, I just asked how much.
Well, what I'm putting to you, or what I'm suggesting to you, is that this is not a discussion. Given what happened the day before, according to you, Mr. Matlala calls and says, assist me, because I'm not getting paid. What follows in these WhatsApp chats is consistent with you responding to that request for assistance, and what you ask Mukosi to go, that's what it looks like. And I want to suggest that to you, that you get a call from Mr. Matlala the day before the 25th of November. So you get your call on the according to you, on the 24th of November, you get a call, help me. You speak to Mukosi. Mukosi sends you these screenshots. I'm suggesting that's what happened. Sergeant Mukosi sends you what he's able to pull out from SAPS's system, which he too is not involved with finances, but he gets access to this stuff. He sends it to you, and then he gives you a report about when payment will be made, which is consistent with Mr. Matlala having asked you to assist him. He gives you a report, and then he does a further report. He says it will be paid tomorrow. Your question of how much is consistent with you getting a report from Mukosi and then going to respond to Mr. Matlala. That's my suggestion to you. So when you say curiosity, no, it's not curiosity. There's more to it than just curiosity, is what I'm putting to you.
Commissioner, I don't believe Mukosi can access this printout.
But he did, because he's sending them. You can see that they are.
I thought maybe he got it from Matlala. That was my take. But I don't believe he can. I don't want to speak for him, but I don't believe
But why would Matlala be asking you for help if Mukosi already has this, or he has this and he has given them to Mukosi?
When he asked, meaning he was having, because he said they keep on sending him invoices showing that the money will be paid, but they don't pay. Can you speak to somebody who can assist me to make sure the money is paid? I said, I can't. So that is why I'm thinking he got it from Matlala, because I don't see any way how Mukosi can access the finance document or have access to that one, because it's not even at our finance.
Yeah, you should have reprimanded him. You should have said to him, Mukosi, where do you get these documents, because they belong to finance? You should not have access to these documents. What you are doing is wrong. If you are sharing them with Matlala, you should stop.
Yeah, earlier on when I was testifying, I did mention for this kind of thing, I did reprimand to say, you get these things, sometimes they will put you into problem because you are not supposed to. And I reference also the other one which was going with it, the one from which was having confidential on it.
I'm talking about these specific ones, General, not in
Yes.
general terms. I'm saying on the 24th or 25th of November, you should have said to Nkosi, you don't work in finance, you have nothing to do with service provider contracts. What are you doing with these documents? And why are you sharing them?
Yeah, no, you are correct. But Matlala already had these things.
You don't know
because-
that because
No,
Matlala
he
did
talked
not share
about
them
it.
with you.
He talked about, no, with, that I said he talked to me about it that he received, not sharing it with me.
So you can't know that he had them if he didn't show you. Unless you say Matlala showed me the screenshots, so I know he had them. You don't know that.
Yes, I don't know that.
Yes.
Well, even if on your evidence, your evidence is correct, if it is, that Sergeant Nkosi received these screenshots from Mr. Matlala, even if that were correct, and he somehow forwards them to you without prompting from you, there is this great coincidence, and it would be a coincidence indeed, or a curious coincidence, that he sends them to you the day after you spoke to Mr. Matlala, who said, help me, about payment. There's this great coincidence that Nkosi, without prompting from you, he sends you these screenshots. There has to have been a conversation, otherwise what you're relating doesn't make sense. That Mr. Matlala on the 24th says, help me. On the 25th, Sergeant Nkosi sends you screenshots. Wherever he got it from is irrelevant, at least for what I'm proposing now. He sends this to you, and then he says, maybe it will reflect tomorrow. So he's telling you he will be paid tomorrow, and then he says, yes, it is paid, deposited, it will reflect tomorrow, but I will monitor. There is no context to it.
Yeah.
And then you say, what is the amount paid? But we know these WhatsApps on your own evidence are preceded by a call from Mr. Matlala to you to say, help me. It's more than an unexplainable coincidence, and it is not. And I'm suggesting to you, you are not giving a satisfactory explanation for this sequence of events. You say, well, I was surprised why he sends me. Well, you shouldn't be surprised, because you've had a conversation with Mr. Matlala. Why are you surprised that Mr. Nkosi then sends you information about payments to him when you yourself have had a conversation with Mr. Matlala? So there is no coincidence. There is no curiosity, I'm suggesting to you. You actioned, notwithstanding what you're saying, you actioned Mr. Matlala's request to assist you by talking to Sergeant Nkosi, and he's giving you a report back for you to be able to inform Mr. Matlala. That's what I'm suggesting happened here.
That is incorrect. And
Thank
I've
you.
indicated even before that Nkosi, whatever is talking with somebody or whatever is sending. So, and that is why I was sending even the answers himself, because if I asked him, I should have asked him on the 24th to say go. And I couldn't ask Nkosi because Nkosi is not working at finance. And I indicated that it will be interference from me. I can't even ask anybody. I don't know anybody dealing with these things. So it is true that I asked amount through curiosity, but I don't know why Nkosi sent this to me. But I thought he got it from Matlala, or he was with Matlala or speaking with Matlala when he sent this thing.
But even on your version, sorry, Commissioner Balo, even on your version, it means then you are aware that Nkosi is assisting Matlala in relation to his problem with payments. If he got this from Matlala, it must mean Matlala had asked Nkosi to assist him. Right?
Yes.
Why else would Matlala send this to Nkosi? It must mean he wanted Nkosi's assistance.
I don't know.
And you don't want Nkosi to say, Nkosi, don't play in that space. You should not be doing that. You should not be dealing with service providers.
Yeah, as I'm saying, I don't know that he just showed him. He shows me out of him liking, posting things. I don't know. But I know he can access these things.
Yes. No, we accept that. We're saying on your version, he got this from Matlala, which means,
I think so.
Which means on your version, Matlala is discussing the issue of payments with Nkosi. And on your version, that's not Nkosi's job because Nkosi does not work in finance.
Yeah, because I knew there's nothing he can do. And from the testimony here, it seems when he's frustrated, he's talking to everybody, Matlala, regarding assistance. So I didn't amaze me, but I knew Nkosi is not in the position to say he can assist in this thing. If I can assist myself, what about Nkosi?
General, just to maybe further demonstrate that it can't be just curiosity, let's go to page 68 of the same bundle. If you look at chat 5, there you'll see a media inquiry about the report that recommended the termination of Mr. Matlala's contract. So that's at chat 5.
63, yes, I'm there.
68.
68.
So at the bottom of the page, the last chat there. Can you see that? Sergeant Kosi sends you or forwards you that media inquiry. Can you see that?
Is it a media inquiry?
Yes. See, it says, my name is whoever, I'm a journalist at City Press, currently working on a story based on the audit findings that recommended the cancellation or termination of Mr. Matlala's contract.
Oh, down there, number 5.
Yes, General.
I was looking on the top one, sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Yes.
And then if you turn to the next page, Sergeant Kosi also forwards you what looks like a message sent to SAP's generals. It says general would be General Masemola and lieutenant generals, drawing
Yes.
their attention to the media inquiry. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then you see that Major General Sergeant Kosi then forwards Major General Pokani's response to the journalist. That's the one at 10:22. Can you
He's
see that?
sending to the journalist.
Excuse me?
You are saying he's sending General Pokani's message to the journalist.
No. I'm saying that Sergeant Kosi forwards you the message that General Pokani is sending to the journalist. Can you see it says good morning? And that's
Yes.
the name of the journalist that
Yes.
had earlier sent the
Yes.
media inquiry.
Yes.
And then you'll see that the next thing that's sent to you is a picture of the preliminary report. And that preliminary report is at page 127.
I see it.
All right. Now, look at your response to this.
I think I already responded. I reprimanded him about this one.
No, General.
The one, yes, let me finish. The one here, criminal report, which is said confidential, that is the one I was saying. I reprimanded him to say, whoever is sending you this will put you into problem because you cannot send this one. I said it before.
Yes, I accept that you said it before. I'm just drawing your attention to the response that you wrote in the chat.
Yes.
Your response is, good morning, is too bad.
Yes. It's too bad.
Yes. Now, viewed in the context of your earlier discussions with Mukosi related to payments. Now Mukosi is telling you about the termination. Your response is, good morning, it's too bad. What's too bad?
It's too bad that the contract is found to be fraudulent and is going to be terminated. And we talked about this. Remember, I indicated to say some of the things I was sending to him was to say, hey, but this guy, it might be a problem in certain things. And this is in March 22. And that other one you were talking about there, it was when? It was in November.
In November, yes.
Yes. So I don't know, you correlating that one to this one.
General,
That
it's,
time- that
it's
other-
demonstrating your attitude towards it. So in the earlier part, when we were dealing with a November interaction, you saying that you are merely curious about the amount paid. When you're told about termination, your response is, it's too bad.
Yes, it's too bad.
And you say it's too bad that his contract was terminated.
No,
Not
I
that,
said it's too bad because it was fraudulent. It's not only him or here involved, even SAPS is involved. It's too bad what is happening. It involved both SAPS and him, and then SAPS also, they are involved in the awarding of this thing, so it won't be only him.
General, in the context of what we now know to be your relationship with Mr. Matlala, your earlier discussions related to the payments and your interest in how much was paid, it seems unlikely that this too bad was directed at SAPS being implicated. It seems more that what was too bad about the situation is that Mr. Matlala's contract was terminated.
So is there any need for me to answer questions, if ever? Already questions are put into me, answers are put into me. Because I gave my answer has been changed now to say, you can make reference to say, I said how much out of curiosity, that is what I said. Now I'm saying it's too bad because it involves the police and himself, or himself being done a criminal or a criminal act, and the police also afforded him without not doing due diligence. Even if he can go back, when we're talking about General Khan, that is why I commented to say this is tainting our image. So it's not the first time where I take the SAPS also into consideration when responding. So why do you choose that one now?
General, when you do respond to say that it's too bad for SAPS, you actually do say that. You say, this is bad, it's not a good look for SAPS. So I'm saying the context, when you look at your exchanges related to this contract, it doesn't seem likely that this was directed at the SAPS part. It's more likely that it's directed at the contract that you and Sergeant Mukosi were trying to assist Mr. Matlala with.
I gave my response.
I
Say
accept
what
that,
I
General.
meant. Yes.
Then, General, let's then move.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry. General, I mean, Mr. Matlala calls you, maybe let me start this way. He's your friend. He obviously knows that you are head of organized crime and you have nothing to do with procurement issues, with payment issues. He knows that, right? Can we take it as a given that he knows your position in the SAPS?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. He nonetheless asks you, even though you say he knows that you have nothing to do with these things. Can you see from that request how he would think you are the person to assist him with problems in SAPS? He asks you about a matter that has nothing to do with your position, and and I'm prepared to accept for purposes of this engagement that you told him, I can't assist you because that has nothing to do with where I operate. I'm not quarreling for now with that, what you say you said to him. But can you see how, knowing very well that you're not in finance, how this request to you to assist him with getting payments indicates that he thinks you are his friend or connection? You say the language he used was his person, he's got a person inside. Just from the request itself, that he thinks you are a person that can assist him about matters that have nothing to do with your portfolio. Can you see how he would have thought you are the person to assist him, just from the request?
Commissioner, I just indicated that through testimony which was made to the commission, you went to everybody, including to KZN, looking for assistance. He can go to anybody, irrespective of he knows you or not. So when he's desperate, he knocks all the doors. So I can say.
Yes, I'm not sure what is the answer to my question. My answer is much more straightforward than asking everybody. You are his friend. You are not just everybody. You are his friend. At the time that you say he asks you for assistance, you owe him money, in fact, at that point. And then on the 6th, you tell us that when there was that operation at his house on the 6th, he told people, he seemed to have said that you are his person. And all I'm putting to you is, given the nature of the relationship, which includes a loan to you, which is still owing, by the way, at that point, and the kind of request that he makes to you for assistance, can you see how he would think, because of the nature of your relationship, you could assist him even with issues such as finance? I'm not saying he's right. I'm asking you, can you see how he would think so?
I hear what you are saying, but I'm saying, with that in mind, he left me and went to other people looking for assistance. So that is my response.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Before we leave 69, if you just look at that chat where he shares the screenshot with you of the audit report, it's 10:22 p.m. on the 22nd, and then the next chat between you and him is the following day at 10:32 in the morning. When between those two chats did you reprimand him?
On this one?
Yes.
Yeah, in the morning.
When between the two chats? In the morning when? Because there does not seem to be any communication between chat 3 and chat 4.
There is the chat 5, it is a phone call.
So you reprimanded him after you said too bad?
Yes.
But my question was when between the two chats? So you should have said after.
My apology. Sometimes these questions are tricky.
I didn't mean to trick you. I just wanted to complete the picture. So after you said
Sorry,
good morning,
Commissioner.
too bad.
Kumalo, just to be of some assistance, if you look, the call is actually, that comes in after the two bed. It's actually on the 4th. Sorry,
it's the
the
following-
2nd
The 4th.
of April.
On
not-
the 3rd.
No, it's a following month. That's my problem.
Yes.
It's
The
not
following
even.
month.
So that's why my question was, look at when the chat comes to you, where he shows you the internal audit report.
Yeah, it's on the
It's
22nd.
evening, it's the 22nd of March 2025.
Yes.
The following day is the 23rd of March 2025 at 10:30 in the morning. All you say to him is good morning is too bad. So when did you reprimand him for sending you what is clearly a confidential internal audit report?
Yes, that is why I'm saying it's tricky because we're talking about this, I think only of this. We might have spoken mouth face to face because we are in the same building. But I don't want to say that because it will seem that I'm lying.
Maybe to make it easy for you, can we accept that in this document, there is no evidence of you communicating with him about this, other than that two-bed good morning?
Yeah, on this,
Yes.
but before even we come to this, I did indicate I spoken to him about it. But the issue is, did I speak to him face to face or according to this? But as they are coming thick and fast, these questions, I concentrate in what I'm dealing with. That is why I went direct to this. I apologize.
my
But I
focus-
take what you are saying, Commissioner.
My focus is also only on these documents,
Thank
because
you.
that's the only thing that's in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so I don't mean to trick you at all. I just wanted to
Yes.
find out if after you received this, you reprimanded him. And we've accepted that on page 69, there's nothing that suggests that you did. I'm not saying you did not use other methods. I'm just saying the chats that we see don't show that.
I accept.
Yes.
Commissioners, I'll move on to the last topic, bearing in mind that you stole some of my 20 minutes. I'm within my time. General, if we can then just deal lastly with the Musa Kahula issue. And I know here, General, you just wanted to clarify and make it clear that you did not have a conversation with Mr. Kahula. General?
Yes.
Yes, I'm simply just saying for clarity, because I know this is something that you wanted to set the record straight with.
Yes.
All right, so now if we can then go to the actual chats exchange. Can we please go to page 191? Are you there, General?
Yes.
191?
Yes, I'm at 191.
So you see there on the 17th of September at 8:45 a.m., you send to Sergeant Mukosi a screenshot. Now, the screenshot itself is at page 226. And there it's a post by Musa Kahula talking about Mr. Matlala and making a number of allegations.
226.
226, yes. So that's the actual screenshot.
Yes.
So that's just a screenshot of a post by Mr. Kahula setting out a number of allegations against Mr. Matlala and his wife.
Yes.
Now, if you go back to the chats, so we're still on page 191.
Yes.
Sergeant Mukosi responds to you with crying face emojis and says, "Ish." Do you see that?
Yes.
Then you forward to him what you've said is a message from Mr. Matlala indicating that somebody sent this to him demanding money.
Yes.
You see that? And then this is followed up by a call
Yes.
at 9:04. There's a call from Sergeant Mukosi at 9:05. And then you forward another message from Mr. Matlala to Sergeant Mukosi saying somebody's sending stories to Musa Kahula about you. I'm warning him to not even try write about you. So you are forwarding this message,
Yes.
right? Then at chat 3, you send a screenshot, you forward a screenshot that Mr. Matlala sent to you, correct?
Yes.
And that screenshot is at page 227.
I see it.
And from the looks of it, this is a conversation between someone and Musa Kahula,
Yes.
where that individual is telling Mr. Kahula not to write stories,
That's correct.
correct? Right? And then if we go back to the chats, at 9:17, you give Sergeant Mukosi a call. So that's at chat 4. You see that?
Yes.
Now, you say in your statement that after receiving this information from Sergeant Mukosi, you told Mr. Matlala first. Sorry. After receiving this information from Mr. Matlala, you told Mr. Matlala then that you would not be able to assist, that instead you will ask Sergeant Mukosi to assist. Is that correct?
Yes. But firstly, I indicated you can go even to the nearest police station. And then he said if Mukosi is not busy, then he can come and assist him with the statement.
So just to clarify this, are you saying that the suggestion for Sergeant Mukosi to assist came from Mr. Matlala?
Yes, he said if he's not busy. And then I spoken to him to say if he's not busy. I asked him where he is. He said he's around. I said Matlala was having this problem. I forwarded him everything. And then he said, no, you will see him later. He was still busy. That is all.
Okay, just to clarify, Mr. Matlala sent you this information. You say to him, you can go to the nearest police station to open a case. He says, if Sergeant Mukosi is not busy, can he accompany me? And you then go and speak to Sergeant Mukosi.
No, I phoned him because I was in Kimberley that day.
Yes, I mean, so you call Sergeant Mukosi
Yes,
to further this request from Mr. Matlala.
yes.
All right. And when is it on that same day that you phone Sergeant Mukosi?
Yeah, after I forwarded him all the screenshots and everything.
Okay. Now, why would Mr. Matlala require Sergeant Mukosi's assistance, given that you have testified, and I think it's also in your statement, that Mr. Matlala is a businessman, several entities, roots in security industry? One would imagine that he's familiar with the process of opening a case. Why did you think it was necessary to ask Sergeant Mukosi to accompany him?
I have already testified that they are close, and sometimes because you could phone me being with him, and that maybe it's for that reason.
Now, if indeed they are, if as you say they are close, why did Mr. Matlala send the request through you and not directly to Sergeant Mukosi?
I don't know.
And you didn't see anything problematic with you forwarding that request to Sergeant Mukosi?
I said he was asking for an advice, what can he do? And that is what I testified about, that from time to time you'll do so. You'll phone me asking for advice for certain things which needs police. So you will ask me, what do I do? There is this kind of a thing. And then I advise that you can go to the police station and open a case. Then we can do entrapment for that particular person. And then and try to get the money and see how much he wants and then and so forth. He then asked if Mukosi is not busy, can he assist him? I said, no, I will find out from him. And then I phoned Mukosi.
General, I guess I'm trying to determine that Mr. Matlala makes this request of you. You then communicated this to Sergeant Mukosi to do. Were you envisaging doing an operation? Or were you asking Sergeant Mukosi to do this as a personal favor because of his relationship with Mr. Matlala?
No, mostly issues of extortion, if you can check even at my statement, is dealt by us as organized crime, doing entrapment and so forth. So even if he went to the police station, they were going to call people from the province and wherever. So he might have done so himself also.
Then the curiosity is, why do you tell Sergeant Mukosi to assist him? You've directed him to a police station. Why are you using your position to tell Sergeant Mukosi to go with him to the police station or to assist him in whatever way? You've already sent him to a police station.
Yes.
Why do you consider it necessary to have Sergeant Mukosi go with him?
No, because since he mentioned his name to say, can he assist him? Other than that, it's not the first time that I send members from head office to go and take statement or assist anybody who is complaining. I usually do that.
So you reached out to Sergeant Mukosi because Mr. Matlala requested Sergeant Mukosi to help him?
Yeah.
That's what you've just said now?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Matlala decides, I want Mukosi to come and help me. He speaks to you, his friend, about the same period that he's advancing loans to you, and then he picks, after you say to him, go to a police station, he decides, no, that's not good enough. I want Mukosi to assist me, and you oblige him. You call Mukosi, you say, go with him to assist him. That only makes sense to me if it is you using your position and your friendship with Mr. Matlala to allow him to tell you what he wants. He tells you, I want Mukosi to help me. And you say, Mukosi, go help. It makes sense only that way to me, that here's your benefactor who tells you, I want Mukosi to help me. It's not good enough that you tell me to go to a police station. I want Mukosi to help me, and you oblige him. It's just wrong on the face of it.
Yeah, I indicated to him I'll check with Mukosi if he's not busy, and then to assist him. If because he was busy, then you couldn't have helped him, you could have went to the police station. But anyhow, as I have indicated before, when Mukosi phoned him about it, he indicated that his attorney is dealing with it and he didn't open a case.
Forget what he has said. We are talking about your conduct as head of organized crime, who is friends with this person, who gives you money, a loan, and then in that same period, he asks you to do certain things, and you do. And I want to go back to the theme that, well, I can see why Mr. Matlala would say, I've got my person in there, because he makes requests on you, and you oblige him. You don't say to him, no, I have advised you to go to the police station. You go to the police station, and if you don't go to the police station, that's it. You don't do that. You say, Mukosi, help him. And Mukosi, as you've told us, he's not just a friend, he's your subordinate. So you've tasked him to go and assist Matlala when he has time. I completely, I think, understand why Mr. Matlala would think, I've got my person inside. I ask him for things, I tell him what I want, and he does it for me. I can see where he comes from.
Except that I do so with everybody. I indicated that Mukosi and Matlala, they are known to each other, hence he mentioned the name. And I asked Mukosi if he was busy or not busy. If he's not busy, he can assist. If he's busy, then he will go to the police station. So I don't know, because from what I've indicated, whatever we discussed, it ended by Mukosi phoning him and him indicating to Mukosi that for now my attorney is dealing with it, let's park it.
General, to complete this picture, that's not how it ended. In fact, 2 weeks later, Mukosi shared a warrant with Mr. Matlala, and that warrant was a warrant for Musa Kahula's arrest. And the purpose of sharing that warrant with Mr. Matlala was so that Matlala can assist in the arrest of Mr. Kahula. So, arising from where this whole thing started with you, it ended up with a warrant being obtained, not with Mr. Matlala as complainant, but somebody else as complainant. But that warrant was then shared by Mukosi with Matlala, with the hope that Matlala would assist Mukosi to arrest Mr. Musa Kahula. That's the evidence this commission has had. And Mr. Mukosi himself, Sergeant Mukosi himself, confirmed that.
Yes, and I have testified here that I have no knowledge of that particular matter. I was not even involved. I didn't know about it. It was a different matter or matters, as I was informed, that there was this one of the cyber crime, and there was a murder warrant somewhere and so forth. And I was not informed about it, and I didn't know about it. It happened, they executed where they executed it. It happened like that. So to link up with this one, it can goes well, but I have no knowledge of that one. And I'm not seeing it being linked, because Matlala didn't open a case, opted to go with an attorney to deal with this issue. But there were different complainants according to the evidence led here and what Mukosi have said. But I take what the commissioner is saying.
And when the arrest happened, you were informed, so you were notified that Mr. Kahula has been arrested?
No.
By Mukosi, did he not inform
No, it's other way around. When the arrest happened, I saw it from News 24. I forwarded to Mukosi. I even indicated to say it was to show him that that particular person who they were complaining about is again now a subject of arrest somewhere. It seems he's a problematic person.
In your evidence was that nuisance. You're just telling him there's that nuisance, and I want to explore that further.
I said character, not nuisance.
You use the word nuisance as a nuisance, and I want to explore that further. You say you had nothing to do and you knew nothing about the cyber crime, and I think the other complaint was crimen injuria.
I think there was also a murder. He was arrested for a murder, that one which you saw. It was a murder somewhere in KZN where they said he's still behind bars. So it was not.
Be that as it may, it doesn't change what I want to raise with you.
Yes.
That you had nothing to do with it. You saw it reported, the crimen injuria and cyber crime and the murder one. You had absolutely nothing to do with them. That's what you're telling us. So the only one that you knew and had an involvement with, which is not a case, because you tell us that Mr. Matlala in the end never went to a police station, but the only one you had an involvement with because Mr. Matlala has shared this information with you and you've shared it with Sergeant Mukosi, is this Musa Kahula issue. So when you say whether you say that character or you say nuisance, and I do have a clear memory that you used the word and I noted it, you could only have been referring, therefore, he's a nuisance to Matlala. You identified him as a problem on the basis of what you know, because the rest of it is in the media, according to you. You get it from the media. So you don't even know the story behind those two other cases. What you say is the murder case and the cybersecurity and criminal injury. You know nothing about it. So when you complain that he's a nuisance, it's because he's troubling your friend. You could only be saying it on that basis, because that's what piqued your interest. Your interest in this person is because he's creating problems for your friend. And that's why you describe him the way you do. And that's why you share information about him. It's because of the Matlala issue that he has raised with you. Again, I want to go back to my theme that you had a problematic relationship with Mr. Matlala, whether by design or it happened without you realizing the path that this is taking you down to. But you had this relationship with him that he calls on you, but you also act and take positions on the basis that it is your friend who's being troubled. That's what I'm suggesting to you, that your position in the end ends up doing Mr. Matlala's bidding inadvertently or by design, and he's not at fault to think you are his person on the inside, you and others, but you, I'm talking about you now, not the others. Do you want to comment? Or feel free to comment if you want to, General.
Yeah, the word nuisance, I don't remember saying it. I said character.
My point remains though, even if you didn't use the word nuisance, what I'm saying to you, the essence of what I'm putting to you is that your particular interest in Mr. Kahula, even as you share the media bits about him, it's because of the trouble that he's giving or threatening to your friend, to publish about your friend, these unflattering things in the post that you shared with Sergeant Mukosi. It's because of that. And Mr. Matlala sends it to you because he expects you to do something for him about it, and you do. You say to Mukosi, look at this.
There's nothing I can say will change the commissioner, the way he's thinking about this thing. I explained to say, my understanding is the person who was wanted to extort was somebody using the name of Kahula. And then again, I explained that when I saw this, I forwarded to Mukosi to say, hey, do you see that particular name which appeared that time? And I was not even aware they had a warrant somewhere and whatsoever. I don't know where does it fit with trying to assist to make sure Kahula doesn't bother Matlala or whatsoever. Because for starters, the person who was supposed to be entrapped there was the journalist who was using Kahula. And then me seeing this name again, or usually we are sharing this thing, and the whole chats which were here indicates that me and Mukosi share, irrespective of Matlala, with everything. So I can't change the commissioner's thinking about what the commissioner have just articulated. But I said what I wanted to say, and I will stick by that.
You were seeking the idea, your idea was that the journalist who was using Musa Kahula would be the one that's entrapped.
Yeah, that is what is in there, in those charts.
Okay.
He is not Mr. Kahula. He is making as if he's speaking to Kahula to get to hear how much can they charge, and then send him to Matlala so that Matlala can pay money to him, not to Kahula. It was not Kahula speaking to Matlala. It was somebody who was acting as an intermediary and pretending to be a journalist, whom Kahula gave information to publish, whom for him not to publish, he must get something, and also Kahula to pay Kahula something. So that was what it was explained to me and what I understood. And that is why I took offense when it was suggested it is me who is saying to Kahula Chomi, trying to assist Matlala.
Thank you, General.
Commissioner Baloyi, the word you're looking for is menace. I wrote it down as well.
Yes, General, she's correcting me that you didn't say nuisance, you said menace. And I think my point remains that you considered him a menace because he's troubling your friend.
No,
That's
it's
why you
troubling
did-
everybody because it's arrested and everywhere.
No, General, you didn't know anything about, unless you want to tell the commission now, you want to change and say, I knew about the cybercrime thing that he's done wrong. I knew about the crimen injuria. I knew about the murder. You've testified that you knew nothing about it. You just saw it in the newspaper and you just forwarded it. And the question was, why do you forward these things? And then you say, because he was a menace. And that's why I was sending this to Mukosi. That's how you answered. So my proposition to you, or what I was putting to you, was that, but you forward stuff that you are not involved with, no one has spoken to you about, and I accept that. It's stuff in the media. You are sharing it with Sergeant Mukosi because this is the guy, this is the man or the person who's troubling Matlala, and that's the only basis on which you could call him a menace. It is because he's troubling your friend. And the simple point I was making again is there's that problematic relationship where you have branded someone, as you say about Matlala. I think what applies to Mr. Matlala applies to Kahula as well, which is he's innocent until proven guilty. So you didn't hold him guilty of anything. Stories are being said about him. You don't know anything about it. All you know is he's part of those people that are threatening Matlala, and you use your position. Thank you.
And where do we find, for the record, Ms. Bowe, where do we find menace?
My apologies, it will be in the transcript.
Or it
tomorrow.
will be in the transcript, or that was said in testimony?
Yes.
Thank
yes,
you very much. I missed that.
General, I have one more question. And to ask it, I'll just ask you to go to paragraph 79 of your statement.
Ms. Bowe, you
My
said?
apologies, paragraph 79 at page 25. Are you there, General?
79 of 81, conclusion.
No. Page 25 at paragraph 79. My apologies.
I'm there.
General, in this part of your statement, you were dealing with the nature, extent, consequences of infiltration and undue influence. And at paragraph 79, you say the nature of such infiltration is seldom overt. It typically occurs through gradual compromise of individuals and processes rather than formal institutional capture. From your testimony today, General, what is apparent is that you have testified that Mr. Matlala approaches you to talk and seek solutions relating to his personal legal problems. He is the one on your version who offers you a loan, and he's the one who also even follow-ups a few days later to see if you had acquired the money. You oblige him by taking the loan, knowing of the serious allegations leveled against him and the fact that he's a contractor. He then seeks help with the contract, And although you say you indicated you couldn't help him, from your exchange with Sergeant Mukosi, it seems that you took an interest, particularly in the amount paid. You also indicated some displeasure when the contract was cancelled. He made a request to you as it related to Mr. Musa Kahula, and he wanted to be accompanied by Sergeant Mukosi, to which you obliged. And you talked to him all the way. Even after you know about the charges against him, you talked to him all the way until a few days prior to his arrest in May 2025. And I think if you have regard to what you've said about infiltration, it appears to me that this is precisely what happened with you, that there was a gradual compromise, and that Mr. Matlala, in some of these instances, shows that there had been infiltration. Do you care to comment on that?
Yeah, I will comment on it. When we say infiltration by criminal syndicate, in order to undermine the institution and also to influence unlawfulness and cultivating people to enforce the structures, to be informants, intermediaries, associate, to attempts to bribe investigators to ensure that cases fall in court and they destroy evidence. I don't see none of that. What you have indicated is, as a law enforcement, although I know Matlala, whatever I assisted him in line of my duties in relation to say, if you want to open a case, do this, and instructing a member to assist any member of public, irrespective of a friend or whatever, is not an influence. And we do this on a daily basis. I will be phoned, and I will phone a member to say, go to a certain office and get a statement from this person and assist the person. We do that in every day. You have seen also on the videos there, we send them, whereas there is police station who should have acted and went there and went to those shopping center and get the video footage and follow up. Because we care, as it happens to us as senior officers, it is expected from ourselves to make sure that we assist the people. And then people feel that if you report to a senior officer, you'll be assisted, irrespective of you somebody you know or you don't know. I met a lot of people during Imbizos. They still have my number. I'm still get phoned for assistance. And here at the commission, I gave you a clip of a person who complained about the murder of her parents while she's in the USA. And even now, she sent a message after I testified to say, yes, I want you to correct certain names there in what you have indicated. So you receive information, more especially if you helped lots of people. You will receive information. Even the information which I gave the members regarding the alleged bribe and the threat, and make sure that there must be a threat analysis. I got it from informants, people who phone me on a daily basis. So when we talk about infiltration, we talk about infiltration by the syndicates using you to commit a crime or you to assist them committing crime. So I don't see anything of such here which I've done in assisting Matlala to commit a crime. He committed a crime where he committed a crime without me knowing, without my assistance, and so forth. So I don't understand how does this relate to me, really.
General, my proposition is that if you look at all of these, and not to nitpick, because you are looking at one where you say, well, here I was doing it because people come to me, but that's not the only identity that Mr. Matlala approaches you with. He is your friend. He is your benefactor. You take loans from him. You frequently advise him on matters of personal, say, legal problems. On top of that, he clearly comes to you about his contract. You take interest in how much he gets paid. So the person that Matlala is to you is very different from all the other people that approach you with their problems.
Commissioner, that is your perspective. And I think I'm the author of what you are referring to and trying to explain what I explained to you. So if you understand it in that manner, I will say it is incorrect.
Can I just check this as a follow-up to this discussion, General? Do you accept, and I'm trying to understand your answer to the evidence leader, do you accept that an individual like Mr. Matlala can befriend a police officer and can gift or even loans, if you like, but have a financial relationship where they provide a benefit in the way that I've described it, where when the police officer, and I think we are always told that, the more vulnerable, people are more vulnerable when they have financial troubles, because that's when those who have the means know they're weakest and they know that's an entry point. But let me go back to my question. Do you accept that an individual, and when I say such as Mr. Matlala, I'm not talking about the accusations of of the many cases that he has had, but someone who is a business person, so-called, who has his own problems with the law, if you like, who has a contract with the SAPS, where he's not getting purchase orders, and he wants assistance with payment, who has the Musa Kahulas and many others who give him trouble and therefore are a menace to him. Do you accept that someone like that could befriend a police officer and at any level of seniority or junior with the intention to get them, to assist them in their troubles, to use their power? Do you accept that as a proposition?
Commissioner, this thing didn't happen in one day. It happens that the commission knows it at once. I indicated I've been known to Matlala since 2016. And then, based on the current status, it's unacceptable. But when we started, all these things were not there, or were not known and whatsoever. Yes, now it is known. It looks bad on me, yes. But if you take it how it came along and how it happened, is something else. So if you take what evidence you have gathered and get to the conclusion, yes, it will look very bad on me and whatever I've done. And if ever it was like, this evidence is here in front of me, even myself, I could not have done it like that. Yes, I agree in that fashion.
Yeah, maybe in fairness to you, let me also put this, that is an issue of bother, that on your account, when you meet Mr. Matlala at General Sibia's house on the 14th of September, if I'm not misrepresenting your evidence, I think you say it had been, the last time you had spoken to him was in 2023, and I think something like a year since you last spoke with him, and then you encounter him at General Sibia's house in September. And the suggestion, I think, in the way that you testify is you didn't expect him to be there, or you had no reason to think he would be there. So you meet him there on the 14th. you greet, but somehow that conversation with someone that you haven't seen for a year gets to a point where you're now talking about your money troubles or your money needs. And then 4 days later, according to you, without prompting from you, he calls you. He's the one that calls to ask. You didn't call him to say, I still have a problem with, I told you that I'm going to try, but he's the one that calls you. This is not a friend that you've been engaging with continuously. The last time you saw him was a year ago and then 4 days ago. But he's sufficiently interested to call you and to offer you money. You take it innocently on your version because it comes from your long-lost friend. You take it, but then this is a man who's got problems with the law at that point. There's already you've heard from the commission and whatever you knew at the time. This is a man who's got serious problems, serious allegations against him. But you take the money, and then what we see after that is you are now real friends. You see these exchanges between you and him. Up to just before his arrest. You see all of that. It seems to me, and you know these terms much better, and it's a note I made when you started with your statement, when you were talking about cultivation at 79.1, and I remember I asked you, what does that mean? And you said, befriending police to corrupt them. It seems to me that, in fact, Mr. Matlala, it was by design that this relationship suddenly develops and very quickly becomes a money relationship, assuming that was the first time you get money from him. It escalates very quickly in a relationship, into a relationship where money is now exchanged, and now he's sending you things, asking for help from you. It seems to me that he was doing exactly what you say happens when people want to corrupt individual officers. They befriend them in order to get them to do what they want. The word you used was corruption, but I want to say to do what they want them to do for them. And you seem to have, my view is you seem to have done that for him. I don't know if you have a comment, General.
Yeah. Actually, if I've done something unlawful, I will agree with you. But where I'm standing, I've done nothing unlawful other than doing something lawful in assisting somebody, but in assisting a complainant for that matter, irrespective of the complainant is known to me or the complainant borrowed me money, but I was doing my legal duty. So I don't agree with that.
Can I ask just one last question for today, General? I think we've had evidence that Mr. Matlala's former girlfriend was shot sometime in October 2023.
Yes.
And that is the reason for his arrest.
That's correct.
And one of the friends of the former girlfriend was badly injured in that shooting.
That's correct.
I believe they are in a wheelchair or they cannot walk properly, one of the two.
Yes.
And then we know that Mr. Jerry Bushoka was kidnapped sometime in late 2024.
That's correct.
And has still not been found.
That's correct.
Yes, and we know that Mr. Armand Swart was killed sometime in April 2024.
That's correct.
And his killers or alleged killers have been arrested but not convicted. And we also know that based on the ballistics that you facilitated, that the weapons used in these offenses are somehow linked. We know that. Now, if you were family members of all these crime victims, and you are listening to the evidence that the commission is hearing, that head of organized crime in the country and some very senior generals, including the Deputy Commissioner of Police, are actually good friends with these people who are alleged to have committed these crimes. What confidence would you have in the police if you are family members of these people who are victims of this crime? What confidence would you have in the police?
I get the commissioner, the relation and trust to the police, these kind of things make it to erode. But as I said, how did it happen? It didn't happen like I knew, then I involved myself and I assisted these people. Instead, in some of these cases you are talking about, I assisted into making sure that the investigators, they stay alive and then they continue with the investigation.
Are you avoiding putting yourself in the shoes of the family members of the victims?
Yes,
because that was my question. If you did that, let me suggest
I
to
put
you.
myself into that.
Wait for my question. Because you're telling me that you've assisted. Of course, family members won't know that. What I asked you to do was to put yourself in the shoes or in the position of the family members of these victims and tell me, in those circumstances, would you have confidence in the police? Especially having heard yourself that Mr. Matlala told police officers that you are his person, there's no way anything is going to happen to him. Now put yourself in the shoes of victims of crime, specifically these three families that I've mentioned, and tell me, would you have any confidence in SAPS if you were a family member of any of these victims? Don't tell me about the assistance you've provided.
Okay.
My question is, put yourself in that position and tell me, how would you feel if you were a family member of this victim?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult question, and this commission must assist in putting the perspective as to say this kind of actions and so forth, how is going to be dealt with and how wrong was it and whatsoever. But however, my name as Shibiri is known in Gauteng, is known in South Africa for the good work I've done for years. And I don't think for one thing then to be associated with one person without knowing lots of things that he might have had could make the whole community to lose faith on me. That is my response.
Because I'll tell you this, some of these alleged criminals, their proximity to the very senior police officers in the country is concerning. It concerns me deeply how close they are. Whether it's innocent friendship, whatever it is concerning that people who are accused of such serious crimes fraternize, party with senior police officers, loan money to senior police officers, share SAPS documents with senior police officers. I mean, it's a serious concern. Generally, if you were sitting where I'm sitting now, you would share my concern too.
I do share your concern, and I work hard also to deal with that kind of thing. Nevertheless, what happened on my side, my track record will indicate. But unfortunately, in the country we live in, sometimes it ought to happen, but we need to make sure it doesn't happen. We are having even those people who are fighting for communities, who are from prison, and then working hard to make sure that this country becomes well, who are rehabilitated and so forth. Not to say it is correct to commit a crime, not to say it is correct for police to assist with them. So I'm trying to indicate that there is equation in this life. I understand your outcry, and yes, it makes me look very bad the way you are saying it here on TV, that I'm that cruel person who goes out with these criminals. And it's not like that.
Alleged criminals,
Yeah,
General. Let's be fair
exactly,
to them.
yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, Commissioner. That is how I feel now, and that is what I think, what I was saying. We must give out the perspective other than finishing me off here on this platform.
With those words, I am certainly finished with the General for today.
Thank you, Ms. Bowe. General, I want to take you back to what you've referred to as a loan. I assume you would not have done a thumb suck when you asked Mr. Matlala to lend you the 70,000 rand. The loan would have related to the actual cost of repairs. Is that correct?
Come again, Commissioner.
I'm saying I assume that you would not have done a thumb suck when you asked Mr. Matlala to lend you the 70,000 rand. The loan would have related to the actual cost of repairs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. That must mean when you asked for the loan from Mr. Matlala, you had a quotation which would have helped make the amount required realistic, correct?
That's correct.
There was only one quotation, and that is the JBI code at page 38 of file 2, which is annexure RS6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So this is the code that would have informed your request for the loan.
Yes.
Now, I want you to go to that quotation, the JPI quotation at page 38 of file 2. 38 of file 2. That quotation you'll see after the header is dated the 19th of September, 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, if, as you say, there was only this quotation, here's a difficulty that I have. As I say, that quote is dated 19 September 2024, which is 5 days after the day you asked for the loan. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the quotation, but I'm aware of what the Commissioner is talking about.
Please look at the spine of...
Which file now?
If you look at the spine, you will see file 2.
2.
File 2, yes.
I'm there, Commissioner.
Yes. So I took you to just below the header. You will see that the quotation is dated 19 September 2024.
That's correct.
And that is 5 days after the date you asked for the loan from Mr. Matlala, because you asked for the loan on the 14th of September.
That's correct.
Now, how then could this quotation have helped inform the amount of the loan, which was asked for 5 days previously?
Yeah. I think on my statement, I indicated that the vehicle was taken to the penal beta by, I think, the 12th.
Of which month?
Of September.
Yes.
And the quotation, they discussed that. I knew it was around 55,000. And the quotation was issued later on. But I knew it was 55,000 what was quoted for him.
General, much earlier, before Ms. Bowe resumed with her questions, I again did what I had done earlier with the question whether I would ever take a loan from a criminal or someone alleged to be a criminal. With regard to this as well, I again asked you just one question, which was whether the loan was informed by a quotation and whether this quotation was the only quotation. In fact, it wasn't one question this time. I also asked you whether, besides this quotation, there was anything else that informed the amount you asked for. And you said, no, it was just the quotation that helped inform the amount. Do you remember saying that?
I remember so, Commissioner.
Yes. Now you are beginning to tell us something about the 12th and the car having been taken in on the 12th, and you, out of that process, having gotten the idea that the cost would be what's reflected on JBI, on the JBI quotation.
Yeah.
You cannot possibly say that, not in the face of you having said, this quotation is what informed the amount you asked for.
Yes.
I suggest to you, General, now that this question about the car having been taken in on the 12th is something you say because you are faced with the difficulty of this JBI quotation being dated the 19th of September 2024, 5 days after the day when you first broached the subject of the loan.
Actually, it was taken by Outsurance from their storage today. I think I can source a letter from them also to confirm that. But it was indicated to me by my son that it is a 55,000 quotation, but without me seeing the quotation. So I apologize for that, but I can ensure that Outsurance and even the pictures where it was stored, then I made them available. And the date it was taken there and the kilometers it will show.
Oh, sorry. When I asked you earlier, much earlier, before this engagement, you did mention the insurer and the car being with the insurer or stored at the instance of the insurer. But I still ask you the question as to what it is that informed the money that you asked for, and you said it was this quotation.
Yeah, it was my mistake. I didn't check the date, but that is what I was informed by my son on the 12th.
And when do you think we can get something from Outsurance?
We will contact them tomorrow. Maybe by Friday we might be having all the information.
Would there be a way in which this document could be sourced by the evidence leaders instead of you?
Yes, we can get the reference number and then give to them, and then they can source it from them. And they will also indicate the kilometers they drove to there and which place and so forth. I profusely apologize. I didn't look at the date. I thought the date was the right date. But I was informed by my son that it is 55,000.
55.
Yeah, but there it is less than 55.
Yes, I do see on this one, everything says supply. So
Yeah.
I assume that that excludes labor.
Yes.
So would it have been the labor that would have taken the amount to 70,000 rand?
Yeah, no, that one, as I said in my statement, I said I take more for if there is surplus with the parts or whatever, I don't have to run around again looking for another money. So it was not about the amount. The amount I knew
So are you saying that the 52,000 rand was all inclusive, that is including even the labor?
It was including even the labor. And I indicated that we paid him the labor of 25,000 and opted to buy the parts ourselves, because sometimes they will take the money and then the parts doesn't come. You have to fight, like also for the car to come out, it was a fight and we have to finish it somewhere.
General, if you already had the quotation from the insurer, why did you need the JBI quote? Especially if at this time the insurer had repudiated anyway. So Why did you need the second? Why couldn't you go by what the insurer had quoted? Especially if in any event you were going to ask for far more than what was required. So you would still have a cushion.
Yeah, the insurance, they repudiated.
Yes. How much did the insurer quote?
I'm not sure of what they quoted.
Was there a huge difference from your memory?
Yes, what I understood is that we need to remove our car to where we need it to be fixed.
Was there a huge difference between the two quotations?
I think so. I don't know.
Which one was more, which one was less?
I'm not sure. I didn't see that.
But from the onset, you knew that you were going to ask for a substantial amount which was more than what had been quoted.
No. I thought the 55 is lesser.
I don't understand that. I'm asking my question in this context. You say, even though what was quoted was 52,250 rand,
Yes.
you asked for more to give yourself a cushion.
Yes.
Yes. So, question then is, if you were going to give yourself this cushion, what difference did it make if one of the two quotations was lesser than the other? Wouldn't the 70,000 take care of that? Whatever the amount was between the two.
I didn't see another quotation. I worked on the quotation of 55,000. That is what I'm saying.
55?
Yes.
Was that the insurer's amount?
No, not insurance. Insurance didn't offer anything. Our insurance said they are not responsible for fixing the car.
So where did you get the 55 from?
The 55, I was told by my son that the same penal beta, JBI said more or less 55,000.
Yes.
So it was based on that one.
So based on the 55, you then asked for a cushion in excess of,
Yes,
which took you to 70,000 rand.
yes.
Why did you need the second quotation then? You are already working on the basis of the 55 which your son has told you about, and you've already decided that you want a cushion and the cushion takes you to 70,000. Why did you need a second quotation?
Which second quotation? I didn't see.
JBI 19th of September 2024. Because your son has told you about 55,000 rand, even if it's not on a formal document. But that's what I'm referring to as.
That 55,000
Yes.
was from JBI.
Yes. That's what I'm referring to as a first quotation.
Yes.
And you work on the basis of that 55,000 rand
Yes.
to get to 70,000 to give yourself a cushion.
Yes.
So my question is, why did you need the quotation of the 19th of September 2024? You already have the 55 and you've decided, let me cushion myself and go up to 70,000 rand.
Yes.
Now,
I get
why did your son go and get a second quotation, which is dated the 19th of September 2024, 5 days later than the day on which you asked for the loan?
No, I was not getting the commission. Now I get the commission.
Yes.
Commissioner, what happened is the vehicle is taken there, and then that estimate of 55 is given to him. The quotation is not yet given to him. Then it was issued on the 19th. That is my
But by
understanding.
then you had already asked for the loan, 5 days previously. You had already broached the subject of a loan with Mr. Matlala.
Exactly.
Five days previously.
Exactly, because me and my son, we spoke on the 12th.
Yes, and you based that on 55,000 rand,
Yes.
which your son had told you about.
Yes.
And you said, I want a cushion, and you moved up from 55 to 70,000 rand, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, why did you need this quotation of the 19th of September 2024? You already have Even a cushion, you already
No,
have.
we already have verbal one.
Yes.
And then now he made and quoted and in writing.
That's,
So remember,
yes.
I'm saying,
Yes.
he took the vehicle there on the 12th and he was told about the 55,000. And then now, on the 19th, he's given a paper, now the proper quotation in writing, which comes to the 53,000. So not to say he was looking for a second one. The one, it was verbal after assessing, checking the car, and then they spoke. And that is what it was told to me. So now, on the 19th, he gave him the document.
Okay, all right. Ms. Bowe, you will please assist that we get the, yes.
Will do, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.